No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You got it.
And back on again. Out, 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 out. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Pow day.
Dude, let's go.
This is Bronco Nation News Live. The best interviews, the most informed opinions, the latest breaking news, all from the top Boise State insiders. Bronco Nation News Live from BroncoNationNews.com is presented by RowPaint.com, the official paint and coatings company of Boise State Athletics. All Bronco Nation news broadcasts come from the Western Collective Studios. Head down to Western Collective's locations in Garden City or downtown Boise to try some of their delicious beers, including the Horseshoe Golden Ale, the first beer to support an NIL collective. Now, here's four-time NSMA Idaho Sports Writer of the Year, BJ Rains, with another edition of Bronco Nation News Live.
Day 2 of Mountain West Media Day is here at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Love this place and had a great day yesterday. We've had a great couple of days down here at Circa Resort and Casino, and it is going to be a fun day 2 as we get to catch up with all 12 coaches in the Mountain West today. You've got media outlets from all over the country, all over the world. 22 on Radio Row here across the different states and countries. And big news with the Mountain West and what they got going on in the final year of this group. You see the teams here. It's going to be changing next year, but one final hurrah for the Mountain West here at Mountain West Media Days, and looking forward to seeing who ends up playing for this trophy right here, the Commissioner's Trophy 2025 edition. Boise State has held that the last couple of years. They'll try to be just the second team in Mountain West history to three-peat if they can pull it off this year. Johnny Ballgame, as we welcome you guys in live here to Mountain West Media Days at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. My name is BJ Rains. We got John Mallory here for a little bit. Our first interview with Nevada coach. I guess Nevada's not going to be first. I saw Jeff Choate walking by. We've actually got Jason Eck, the New Mexico coach, coming up first. Going to talk to all 12 coaches today. Derek Stevens is going to join us. We're going to talk to Jeremiah Dickey. I mentioned Boise State's Spencer Danielson's going to join us as well. So we went 6 hours and 53 minutes yesterday, Johnny.
Wow.
Going to be close to that again today, and kicking it off with yours truly and Johnny Ballgame. So how you doing, man?
Yes. Let's get after it today. And I know it's kind of sleepy so far, kind of around here. There was that little mixer last night or whatever. We'll have you up at the Sky Club. Did I say that correctly, BJ?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a lot of fun. And we're ready to go today. Day 2 is better than day 1 for me because you always, for me, get more from the coaches, and the coaches are more entertaining from a sports radio standpoint. And that's today. So excited to talk about the coaches. And you mentioned, dude, I'm going to miss the Mountain West. And I've heard Prater say the Mountain West has been really good to Boise State. And I agree. And I'm going to I'll tell my grandkids, BJ, or I'll tell your grandkids, there was a time where there was the Pac-12, the Mountain West, and the WAC, and all three Western conferences played FBS football, and now there's really going to be down to one, maybe 1.5. With I don't know where the Mountain West is going to go, but yeah, Western region football as far as conferences and whatnot, just a thing of the past. But gonna be fun wrapping this one up today.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Nothing against the players, but the coaches is a little more entertaining. That's kind of you try to talk to the guys yesterday. Some of them aren't great talkers. You're not sure what to ask them. You don't want to be nice and say you don't want to talk to them. I mean, the Air Force punter, I did enjoy chatting with him. But
you had him on.
We did. He was a very, very nice young man. And then the other tight end from Air Force was actually from Pocatello. So we enjoyed. You never know what kind of story you're going to stumble into, but in general, yeah, all 12 coaches today, and all 12 will be live on Bronco Nation News today. So you're a fan of the Mountain West, you're going to get all 12 of those. I mentioned Jeremiah Dickey's going to join us as well. Derek Stevens, I know you guys had him on your show as well. But yeah, Johnny, it's been a fun couple of days here, man. We're doing our work during the day, and then there's been some events in the evenings and getting to catch up with some of the coaches last night. I'm not going to lie, man. I got to meet Jason Eck for the first time last night, and I was there's a reason I can see why you wanted to keep having him on your show and keep having becoming close with him.
I was surprised when I introduced you guys, or when you guys met each other, because I had figured you guys had known each other. No. You knew of each other very
said
well.
He's seen some of my stuff and vice versa, but he spoke very highly of you and Prater and Jay Tuss for the coverage there when he was at Idaho, and now he's moving on to New Mexico, and he's going to be our first coach that we'll chat with here in about 15 minutes. But I'm pulling for New Mexico a little bit more now.
Oh, nice, man. We'll see what he can do there, man. He's going to have everybody excited, hopefully. And I mean, this league's, I don't know what to think of a lot of these teams. And certainly New Mexico is one of them. Will one of these teams be worse than we think? Yes. Will one of these teams be better than we think? Yes. Just kind of wait and see how the decks fall and how that shuffles out. And who knows if Jason Eck can, win 3, 4, 5, 6 games, get them bowl eligible in year one. Won't be easy. They got the big house week 1, UCLA week 2, and not a favorable Mountain West schedule either. They didn't dodge any of the mega teams in this league, so uphill battle there. Yeah,
no doubt. What else yesterday? Any takeaways for you? I know you had some players. Bob was making the rounds, getting some of the players too. We had the CFP executive director on, Rich Clark. Any other takeaways from day one for you?
Rich Clark seems like a fair man. I was really impressed by him. He was at the shindig last night as well, shaking hands, meeting more of on a formal basis. And it was really nice to just chat with him about where he wants college football to be ultimately, how he thinks he can make this thing better. So I think college football is in good hands. I like Bill Hancock too. But I don't know. Bill, it seems like this guy might be better at the business side of things than Hancock, just because Bill Hancock was so friendly and outgoing, and it feels like this guy might have more of an edge to him. My other takeaway is the Boise State players. We had not sat down in that situation with certainly JVM, who blew us away with his personality and his mission and his goals and what he's been at Boise State, why he's in the position he's in. And Cage Casey, just the more we talk with Cage, the more personality I think we get. Cage Casey figuratively has let his hair down, like he's relaxed. He knows who he is. He's confident in what he's doing. And why shouldn't he be? I mean, I don't know if he talked to you about it, and you guys can let us know. I don't know. Did Cage Casey ever get the dog? He told us yesterday that his wife might or might not be driving to Montana to pick up their new dog. And he was like, I haven't texted her because we're doing all this stuff. So I might be coming home to a dog. So Cage Casey is home now. They left yesterday. I wonder if he's got that little doggy or not. But I loved meeting them and getting to know them. And every team is different. And the personalities, BJ, they grow, and we get to see that with the front row seat. Cage Casey, Jaden Virgin Morgan, you guys, Bronco Nation, you guys are going to love supporting these guys. And hopefully they're as open with the media this year, and you guys really do get to know these players like you never have. Yeah, no doubt. And I thought JVM, I remember talking to him, Johnny, a couple of years ago. He had a different number. He had a different hairstyle. He had a different last name. And he was, just a much quieter. We didn't really want to say. Even after that Hawaii game last year, I was the only
only media member that went over to Hawaii, and so I got him after the game one-on-one, and he still just seemed a little bit nervous. Wasn't super confident talking. Didn't say a whole lot. You got him sitting down yesterday. He just looked like sounded like a completely different person in terms of the confidence that he's playing with, and the fact that he knows, hey, I'm a team leader on this team now. I'm going to be a team spokesman this year. I mean, he's going to have to. I don't know if he had the media training or just took a deep breath and didn't. He's just used to doing it now or what. But I was very impressed with both those guys. But for JVM, for me, Jaden Virgin Morgan, I thought he was a guy that looks like he's, I don't know if grown up's the right word, but he certainly seems like he had more of a professional take on things and seemed like he was in a good spot.
Yeah, it looks like he can be a star player, and the personality always helps the star. And JVM, you're right. He was, and it's weird. You see them get from when they're young guys, and then they kind of get to, okay, maybe they're going to be something, and then they become like bus drivers, point men, like star players, guys who get a banner of themselves outside of this stadium and that type of deal. And Ahmed was a perfect example of that as well. He came in here and, I mean, he didn't talk kind of because he almost didn't know how yet. He was still learning the language, certainly from a football standpoint, with all the terminology and weird sayings in football. I can't imagine being English as a new second or third language, maybe in his case, and having to try to translate all the information you get. JVM, he's right on that. Like, he took from Ahmed, like he watched Ahmed, he studied him, and he could have a really good year, I think. And is this just what a Spencer Danielson program is going to look like, where these are the guys you're going to talk to? Spencer's not going to send somebody down here that he might or they might be uncomfortable with in regards to being able to discuss their program the way that they want it discussed, not just for us. You kidding me? It's about all the other media outlets. You said the record 22 radio shows or podcasts or what have you.
We're still waiting for Dan Mullen's folks to show up.
Well, Dan Mullen, I haven't seen him here yet, but yeah, there's this weird ESPN Mississippi radio station that
we think it's them. It's the table just says ESPN 105.9. We've yet to see them. Johnny Googled it and found out that it's a Mississippi radio station, and we think that maybe Dan Mullen is that big of a deal that they brought a radio station out all the way from Mississippi just to get 10 minutes on Radio Row with Dan Mullen.
It sounds preposterous, but yesterday they weren't even here, which makes sense because the coaches weren't here yet. This is coach day. So we will see. And they put them right by us. They always put the Boise folk way out. We're almost in the lobby of the event.
Literally we're closer to the escalator than we are anything else.
Have they seen the escalator set up?
Yeah, they'll see it pretty soon when we get our first guest.
Because we see everybody come up just to our left, and the actual event is more behind us, where they have all the other radio shows that apparently operate at a reasonable volume.
Yeah. No, Boise Dev saying 22, our man Don Day. They say journalism is dead. No, I mean, well, I'm not sure Johnny had called these journalists, but there's some the Couch Potato Sports is here. Who else we got here? I saw a couple others.
It's okay, and that's the name. I get it, but most of the people, and good for them, are probably here on their own dime, on their own podcast, just trying to do what they can to break into a business that is almost impossible to break into now. So good for you. If I was at that point in my life and my career and I could get down here, I'd probably do the same thing. But yeah, the 22 outlets, not all of them are down here on actual business trip or getting paid for it. But again, I appreciate all the work everybody does.
Yeah,
22. That's good for this league, man.
No doubt.
I mean, this league needs that. Well, I don't care where they're coming from. I don't care where the listeners are.
No doubt.
But there was Couch Potato Sports here. Somebody look that up. How many followers does Couch Potato Sports have? Comment.
We're about 9 minutes away from getting our interviews rolling with the coaches here. We're going to have Jason Eck, Sean Lewis, Ken Niamataolo here in the morning session. We also have at 10 o'clock coming up, I guess 11 o'clock back in Boise, Dan Mullen, Bronco Mendenhall, and Jay Saville here for the morning session. And as I said, Jeremiah Dickey is going to join us. Spencer Danielson is going to join us. Those will both be in the middle of the day. And then we'll have in the afternoon session have Troy Calhoun at Air Force, Jay Norvell, obviously the rest of the coaches in the afternoon as well. But we got about, like I said, 8 minutes or so, Johnny. I know your easy answer is going to be Eck, but who else are you excited to talk to or see today?
I always like talking to coaches. I mean, it's weird. Kalen DeBoer was here a few years ago, right? I'm just thinking of the names that have came through here on their path. So it's almost like in 3 years, I'm really going to wish that I talked more with one guy, because that guy's now going to be in the CFP with the Power 4 school, right? I mean, that's how quick this college coaching ladder can be for some in this league. I'll tell you who Troy Calhoun's always been really cool to me. Like, I've had him on other shows back in the old days in Boise at the other place where I was.
Yeah.
And I even saw him in the elevator today. You know what I said to Coach Calhoun? Such an idiot. I was like, Coach, this league needs you, man. I love that you're still going strong. You know, and he was just like, thanks, man. You know, it does. This league needs guys like without Coach Calhoun, is there a coach with 3 years experience in this league? I don't know if there is.
No,
but I said that. So Troy Calhoun's always cool because he's seen so much. People forget too, before Air Force, he was an NFL offensive coordinator. Like, he's coached at a high level. He's not just Johnny Option. He talks a lot of football too. And he gets into the business side really well, because think about it. Troy Calhoun and Air Force they operate on almost a completely different set of rules to play in this game, which is almost impossible because I don't know, there isn't even rules, and they do a good job. Troy Calhoun's cool for me. I'm a Jay Norvell guy too. I think he's entertaining. Yeah. I think he talks well, and he'll tell stories. So those guys, I would say Nia Matalola, but love the coach, love his career, but not the best interview. Yeah. There's some of those guys. So you just kind of got to wait and see. But
by the way, Blake says several accounts claiming to be Couch Potato Sports. None have more than 80 followers. So
damn, there's got to be
that
guy's got guts then. Good for that guy then. Somebody should, there's this guy who gets up at the press conference in front of everybody yesterday and says, hey, Stephen McGillicuddy from Couch Potato Sports, and Gloria, and Gloria even stopped. Whoa, Couch Potato Sports, more than 80 followers. Anyway, it was kind of fun.
There's got to be another one. There's got to be.
But Dante, if Couch Potato is if journalism, then journalism is alive and kicking.
None of these coaches, Johnny, are on the hot seat, are they?
None.
I mean, I think eight of them are in their first or second year. Spencer Danielson is the third longest tenured coach in the league.
And this league doesn't fire coaches early because they can't.
Your boy Coach Eck went full suit today.
Ooh.
Full suit.
Ooh.
He's going to join us here momentarily. He's full suit for Coach Eck today. Wow,
he looks serious, man. Yeah. He's ready to go. I got this league. Come on, man.
I like that. Some coaches go with the polo. Some go with the sport coat. Some just go with the logoed gear. And Coach Eck, First Mountain West Media Days.
I think Sean Lewis is in a suit too today with San Diego State. But you're right, Spencer Danielson. No way, dude. Spencer Danielson needs like breathable pants. His Nike issued shoes, and then Spencer. I know he'll rock the polo with the gun show. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what Spencer's a polo guy. Jay Norvell's a polo guy. You're right. There's a couple of different issues. You're right. That's funny, man.
Johnny, any other storylines today, topics? I mentioned Jeremiah Dickey's going to join us. We're going to chat with Derek Stevens as well. But for the final couple minutes we have you here before we kick off the interviews, just your what you're looking forward to today.
I'm going to try to not get too sentimental with the league that I have covered more than any league. BJ, we became friends together through the Mountain West, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is the league we've covered together.
When I first moved out here. Yeah.
2013, man, with Chris Peterson here. Remember the coaches here?
That was the first year, I think, too, of San Jose State joining the league.
Yep, and they had
David
Fales, Ron Carragher, I think, was their coach, because I remember going down.
Didn't they have Mike McIntyre?
Yeah, he was there 2 years and bolted to Colorado after Ron Carragher was. But yeah, we've been coming to these things since 2013, dude. And so I'm going to try not to get, I guess, sentimental about what the next league is going to look like. I have high expectations, but you're also going to miss the mass. It's going to be an 8-team league next year. There's 12 teams here, and it's just going to probably be smaller. Maybe that will make it classier, maybe more petite. I hope Pac-12 media days are here.
I'm just kind of seeing who's around here,
And
man. There's Timmy Chang right there over your left shoulder.
I love Timmy Chang, man. That dude was such a badass. Where is he?
Right there by the check-in table. So
Coach Chang.
Coach X coming over here right now. Do you want to stay and do the Coach X interview?
No.
Okay, then you got.
No, you don't.
Then you got to get up here probably.
Coach Chang.
Get up for a minute. We're good. We'll get Coach X on here and we'll let you go, Johnny. All right, Johnny. Thanks, man.
All right, brother.
See you, man. We'll be back with Coach X here maybe in 30 seconds or so. Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, we are back and kicking off our live coverage. Our very first coach, nice enough to sit down with us, Jason Eck, head coach at New Mexico. And Coach, I've heard a ton about you from our boys Johnny and Prater and Tuss, and had a chance to meet you last night, and I really enjoyed chatting with you, and excited to have you in this league, man. How you doing? Oh, I need to unmute your mic there. Sorry about that, Coach. There you go.
Doing well. This is an exciting event to be at. This is really a first-class conference and a first-class event here at the Circa. So excited to be a part of this great conference.
Well, speaking of the class, you didn't get the memo, Coach. You don't have to. The suit is very nice here today. I mean, some of these coaches just went, team polo, but I'm liking the tie here.
When you're picked to be like last in the league, you better at least look sharp, I figure. So we got to try to hold our weight somewhere in this league.
What is just your thoughts, man? Being here in this, being a part of this league now, and then taking over at New Mexico, and just big picture at your point in your career to take on this challenge here.
Well, I think it's an amazing opportunity. I think certainly we have room for growth in New Mexico. We haven't been to a bowl game since 2016. But, it's exciting. I think this type of time in college football, it's a little tough to gauge. I mean, there's so much turnover from team to team every year. We're going to have close to, we're going to have over 60 new players on our 105-man roster. So we got to really do a good job of gelling here in fall camp to come together and hopefully put together a football team that can be really competitive.
What was that like? How do you go about finding 60 new players in that short amount of time?
It's a grind. Fortunately, we were able to bring a few guys down from Idaho, 7 players who joined us, but really our staff did a great job of trying to identify guys, and you're really hoping that they're the right people too, not just good players, but guys who also have good character and will fit in good with the team environment. So it was quite the task, but I'm excited how our team is coming together.
What excited you about the opportunity there at New Mexico, and what you think you can build there, and what is kind of your sales pitch when you're talking to recruits and stuff?
Well, I think anytime you're at a school that's the biggest school in the state, I think that's an advantage, especially when you're in a state that does not have major pro sports, no NBA, no NFL. There's no Power 4 teams in the state. I kind of look at what Boise State has done. I think that's a great advantage for them, being the biggest school in the state and having the biggest media market. It's easy to recruit to because you have a great airport that is really a ton of direct flights all throughout the West and to Texas for us. Great weather there, great food. So, my family's really enjoyed it personally. I think my staff's really enjoyed it, and excited about what we can build here.
And you see some of the coaches that have come through, some of the players that have come through. I mean, there's a really nice history, even maybe that some people don't realize or know about when it comes to New Mexico football.
Yeah, even a guy like, Brian Urlacher, kids know Brian Urlacher, went on to be a great pro. So when you can talk about, a pro football Hall of Famer like that has been through there, and, Bob Davey did a good job when he was there. Rocky Long did a really good job when he was there as the head coach. So they've had success historically. It just hasn't been a while. So we got to work to get that back.
Jason Eck, our guest for a couple more minutes here on Bronco Nation News. New coach at New Mexico this year, and we'll bring Kent Riddle in here too for the. That's all right. We got a couple more minutes with Coach Eck, but I know you guys you got a chance to catch up last night. Know each other pretty well.
Good to see you, Coach Riddle.
Yes. Good to see you.
What would be your question for Coach here? Come on, we'll put you right on the fire.
Well, what makes you excited about this team? going forward?
Yeah, I think the team's really doing a good job of buying in with what we're asking them to do. Even things like we talk a lot about championship behavior and how different areas of your life impact other areas. And I was really proud of our team. We set the school record for GPA in the spring semester, 3.36 team GPA.
That's unbelievable in your first semester there.
Which I really thought was a good sign that kids are buying in on doing what we're asked to do. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about certain position groups. I think we're really talented. I think our running back room is really going to be an exceptional room talent-wise, a group we got to lean on. Offensive line's always been my baby. That's what I coached when I was an assistant. I think our O-line is probably better than I anticipated, was going to be there. So I think those are some things we have to build on. We brought a ton of new guys into the secondary. Statistically, New Mexico was really poor last year in pass defense. But it's going to be a whole new cast of characters. Hopefully we can come together and really shore that up and improve. But, like the way the kids have been working, we have a tremendous strength coach who came down with me from Idaho, Coach Caleb Heim. I think he's really done a good job with those guys this summer. And now excited for that next step of getting into fall camp.
What's the biggest challenge that faces you here in year one, you think?
I think just building belief, building belief in the community, building belief in our student body, the university, and, the players. I think anytime you're trying to turn around a place that hasn't been winning in recent history, sometimes you have guys who are waiting for something bad to happen. And we got to get them the other way.
That's the truth, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you're at a new place, and it hadn't gone well, sometimes everybody's just waiting for the next thing, right? They spend so much time on that, and you're like, hey, move on. Like, you're right. At some point, bad stuff's going to happen, but move on.
No, you got to show great mental toughness to respond when that does. And so, I think building belief is our biggest challenge, but I'm optimistic about the belief our players are showing. And, we have a tough schedule, but I'm used to that as a head coach. So we've always had 2 money games every year I've been a head coach. So it's kind of what I've come to expect. And you want to test yourself. You want to, this will be, maybe your only chance in school history ever to play Boise State again. So you want to take advantage of that, and try to go play their tails off when you get a chance to play.
And you made a joke about you weren't picked last, though. You're one spot ahead of New Mexico.
Yeah, I think some reporter thought our quarterback was back. they put us ahead of Nevada, but now he's at Utah now. So
what in terms of expectations? I mean, I'm not to say how many wins is a successful season, but how do you look at kind of building this thing and what that looks like here in year one?
Well, to me, a successful season would be going to a bowl game. 6-6 gets you to a bowl game, which I'm excited about. My wife, when we were coaching FCS, she used to always tell that because sometimes you need 8 wins in FCS to go to the playoffs. She goes, you only need 6 wins to go to a bowl game. So, I based on what my wife told me. 6 wins, that's not even that great. You get to go to a bowl game. So that's what we're shooting for. And, I think the way our schedule works out, a lot of our tougher games are on the road. I think we got to do a great job. And that's why getting some fans in that stadium is important, because I think we have a ton of games where we're not going to be big underdogs at home. We got to defend our home turf in Albuquerque and see if we can't find a way to get to a bowl game this year.
Well, I know we're short on time with you, so I guess final question for you, Coach. Just the excitement level for you and the challenge of now being a head coach in the Mountain West Conference and taking this on here and just getting this opportunity for you. How exciting is this for you and your family, as you said? Very exciting. Just a heck of an opportunity. Always had such respect for this conference, always had such respect for the great coaches who've been a part of this conference. So I'm blessed to have this opportunity, and we're going to work our tail off to try to take advantage of this opportunity. Well, we appreciate your time, and best of luck this year. Thanks, BJ. Thanks, Kent. Thank you. There he is, Jason Eck, head coach. Appreciate you, brother. Head coach at New Mexico in year one here. Looking forward to big things from Coach Eck in New Mexico here, and coming up to the Blue. So looking forward to having them come up to the Blue here at Boise State. We'll take a quick 30-second timeout. Bronco Nation News back right after this.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
RovePaint.com is going all in this season with an all-star lineup. It's Coach Leon Rice and Andy Rowe.
Oh, no. Want to just paint my house?
When I want Boise State to win, I trust Coach Rice to lead the Broncos to victory.
And when I want the best painting and garage floor coating, I trust rowpaint.com to get that job done right.
All right, back here on Bronco Nation News, continuing our live coverage here. We're getting the set ready for our next coach, and that'll be San Diego State, Sean Lewis, here in about 10 minutes or so. But Jason Eck, I had a chance to catch up with him last night, and I was telling you before you got over here, but really, didn't know much about him. I knew Johnny and Prater liked him from talking to him in Idaho and everything, and he obviously did some pretty impressive things there with that program. And maybe not right away in year one, but you certainly look up. I think before too long, he's going to have New Mexico going in the right direction,
without question. And I would say, he'll probably do better than people give him credit for in year one. Just an outstanding person. Sean Lewis too. Both him and Jason Eck played at Wisconsin early on. Barry Alvarez years, so they know how to turn a program around. Different, on the field in terms of X's and O's, whatever. But those guys know how to build a program and make it work. And it might take a minute, but it'll be okay.
What is that kind of challenge in Albuquerque, though, getting that thing turned around?
It's not going to be easy for sure, but it's certainly not going to be worse than Idaho either.
Yeah.
Every place has its thing, and you just got to figure out what that is and make it work to your plan. Albuquerque's a big city, got plenty of resources. If they start winning there, all of a sudden they'll probably have a lot more money than they have now.
Yeah. And you have the basketball program has there obviously been such a big thing with the pit and selling out crowds and stuff. But we were talking with Jason before you got over here. But they got Brian Urlacher and some of the other players, some of the coaches that have come through there. They're quietly they have a nice little history there. Absolutely, yeah. Urlacher, Rocky Long guy. Bob Davey was there, got him to bowl games a couple times. No, I don't think they've ever had a problem getting good players there. Yeah, they might need to get more good players there. I think, and you get the feeling just being around Jason, he'll keep guys there, and that's going to be the secret to success for all these teams. Is how can you keep your guys there? Well, we're going to talk to San Diego State coach Sean Lewis here momentarily. I'm getting their sheet out to refresh myself. I think they went 3-9 last year. In his first year, they did beat Texas A&M Commerce, and then they had close wins against Hawaii and at Wyoming, but had a couple other close games. And I think when we talked to those players yesterday, they pointed out they were 9 points from a bowl game. Yeah. So 3-9 could have been 6-6 pretty easily. Yeah, and I promise you, they haven't talked one bit about what their record was last year. And I'm certainly not going to ask him that. Yeah. And he's a big, imposing person. He is. So I'm certainly not going to ask him anything that's going to make it. And I know we talked about this yesterday, I think, a little bit when we were filibustering for the 7-hour broadcast. But I believe Sean Lewis, I believe San Diego State is very close to really turning the corner here. And you look at what he did at Kent State, and I thought he got a really raw deal at Colorado, and his, background as a coach and that new stadium and that city to recruit to, I see San Diego State very quickly getting back to bowl games and beyond. Yeah, without question. And it's just going to look different. They're all about offense right now, and their players were talking about yesterday, but how they go fast and move, and everything's tempo. The defensive guys even were talking about how the offensive tempo makes them a better defense by having to line up and condition and all that. Yeah. I think we're going to see great things from them this year. Yeah, I'm excited for San Diego State, and then we'll have San Jose State shortly after that. We've got UNLV, Utah State, and Wyoming here to round out the morning set of interviews. We do have Boise State Athletic Director Jeremiah Dickey. He's coming on at 12:30 back in Boise, and then Spencer Danielson at 1 o'clock. So a nice lunch hour. We'll have Jeremiah Dickey and Spencer Danielson back to back as well. But it's pretty cool. We're up at the escalator here, right? So you're just seeing coaches, get off the escalator. You're seeing all kinds of stuff going on. I know you were in the back there chatting with some coaches. So it seems like day 2 has a little more buzz here with all the coaches around.
Yeah. For me, it's just great catching up with those guys. And, a lot of them I know probably even better on a personal level than a professional level. And it's fun to be around those guys. And it's great to see their excitement going into the year.
Yeah. And is it, people always say this, and there's so many coaches, so many schools, but it seems like the coaching fraternity is actually pretty small. And everybody knows somebody or worked with somebody that knows somebody.
Yeah, it is. There's 130 Division I schools or 132, whatever it is now. So there's only 1,300 Division I coaches or whatever it is, 1,400. But it's very small. I mean, if you haven't worked with somebody personally, you probably know somebody that has.
Yeah.
Like catching up with Jason, we had a mutual friend from way back, and just fun to catch up and trade stories and that kind of stuff.
The great Mike Palm from Circa walking by. They learned their lesson. They got 2 Boise State players on the Heisman list this year after after Ashton Genty last year. But we were seeing some of the bets and things, and Boise State obviously the favorite to win the Mountain West, and then the over under is 9.5 wins. I know you're not a big gambling man, Rid, but 9.5. So you got to go 10-2 to hit your over bet there.
I would probably take the over.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Other than the Notre Dame game, which they're gonna have a chance in that one, but other than that game, you don't see any on the schedule that really scare you.
Is this a regular season only?
You only cannot count bowl games or championships. Right. Yeah, they would have to go 10-2 or better. So you just say they lose at Notre Dame, you still give them one more hiccup, which they may not even need. Oh, I'm just saying, if you want to try to factor in the bets and things here.
We were like a quarter of football away from playing Notre Dame last year in the semifinals. So, to me, that's going to be a hell of a game. It's going to be very exciting. South Bend, obviously.
You ever coach there?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. What's it like walking in?
Ropes once, but screwed it up. So.
Which year was that?
Oh God, it was probably like 98.
When you were at Army, or
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is there? So when you pull up to the stadium though, or you walk in there, is there just something different about places like that?
Yeah, I mean, you're foolish if you're not at least enjoying the experience of being able to play in a place that not invented college football, but certainly is in the history and the lore and all that stuff. And so when you walk out of off the bus, like you gotta enjoy that.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, the bus ride is not short because you got to.
Yeah, aren't they staying like an hour away or something?
Mishawaka or something like that.
Just no hotel big enough in South Bend to.
Yeah. No. So I think a lot of people probably stay in Chicago.
And I forget what game it was, but like there was even a scrimmage you guys did where the first game you were going to have to be in a bus for an hour at one of those road games, and they literally drove around downtown Boise for an hour or something. So you guys they're used to before a practice or something to get used to being on the bus.
Sometimes as coaches, we come up with some really interesting ideas.
I want to say that was during one of the Harsin years or something. You guys drove around and then went and had at East Junior High or something, did a scrimmage or a practice or something to simulate wherever you were driving to for the first game.
Yes, I think that is accurate. I mean, like I said, sometimes you come up with interesting ideas that you think,
sounds good in May or whatever when you're talking about it, and then it's like, hey, this is Bronco.
If you can't get off a bus and play football,
yeah,
like I don't know.
Well, and against Notre Dame in South Bend, yeah. This is Bronco Nation News, our live continuing coverage here at Bronco Nation News. We're at Circa Resort and Casino, Mountain West Media Days down here in Las Vegas. We had 2 comments on there that the video was a little choppy, so let us know if it's okay. Hopefully you can at least hear us okay, but we're plugged into Ethernet. We should have a better connection than we had yesterday, so I don't know why there would be any kind of issues. But
for 7 hours today?
Without scaring you to walk off, it's going to be pretty close. It's going to be pretty close, unfortunately. We have more interviews today, so I don't think we'll have to fill as much. So it should go a little faster, hopefully, as we continue to roll through these interviews. Once we get to Sean Lewis here in 4 minutes, then we're going to basically have a little bit of time straight through with some interviews, and we got 6 in the morning. scheduled to have 6 in the afternoon. We have Spencer. They found a new time for him, so we can get him for about 15 minutes. We'll have Jeremiah on as well. But the plan is to go till about 4 o'clock back in Boise. I'll be on with our interviews and stuff will end around 2:30, which is 3:30 back in Boise. Then we've got the simulcast with KTIK, and we'll be done around 4 o'clock back in Boise. But someone's saying the video is choppy. I have no idea why that would be the case. We're on Ethernet. We're plugged into Ethernet. I have no idea why the video would be a little choppy. So apologize for that. We'll work on that, and we'll get ready for Sean Lewis here. Kent State. Now, he was the head coach at Kent State, left to go work for Coach Prime there at Colorado, and then kind of got a raw deal, and now is back as a head coach. But I know people at the time thought it was, wow, he's leaving to be a head coach to go work for Dion. And, like I said, not getting into the weeds on a lot of it. It looked like from the outside that he kind of got a raw deal there, but he's back as a head coach in the Mountain West, and I think San Diego State's a good spot for him.
Well, and sometimes you take a position like that because of the notoriety, and that probably helped him get the San Diego State job. As weird as that sounds, even though it might have been a tough experience or whatever. And so sometimes you have to do something to move on to the next place. And that's a little bit why, people, one of the reasons for the transfer portal or whatever is, hey, coaches do that stuff. Why can't players?
Yeah.
So,
by the way, Sean Lewis also, we found out last year, was one of the ones interviewed for the Boise State job. So he was on the list at one point. I forget which time it was. I guess it was just this last time, but it was it's the same guys as last year, but you had a situation last year where you had, 4 guys walking around, Mendenhall and Choate and Lewis and Danielson and then, Jeremiah. I mean, you had 4 of the, a third of the league's coaches that interviewed. They know how good the job is. They all wanted it.
Well, yeah. And I think there's probably more than that. I mean,
but some
guessing like Dan Mullen obviously is coaching again now. Like, wouldn't shock me if he reached out about that job. I mean,
I guess it's semantics on what an interview is or a conversation or whatever else. But
and I'm not saying he did. But let's make that clear.
Oh yeah.
But I think everybody that's in coaching understands what a great job Boise State is, and if you're looking for a head coaching job and that's open, you're certainly calling. Because everybody that's been there has been successful.
Yeah.
So.
Just found that, it's interesting. Jeremiah's walking around and he's like, he knows all these guys really well. He's like, just talked to you a few months ago, but that's how it goes, I guess. And we mentioned the coaching fraternity being small. Everyone's interviewed for the same job or a different job or tried to get a job at some point in their career.
But I think part of the cool thing about Boise State is all these other people were interested and interviewed and whatever, and we ended up with Spencer, who couldn't be there really could not be a better guy for the job.
Mm-hmm.
So things happen for a reason, and I'm sure Spence will tell us exactly what that reason is.
I know you guys were on opposite sides in terms of offense, defense, and when you're on the same staff at Boise State when he was coming up. But was it pretty? I think I've talked to you about this, but was it pretty apparent? Seeing and getting to know Spencer and seeing him work that he had a big coaching career ahead of him.
Absolutely, and we coached special teams together.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, you just know. Again, I spend a lot of time joking about the X's and O's and whatever. I mean, there's only so many different plays and ways to do things offensively or defensively or special teams. How you treat people is really number one, and especially at a place like Boise State. I mean, you can go into some other places and do things differently, but at Boise State, there's certainly the Bronco way, and Spencer has done that unbelievably. And I think the cool thing is, like, talking with him a little bit last night, he's getting advice from Dirk. He's getting advice from Coach Pete. He's getting advice from Hars. He's getting advice from, everybody. And he's just because one of those guys tells him to do something doesn't mean that that's what he's going to do, but he's definitely listening and taking it in consideration and making sure that he has all these resources and he's using them, and I think that's really cool.
Sean Lewis is putting us behind here. He's 2 minutes late, so we were only supposed to get 5 minutes anyway, so we better not lose our time. I want to know who I hope it's not the same radio person over there from ESPN Fresno or something. It's just going to keep us behind with all these, but there's I think they said a record 22 Radio Row participants here today. So they're
105.9 still not here.
No, we are wondering if that's the Mississippi, ESPN Mississippi, that came all this way just to interview Dan Mullen. We Googled them, and that was the one ESPN we could find was 105.9. And is the SEC football, is Dan Mullen that big of a deal that a radio station from Mississippi would come all the way to Vegas to get a 10-minute interview with them on Radio Row?
Well, we're assuming
here comes Sean.
Come up and interview him. They might just be done.
Let's take a 30-second timeout, and then we'll have Sean Lewis back here in 30 seconds.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Back here on Bronco Nation News, continuing our live interviews with our coaches here at Mountain West Media Days, and I'm bullish on San Diego State. All the Boise State fans are tired of hearing me saying it, but I think I told you this last year too. But I think you guys are really close to just being a premier power again in this league, and with the stadium and the city, and just as you continue to get more your players in there and stuff. I mean, I know maybe record wise last year wasn't what you'd hoped for, but a lot of close games. I mean, you feeling pretty good about heading into year 2 here?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the overall record not anywhere close to our standard and what we're looking for, right? But we lost 3 of those games in the back half by a total of 9 points. So we've been harping on that quite a bit, and our ability to respond when adversity hits, and obviously continuing to acquire the talent that's needed to compete with the likes of Boise and all the other top dogs in this league right now, right? And so, it's always been a talent acquisition business. There's a lot of layers that go into that now with all the given new factors of the world that we're living in, which is really, really exciting. But our community's done an unbelievable job of stepping up and competing with us, and we've built out a roster where the top of the talent and the depth of the talent, I think, is as good as it's been in a very long time on the Mesa, and excited to get to work here in camp in 12 days when we report and start getting after it.
And knowing kind of doing your research, and obviously when you took the job, you're a lot of things excited you. I mean, getting through that first year, does that only more excite you, I guess, to seeing what you have there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean the pillars are in place for us to have a tremendous program, not just for one great season, but for consistent long-term success. And as we continue to go forward, everything about our university is elevating, and with the transition to the Pac-12, and obviously again with the consistent recruiting classes that we've stacked on top of one another, obviously we got to finish that and bring it home, but we're on pace right now to have the highest ranked recruiting class this upcoming season that's ever been on the Mesa, and bring that home to San Diego State, and excited about where we're going.
You say talent acquisition business.
Yep.
Obviously not much better place than San Diego to try and acquire talent.
Sure.
Especially locally, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Boise State has had a really good run of San Diego kids come up there and play, and I know you guys are doing an unbelievable job of keeping those guys at home.
Yeah, I mean that's where it starts, right? And it was one of the things that I believe we talked about last year, right? When you vet and you look at jobs and you evaluate it, it's like, okay, well, we got to get players. Like I'm only sitting in front of you guys because I was fortunate to be around Jimmy Garoppolo, be around Roger Lewis, Garrick Dieter, Shador Sanders, Travis Hunter. Like good players make good coaches. Like let's not get this twisted, right? Like I haven't made a single play in my coaching career. I didn't make very many plays in my playing career, right? And so you better go get good players. Southern California is a hotbed of talent, and from day one we have worked very diligently to establish those borders and to keep our hometown heroes, particularly in San Diego County, home. We haven't been perfect in that, but we're working towards that, and we're working
and probably
to
never will be perfect.
Probably not.
Right? I mean, somebody's going to be mad that this one got away or
sure.
that one got away, but whenever you're recruiting hometown guys, like sometimes there's different agendas on everybody's part, right?
That's right.
Like sometimes you might know more about a kid and like it's probably better.
Yeah. Well, sometimes too for the kid, right? Like he just wants to get away.
Yeah.
Because we can always go home, right? Like my family's in Chicago. I can always go home to Chicago, right? And sometimes you want to spread your wings, and for every single young person, college is the time to really make a obviously life altering choice. And sometimes they've already put in their brain, hey, at the end of the day, I want to spread my wings. I want to get away a little bit because I know that I can always come home.
Absolutely.
Where are we going to see the biggest jump here in year 2, hopefully, for the Aztecs?
Yeah, I mean, along the trenches, right, is where we need to take the next big step. Last year, obviously, O-line, we were playing a big game of musical chairs and didn't have the quality of talent or depth of talent that we needed up front, and we've revamped that whole room and really, really pleased with where we're at there. And then same thing along our defensive front. Obviously, Trey individually had a great season and put up some ridiculous numbers, and he needs to continue to grow and take those steps. But the depth and the quality of talent along both O-lines and D-line need to continue to improve, and I really look forward to the strides that we're going to take there.
And obviously, Boise State coming there on November. I know the date because it's my birthday, but November 15th. I know. Look, I always circle the San Diego trip, man. I'm looking forward to that. But you guys have had some great battles with Boise State. You're both going on to the Pac-12 together. I guess you know what you're in for when you match up against Boise State.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a physical brand of ball, and we look forward to bringing our physical brand of ball as well, and defending our home turf. And know that's going to be a good one where Snapdragon will be packed.
How exciting is the Pac-12 move? And I know San Diego State at one point thought they were going to the previous Pac-12, and that didn't pan out. But kind of a weird media days here with some schools going into their last year here. But just for you, and you talk about recruiting and things and knowing what that new league is going to look like, how exciting is that?
Yeah, it gives us a chance to elevate, right? I mean, there's levels to this, and where we're at in college football right now, right? And to elevate collectively together and to go to the Pac-12 and to do it at a newer and higher level is going to be awesome, right? And to have all the infrastructure and resources that come with that. And it's been instrumental, on the recruiting trail, again, to be able to land some kids because, you're speaking to, hey, you're going to be the class that ushers us to the Pac-12. And that really, really moves the needle.
What a hard-hitting question here.
Yeah.
What is it like to have a Heisman Trophy finalist on your coaching staff?
It's awesome. It's awesome, right? I mean, to be able to have...
Give me one good Coach Hagan story.
I mean, there's tons of them, right? Like,
yes, there are.
Here's the fact of the matter, right? Like,
I coached with Hags at Colorado.
Awesome. So. Love it, right? Like, it's funny that you know that. Yeah. I know that, right? But, like, we had to educate our kids about that, right? And so it was a really cool moment happened this past offseason. We had a little, donor golf outing type deal, and Hags got paired up with Rick Meyer, the quarterback from Notre Dame. Yeah. And so it's like, hey, like, you guys were the national championship quarterbacks that battled against one another, and like that full circle moment to see them swap stories about that whole season. I mean, you're sitting there.
Stories.
Oh yeah, he does. Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you for jumping on. It seems like you're. I mean, I know everyone's excited at media days. Nobody's lost a game yet, but I mean, it does seem like there's a lot of momentum and buzz around your program, and it seems like you're excited about that.
Yeah, we're in a great place, right? And success is always a lagging indicator. Our people have put in some great work. I'm excited for the upcoming season.
Well, we appreciate your time, Coach. Best of luck this year.
Appreciate it.
Yep, Sean Lewis, head coach at San Diego State. Again, Boise State will be heading out there to play them coming up in November 15th to be exact. They'll be Boise State and San Diego State. We got Ken Niamataolo coming up from San Diego State, from San Jose State here briefly as we keep our live interviews going at Mountain West Media Days. BJ Rains with you, and excited to be here, and appreciate all you guys that have been tuning into our coverage. Several hours of live coverage here on Bronco Nation News. So appreciate everyone that has tuned in and has subscribed. It's been a lot of fun as we continue to broadcast live. Kent, any minute now. Ken Niamataolo next up.
Yes. Guys, tremendous person. Obviously did a great job in his first year there at San Jose. Knows how to build a program. I mean,
was he already at Navy when you were at Army, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. As an assistant first, and then maybe like the last year was the head coach. But yeah, I mean, just an unbelievable guy and fun to be around, super positive. And it's funny because I'm sure as he comes on here, like he'll be very quiet and humble.
Yeah.
Whatever. But Kenny's a lot of positive energy.
Well, maybe you can get him to open up a little bit here. Come on.
We'll see. We'll see.
We chatted with him last year, and they obviously had a nice season this year. And I know they're picked third in the preseason poll, and excited for year two. I think we mentioned this yesterday, but these coaches that are going into year two at the same school, as coaches getting ready to come over here right now, but what usually difference do you see from year one to year two?
I think the biggest thing is guys just know, they know the team, they know the place, they understand, they communicate better. I think that's probably the biggest thing.
Well, let's not waste any more of his time. We'll bring in Kent Riddle. How you doing? Coach Ken Yamatoolo, San Jose State head coach, nice enough to join us here on Bronco Nation News. Coach, appreciate you for jumping on. I know we talked last year. You were excited, for the challenge and what you had, but you have a successful season. You get to a bowl game. Now all of a sudden you're picked third this year right away. I mean, you got to be pretty pleased with where you're at with things there in year two.
Well, we're humbled that we're picked there. But I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this 17 years, and I don't get caught up in preseason polls. You know what I mean? Just like you just.
That's what we live for, Coach.
Yeah.
Media loves these things. Come on, it's the only time we get
to tell them that. Like nobody cares about the preseason.
It's all part of it. We're excited that we're there, but we recognize it doesn't matter. We got to prove it on the field, and so we'll see what happens.
Now, Kent was telling us he was an assistant at Army when you were at Navy, and so you guys got a long history there. But when you got the job, we were talking to your quarterback yesterday. Everyone was like, "Oh, they're going to run the triple option at San Jose." That obviously didn't work out. You threw the heck out of it, and you must have been thinking, "Man, why did I wait so long? It's pretty fun."
Yeah, but we also recognize that there are some games if we could, converted some third downs. I mean, in the bowl game, if we were able to run the ball for 2 yards, game's over. We couldn't finish it. So we recognize to win championships, as you see it with, Boise did last year, you got to be able to run the football. It's not that we're going to run the ball like them, but hopefully we can get better running football.
I keep trying to educate people a little bit on this stuff, but there's more to coaching than X's and O's, right? I mean, there's 100 different offenses you could run, different defenses, whatever. But what you do such a masterful job of is building a program. And the plays are the plays, but so much of what you do, and your players talked about it yesterday, just the building camaraderie and unity and all that stuff. Just talk about that for a sec.
Ken, I think that's a great point. I thought, because the portal and NIL, that's so new and all of us are trying to figure it out. I just recognize that the teams that are able to bring your teams together the quickest are the teams that are going to be successful. With the transition last year, 50 new players, a new staff, just trying to get guys to buy in the way we did things. And it took some time, and I keep saying this, it's not a knock on the previous staff, but we were just doing things differently. And sometimes guys are looking, okay, why are we doing that? Or why do I have to wear that? And it took a little while for guys to buy in, but I don't feel that way this year. I feel like guys have bought in. It's okay, we're doing this because we're doing this. The only reason we're doing any of this stuff is just to win. It's not anything personal against anybody. It's not I don't dislike anybody. But this is the way we live. This is the way we practice. This is the way we train, because we're just trying to produce a winner. It's not, that we're trying to do anything against you personally. And I think guys have recognized that and don't fight back this year.
That's awesome. You obviously had one of the best players in the country last year, Nick Nash, and
got robbed from the Bolitnikoff there.
How, like a guy like that, obviously a great player, but certainly probably a guy that bought into what you're talking about, and that made him. And how does that help you going forward?
Well, we had Nick Nash, and also on the other side we had Justin Lockhart. So we had two guys that are in the league, and it's really helped us in recruiting, because we recognized that we had to fill those shoes and those roles. We don't have a ton of revenue sharing or NIL money, but in recruiting we're able to say, hey, if you come here, you can catch this many yards. You can get this. This is what we can offer you to get you a chance in the league, and it helped us.
Yeah.
With the guys that we've added this year, we feel like we've added some really good players. Those are two spots that are hard to fill, but we feel like top to bottom, we're probably deeper at the wide receiver room, which we're excited about.
That's awesome.
We covered Boise State, obviously, that game against Boise State last year. You guys got off to a great start, and then the second half, it just kind of changed. But I mean, you want to be one of the premier programs in the conference to have that game. I know you didn't win, but to show that you could go toe to toe with a team like that went to the playoff. I mean, what's that say?
When there's a play that still haunts me from that game. We had a 4th and 5 on the 5. I should have kicked the field goal. I mean, I know better than that. But I got caught up in the moment. Hey, this is the number for 13. Let's try to go up 21. But that was a bad call on my part. You're trying to go 5 yards against Boise is hard anywhere on the field, but to go on the goal line, I should have just kicked the field goal, go up 3 scores, but I didn't. They ended up scoring. And I feel like, to me, as I look back at it, I cost our team. You know what I mean? I should have just kicked the field goal. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, if we go up 3 scores, that's going to be a tough comeback. And then they still came back and scored some at the end. But, yeah, not as you can see, I haven't really thought about that play much. What am I doing? We tried this fake play, you know, a trick play.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm like, after that play's over, you idiot. Why did I do that?
I told you, like, this is one of the greatest people around, like, to sit here on camera and admit that and say that. And
Is that what's the challenges of coaching, though? You probably think about those types of decisions way more than the ones that work.
It's crazy. I mean, that when I come work pretty early sometimes, and sometimes I look right at the 5-yard line, and I said, "You idiot, kick the field goal! You idiot, kick the field goal!" Okay, move on to the next day.
Like, you are an early guy. I've seen the video, like, from the Navy days. Like, you're in at like 4 a.m. guy, and
yeah, my mind's racing in the morning. You know, I go to sleep early, but I get up pretty early. But mind's clear in the morning. I feel like I can get things done and not people there to bother you, and just kind of, you know, get ready for the day and kind of see where your program's at and where you can do.
So where do you hope to see, or where should everybody just expect to see the biggest jump in year 2 here for you guys?
I feel like number one, we got to take care of the football. Last year we were, you know, I thought we threw the ball well, but we were almost dead last in the country in turnovers. We were second in the country in getting takeaways, but we turned the ball over way too many times, which, you know, at Navy, I mean, you know, at the Service Academy, we always pride ourselves in taking care of the football. And I feel like if we just do that, you know, not turn the ball over, because I feel like we're going to move the ball on people, but you can't turn the football over. And that's been the number one emphasis to me in the offseason, take care of the ball. And if I think like we do that, I like our chances this year.
What's your best Army-Navy memory?
We don't have that much time, Kent. Come on, we could probably write a.
I mean, there's so many good ones. You know, I played in so many of them. I coached in so many of them. 25. There are a lot of good memories. Unfortunately, there are some bad ones too that we lost. But had probably a win in the snow, you know, game. It just, I don't know. I played in so many of those games. I don't know if I have one.
I asked the
hard-hitting questions. There's something, but unless you are part of that, most people probably have. We talked about this yesterday with Air Force, but there's probably nobody realizes, if you're not a part of that, like just how truly special those games are.
Yeah, that game is a special game. It's a unique game, great rivalry. Yeah, it's an awesome football game.
What do you think of your schedule this year, Coach?
Well, we don't have to play Boise, which I'm excited about. First thing I saw no Boise and no UNLV. Like, yes. But
I don't think you played Colorado State either, do you?
Not Colorado State.
Yeah.
So I looked at those games last year. We played all 3 of those guys, you guys, and we played Washington State and Oregon State on the road, and like, who made this schedule? But when I saw this year, I was like, yes. But unfortunately, we have to go to Texas, our second game. But I'm excited. I mean, I'm I'm excited that we don't have to play Boise and UNLV. You know, two the top 2 teams in the league, and you know, so that's,
well, you guys will be there too. So they're probably saying like, hey, we don't have to play you guys at least.
You'd love to get a shot at Boise like December 5th or something, right? I mean, conference championship.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's the goal, right, of all of us to do that. And so, and you know, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Spencer. He's done an awesome job. I got to meet him when I was at UCLA when we played in the bowl game.
That's right.
So I spent some time with him early on. You know, he just got hired. And I didn't really know him. This first time I met him, I was like, man, this guy's going places. I mean, I didn't know they go to the playoffs, you know. But I was like, this guy's a special coach and he's done an awesome job.
You guys have a lot of similar personalities, similar traits anyway. Very humble, care about people. I mean, that, you know, like you said, I mean, there's a million different ways to X's and O's and whatever, but there's so much behind the scenes that allows that to be successful. And I think both you and Spencer do a great job of that.
Thank you. Yeah. Those they're definitely not physical, because I look at him. They're not physical traits, because he looks like he's still playing, man. Like, put my hand on his shoulder over there. Like, geez, look at his traps, man.
Yeah, he definitely looks a little better in a polo than I do. I know that.
Yeah, without question, yes.
Coach, appreciate your time. Best of luck this season and year two. A lot of people are excited about what you guys got going there, and we appreciate your time and best of luck. And hopefully we will see you in that conference championship game.
Okay, guys, thanks for having me.
There he is. Ken Yamato-Olo, the head coach at San Jose State. We appreciate him for joining us here on Bronco Nation News. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate your time. And, we'll keep it rolling here on Bronco Nation News. Everyone's saying, love this guy. Great dude. Honest take. Most coaches wouldn't say that. Yeah, right there. Agree with you on that. So, hey, we saw some of you took advantage yesterday of our 75% off sale. Appreciate all you guys that did that. But today's the last day. It ends tonight, I believe, at midnight. So your last day to get 75% off Bronco Nation News. If you are wanting that deal, 75% off Bronco Nation News. You're running out of time here. Today's the last day. So $30 gets you a full year subscription to Bronco Nation News, just $30. And that's 365 days of coverage. We're talking recruiting coverage from Chris V. We're talking Nathan Carroll's analytical articles and things, and all the various shows and subscriber-only shows, Ball Talk with Sanford and Johnny, and all the different things that we're going to be doing that will become subscriber-only here at Bronco Nation News. So if you can, if you're liking the coverage here, you're liking the stream, 7 hours yesterday, another 6 or so today, please subscribe if you can at Bronco Nation News.
We probably should hit up a Riley and Ridge show.
We need to get a Riley and Ridge show going. Yes, we do. We need to get that back rolling again. I know when we get into fall camp here, it'll be time to get that thing going again. And we even talked to Boise State. I don't even think I've told you this yet, but we're gonna. How can I say this on the air? Reward the players that come over for the interviews. Let's just say that. So our friends at Jackson's are going to step up, and we're going to be able to make it a little more enticing for some players to want to come over and join you guys. So
that's awesome.
We're going to have some more current players involved.
I did not know that,
I've been working on that and forgot to tell you. So you're going to get some more current.
We got to get rolling because
current players in the mix.
We got a few guys that are about to be busy with their NFL season that have agreed to make an appearance.
Yes, that is that would work. Anyway, 75% off. Subscribe today if you can. We'd love to have you. Bronco Nation News. Again, BroncoNationNews.com. Just go to BroncoNationNews.com, and we'd be excited and thankful if you want to do it, because if you don't do it by midnight tonight, you lose out on the deal there. Some great comments were coming in on our last guest there, Coach Niamatolo, and Surf City Bill saying, honest take, most coaches wouldn't say that. And, at the time, it's not a play for Boise State fans. It's a play in the game. But as he said it, I remember the exact play he's talking about. It was early in the game. Boise State's up 14-0. They were at the 5-yard line, had a chance to go up 17-0, 3 scores. Instead, they do try to kind of go for the count there. And they don't get it. There was some sort of weird trick play where they were trying to throw it to a lineman or something, and it didn't work out. Boise State comes back, I think ties it at halftime 14-14, and they're off to the races. And so appreciate the honesty there. And it was one play in a game, and but he's saying several days he still looks at the 5-yard line and thinks about that play. I mean, that was a refreshing take to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the few guys that maybe not few guys, that might not be exactly right, but just an honest person, and you can see why his players that sat in here yesterday love him, and the guys, just a good person.
Yeah, I enjoyed chatting with him. And is that? And I kind of said that jokingly, but I think coaches think about the losses more than the wins. You probably think about the plays that don't work.
Remember this, like the stuff that worked. It's like, oh yeah, that's what was supposed to happen.
Yeah,
you absolutely, obsess over the stuff that didn't, because as a coach, like all the hard work the players put in, whether it's summer meetings, lifting, running, any of that's like, how we used to, I don't even think jokes are right. I almost said joke, but we used to talk about, basically you live or you work 353 days for the 12 game days, and it's all football. I can't remember a day where you're not thinking about something related to football, the team, whatever, and you're doing that for 12 opportunities in the fall, and hopefully it goes well and you get a 13th, 14th, whatever. But
Harsh used to say that 3 hours a day, 36 hours is all you're guaranteed.
Yeah,
for all the work you put in.
Exactly. And so as a coach, you're not thinking, like you're literally obsessing about every decision you make and how it impacts those opportunities.
Yeah.
And so when you make a decision, it doesn't work out, then, it's hard to forget that one.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget the ones that did work out because you're just like, yeah, well, that's what should have happened.
Are there any kind of putting you on the spot here, but any play, he knows that play from last season vividly. Are there any plays in games for you, either whether it be at Boise State or elsewhere, that you'll never be able to fully not think about in terms of costing you games or things like that?
Yeah, I mean, we got 2 punts blocked against Oklahoma State, and I mean, it just it still kills me.
Yeah,
without those, I think have a decent chance to win the game.
Yeah, there was the game against Fresno where there was an extra point, I believe, that got blocked.
That's
right?
another one. Yeah, thanks, appreciate it.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. But
I mean, there's not a lot. I mean, you have much more. The point is, there's much more happier moments in those. But for just how much time you put in,
probably 3 that I remember way more than whatever we blocked a punt against somebody or returned a punt for Does
it matter if it's more something? And I know you're not going to throw the kids under the bus, or whatever, publicly. But I mean, does it eat at you more if it's something that you could have done or something that you couldn't have in terms of in terms of it being, I don't say the player's fault, but I mean, obviously sometimes you put the guys in position, they don't make their block, the punt gets blocked or whatever. Does that make it harder to take as a coach? Oh, I could have done something different, or how does it not really matter?
That is a great question. Even when it's something like you've just covered a million times, and it's day one stuff or whatever, you tend to think like, how could I have taught that better so that didn't happen? I think one of the things I learned at Boise State is it's never the player's fault. There's always something you could have done to make that not happen. And Hawk used to talk all the time about, and I'm sure Pete shared the story, and but back at UC Davis, Hawk was coaching linebackers or whatever, and it's like, I've told that guy 1,000 times not to do that. And one of the other coaches was like, well, then you must be a bad teacher.
Yeah.
Like if you've told him 1,000 times and he still did it, that's on you, not him. And that's just a story that's resonated with me forever. And there's always a way you can fix stuff. And hopefully you do it before it happens.
Yeah. We will take your questions, your comments. We're in a little bit of a small gap here. We got Dan Mullen coming up, but we have. I'm really looking forward to Bronco Mendenhall getting a chance to hear some Kent Riddle stories there, and then Jay Sovell at Wyoming will be our next 3 coaches coming up here in a little bit. And we've talked to a lot of UNLV down here, but they were picked second, and Dan Mullen certainly has folks excited. I mean, I know athletic directors and presidents, they don't necessarily just hire. They're not looking for. I mean, it's maybe sometimes they are, but I know they hired Dan Mullen because they think he's going to win them a lot of games as a football coach. But in terms of the sexiness of the hire, I mean, you couldn't to build off what Barry Odom had done to bring in a guy with the SEC experience and a guy that's been on a name guy on ESPN, whatever, such as Dan Mullen. I mean, they couldn't have probably done much better.
No, I mean, the guy's a proven winner. To me, that's the reason he's here. It's not because of name recognition or whatever. He's a proven winner, and they needed to build on what Barry Odom built here, and they found somebody that could help grow the program and build excitement in the community. So great hire.
Yeah. Mike Prater, by the way, going to join us here in about 15 minutes. They're getting ready to tape an interview as well, and then Prater will help us out for a little bit, and then we got a lot of logistics going on today because folks are checking out of their hotels. Rid, you guys got to find bags and put them in rooms and things. So I know our Jaden's nothing better happen technology wise in the next 10 minutes, or we're in trouble here. But
I don't know what time checkout is.
We'll get you a break here in a little bit, and you can run down there and do that. But UNLV football, the stadium, Sam Boyd Stadium, it was way out in the middle of nowhere. And they still had, a little bit of success, but they had a lot of down years there where they were winning 1-2 games. And I know they tried to go with the high school coach route, bringing in the Bishop Gorman, the guy with some names, and he did bring in some boosters and things and got some facilities done, but didn't really pan out on the field there. His name's escaping me now. Tony Sanchez. Yeah, and they've had a couple different guys that they've tried to bring in, and just it's been a tough go there up until Barry Odom, who just really got it going quickly. But I mean, this UNLV should be, and as you move forward here, and I don't mean to be disrespectful like this, but the Mountain West, from a football standpoint, is losing some. You're losing Boise State. You're losing some of these premier things. I mean, there's going to be some more winnable games for some of these teams on their schedules. I think that UNLV football here is set up for a nice run here.
Well, especially in the way the rules are now. I mean, if you're a transfer, transfers are looking for different things than.
There's Troy Calhoun coming up the escalator. He's got his bag with him too.
Transfers are looking for different things than high school kids, right?
Yeah.
High school kid, you're thinking like 5 years and, this is my home and whatever. Transfer, like you're looking for an opportunity to play in a place where you want to live. I mean, pretty good deal here.
Well, the linebacker we talked to yesterday from UNLV played at Georgia and played at Alabama and then wants to come play at UNLV.
Yeah. I mean, great opportunity to play, first-class facilities, and good place to live. Opportunity to make some money.
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand why they had the huge lull that they had. I just feel like UNLV football in Las Vegas. I know the Strip and all this. You got to be 21. Some of that's not necessarily as appealing to some kids as say maybe the beaches or whatever.
And maybe less appealing to parents. Sending an 18-year-old here.
I can see that. Yeah.
So that's why I think when you're recruiting transfers, it's a little bit different than recruiting high school kids. And you got mom and dad on the visit and, let's go to the Strip and, whatever. And they're like, I don't know if junior coming here is such a great idea.
Yeah.
But when you get into transfers, 18, now they're probably 19, 20, 21, whatever, come here. And it's really more about the opportunity than it is about the visit. The official visit has become maybe less important than laying out the opportunity that's in front of them.
Yeah. And Dan Mullen, like I said, we just saw a linebacker from Georgia to Alabama, or I forget which one was first, come to UNLV. I mean, his connections and are probably going to open up some recruiting avenues and from the high school ranks, but from the transfer portal as well that maybe UNLV hasn't benefited from in the past.
Absolutely. And high school recruiting is always important, but it's less important now than it used to be.
Yeah.
Now it's more about recruiting guys that can help you win this year. And when you're recruiting high school, you're thinking like, hey, this guy can help us win eventually. But now, just the nature of college football, it's like, hey, would we rather take this 17-year-old that might be really good in 2 years or take that guy that's really good this year?
Yeah. Yeah. And exactly, especially we talked about on the lines. We talked about it yesterday. I think if you lose your starting right tackle, it's much easier to go find a guy from Kent State or Toledo that started for 2 or 3 years than try to hope a redshirt freshman is ready to go.
Absolutely. But the flip side of it is we're Boise State fans. Listen to this. I can't imagine any other people, but
there's some San Diego State fans, some others I saw. Yeah, there are.
But the flip side is, if you're trying to build for the long term, you have to have those high school guys, and they have to develop in your program for a year or two. They're just not going to be ready, but that's how you get Cage Casey, Jaden Virgin Morgan. Those guys are ready to roll in year 2, maybe 3, and by year 4 or 5, they're all Americans, and you're trying to keep hang on to them at that point.
Got a comment here. I'm not totally convinced that UNLV will be good this year. Crap program had 2 winning seasons, and now the coach is gone. They are looking forward to hearing from Dan Mullen. UNLV, 30 new players and new coaching staff. It's going to be a difficult year for them. So some of the fans on the chat here not buying yet, and that has become a nice little. I don't know if rivalry is the right word, but some great games the last couple of years. Championship game 2 times in a row.
Anytime you play somebody in the championship game 2 years in a row, it's going to be a rivalry, in my opinion, because we can talk about the rivalry and 40 years ago. I mean, most of these players weren't even born then.
Yeah.
Well, none of them.
Yeah.
Unless there's a 40-year-old on the team that I'm unaware of. But so to them, rivalries are always personal, right? And fans make it that way because they've watched for so long. But I mean, to me, the rivalry is all about you playing against the guy across from you. And a lot of these guys are going to be very familiar with the guy they're playing across from.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We had a couple other questions and comments coming in here. If you have a question or comment, let us know. Again, Dan Mullen coming up. UNLV worries me, not because I think they would beat us, but because us leaving them in a weaker Mountain West conference, their resume might look better at some point for the college football playoffs. So UNLV, as I said, the Mountain West, it is what it is, but you're losing Boise State, you're losing some of these teams that and I know the Mountain West added Northern Illinois, and they've got UTEP.
Everybody at the end of the year, if you could finish 11-1, 12-0, then you can just say, like, worst case, we got screwed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So win every game that's on your schedule. That's all you can control, and let it play out in front of it. But the college football playoff committee seems to reward scheduling.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that matters.
As someone that we get Jay Norvell, Timmy Chang hanging it out here back behind us, but as someone that's been coming to this town for bowl games and things for a long time, Kent, how have you seen this city embrace sports now? And once you start to get some the gambling added to other states, and it became okay now to have, the hockey team was the first one to kind of bust through here and have for a long time UNLV was the only team. And I know in a way that's how they probably might have preferred it, but I do think the rise of these other teams, I think, indirectly still helps UNLV in terms of
it's just more of a sports town.
Yeah.
And they want to see live sports. The A's moving here, athletics, moving here. It sounds like NBA's probably coming at some point.
Yeah.
They already get the summer league here. They seem to do well with the WNBA.
Whatever comes down here. Yeah. The
So,
Formula One race I saw, and golf and everything else. Yeah.
So it's growing. The game against Boise last year at Allegiant was, probably the largest attended UNLV game, I assume.
Yeah. It opened up the next level.
Yeah. So,
but you've been coming to this town for a long time. I mean, what has it been like as a visitor? Just I'm sure you've recruited and just been here for bowl games just to see how it's.
I think it was maybe 15 or 16. We played out at Sam Boyd, and they weren't very good, and we were pretty good. And there were a lot of Boise State fans and not many UNLV fans.
Yeah. And Sam Boyd, that was it was way out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, that was just a tough.
Yeah, it's a 45-minute drive from anywhere in Vegas.
I don't know if it's quite that far.
Seems like it.
20
on a bus.
Yeah, maybe so. You get the police escort, though. You're not stopping at stoplights and stuff. But
no, we did.
Okay.
It was brutal. Worst police escort maybe of all time. Like we're literally, the police roll up and we stop at the stoplight. I mean, what's going on?
They didn't get the memo.
Apparently not.
Yeah. But they have this stadium now to recruit to.
Oh yeah,
the way they did this, where they said, hey, and they they have to switch to some Friday games because of that. They had to move to the week 0 game, which they're probably okay with, but because of there's a boxing fight, I believe, that's in the stadium when they were supposed to play. So there's some logistics with the NFL. I believe they make them switch to Friday games when they're both at home. But overall, to be able to recruit to that stadium
and playing Friday games is no big deal. When you move to a Thursday, that kind of changes your week a little bit. But a Friday game, really all you're doing is getting time on the back end.
Yeah, and if you win it, it's much better. You get the extra day on the back
absolutely.
end. Yeah, and but so that's a little. They do have to kind of deal with the scheduling of the NFL and some of that kind of stuff. But overall, I mean, you're telling these kids, hey, you get to play on that field on Friday.
Well worth it.
Ashton Genty, Patrick Mahomes, whoever, Josh Allen, they're playing on it on Sunday.
To me, the biggest issue is I believe it's turf on Friday and grass on
They
Sunday,
do make a switch to it. Yep. Do we need to get video of this? This is Jason Eck walking over to see Johnny and Prater. We're live on the air here. There's the handshake. This isn't the first initial meeting, so Johnny's all business here, but I will say that we were talking with Jason Eck last night. He was talking about how Jay Tust and Johnny and Prater, they were kind of the only ones that would give Idaho some pub there in Boise, and he very much appreciates very much appreciates that.
Yeah. Well, those guys, all of you, and I realize this is Bronco Nation News, so we're on that. But those guys are a radio station.
Yeah.
They should give Idaho some time.
Yeah. They had him on, I think, weekly, and they would have Hawkins on Idaho State.
Yeah.
Are you in the camp that I think I saw Brian Kelly say it, where they're going to play if they're going to play the FCS school, it should be the give the money to Southeastern Louisiana and whoever else. I mean, are you?
Yeah, Brian Kelly said that because they got two teams in there that they could pay probably less than they would have to pay somebody else, and know that they're going to win. So,
and they're not really big rivals. They were never on the same level.
Not
with
recruiting the same guy. I mean, yeah.
But I mean, there's some thought that if you're going to play Eastern Washington, why are you not playing Idaho or Idaho State? You're going to give your $400,000 check to the keep the money in the state and just alternate every year Idaho State. What are your thoughts on that?
That seems like a bad idea to me.
Why?
I'm still part of the Bronco Vandal rivalry a little bit.
All right.
I'm not trying to help them out a whole bunch. If Boise State could get all the same money that Idaho gets from the State Board of Education and all that stuff, then maybe. But until that's equal, why would we help them out?
But you're okay with Idaho State?
Yeah, I don't know that that's a great deal for Idaho State even.
Yeah.
That why not play somebody else? I mean, they're as close to Utah State as they are to Boise State. So
yeah. Well, I know some people say, if you're in the state, keep the money in the state, and why are you playing not Middle Tennessee, but some of these FCS schools that travel out there, North Dakota last year, I think some of those, when you can just give but there is more history when it comes to that whole thing with Idaho and stuff.
And they all used to be in the same conference at one time, and so I think there's a little bit of that. But yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a great deal, because the only people that are interested in those games are people that live in the state.
Yeah.
At least if you play somebody from wherever, you're spanning time zones and that kind of stuff. And we don't play that many 1AA games anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
some people say there shouldn't be any. I mean,
well, we're probably headed that way, where there won't be any. So, yeah, it'll be interesting and that's maybe something to ask Jeremiah about. But as new conference with only 8 teams, 7 conference games.
Well, I still think they're trying to get
5 non-conference.
No, I think they're still trying to get another team.
Well, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, yeah,
or 2.
I wonder if part of this media. I mean, we kind of asked Gloria about it yesterday, but I wonder if, because I said, can you still operate amicably or whatever? I mean, can they still, not just hate each other or whatever? But you would think maybe some sort of scheduling agreement for next year if they had to add an extra game. We'll just all the Mountain West schools will we'll give you guys all another game.
I thought she handled those questions very professionally.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily feeling that from every
people
I've talked to that it's as amicable as she made it sound.
I would agree with that. So maybe what I'm saying is they want no part of that. But one easy way would just be to say, hey, you guys all need a game. We'll give you all another game.
That would be easy.
Yeah.
I don't even kind of think that's on.
I mean, we did see with COVID and everything, you can schedule games pretty quick nowadays. I mean, there's no reason you need to be scheduling games in 2036 or whatever. But part of it is you also have to have teams that have a game available. Like the Notre Dame game was scheduled, a year ago or a year and a half ago. It was a pretty quick turnaround that you don't see very often. And that just took Boise State having a sudden opening and Notre Dame having a sudden opening and it randomly working out. It's not always like that. So when you're talking about a schedule for next season, literally 12 months away, there's not a lot of teams that have openings on those schedules. So you may get stuck having to play a non-conference game against one of your own home and home with a San Diego State or something, or there's going to be if still think they're trying to find another team. But if they can't, then I think that may be what has to happen here.
And I'm sure they're exploring all opportunities for another team or two. Some of the teams that we think are off the market probably are not. They're just being very diligent about making sure everything's good to go and it's financially feasible for everybody.
So you got to get your stuff out of your room. We got Dan Mullen coming up at 10. Do you want to take 20 minutes and go do that, or what do you want to? What's best for you here?
Yeah, I can do that.
You could be back before 10 for Dan Mullen.
Yep.
And I can get Nathan to come over for a little bit, and then maybe Prater will jump in with him, and I can take a quick restroom break, and we'll play musical chairs here for a little bit. So we'll talk to Kent Riddle in about 23 minutes when we get back to our coverage here on Bronco Nation News. Appreciate Kent for his time here. He's got a full-time job, and he's been giving up a lot of his time to come help and host with us and hang out. So we appreciate Kent for his time, and we'll take advantage of Nathan here for a little bit. And I know, Nathan, that when Mike Prater finishes Jason Eck, he's going to come over for a little bit. So, and then I will. We'll have you for about 20 minutes here, and then maybe you and Prater can go 15 minutes or so if you can come up with some topics for Prater, and I can use the restroom and reset here as we got 3 more coaches coming up in the 10 o'clock hour here. Dan Mullen at 10. I guess I'm Boise time. I should be saying 11 o'clock Mountain time coming up in about 20 minutes. We got Dan Mullen at UNLV, Bronco Mendenhall at Utah State, and Jay Saville at Wyoming. And then at 11:30 Pacific, 12:30 Mountain time, we're going to have Jeremiah Dickey, and then we're going to have Spencer Danielson, and then we'll roll into the afternoon sessions as well. But Nathan Carroll doing a tremendous job, Bronco Nation News, writing some great articles for us and content. And I know during the season, looking forward to that in terms of what you're going to provide. Weekly gambling column, weekly snap count column on any things that stand out to you about snap counts or formations and things, and then just some takeaways analytically from these games that us just Joe Schmoes don't necessarily see when we're watching the game on TV or at home. So I'm looking forward to that. But you're doing a tremendous job pushing content out here as well. So hopefully you guys have subscribed. If you have not, today is the final day to take advantage of that 75% off deal, $30 for a full year. That's like $275 a month or whatever. It's a cup of coffee for an entire month. You get 365 days of coverage. Help support us with what we got going on at Bronco Nation News, now part of the 247 Sports family. You get all access to all the recruiting, all the message boards, all the stories, and I'm just so excited with fall camp starting about the amount of content that we're going to be pushing out here. And give us a chance for a year. Give it a try. $30 one-time fee. You're done for the year. You get all of our exclusive content, Nathan's work, Mike Prater's columns, and that includes the Riley and Rid show and the Ball Talk, Johnny and Sanford show, which will be subscriber only. So I would love to have you guys jump in today because that deadline is tonight at midnight, I believe. They're going to pull the plug on the discount. So if you're on the fence thinking about it, support us for being down here. Not a cheap bill coming down here to send 6 people down here to Vegas. So if you can help us out, $30, we'd love to have it and love to have you on board as a subscriber of BroncoNationNews.com. But day 2, I know day 1 was fun yesterday for you, Nathan, but day 2 now a little more buzz, it seems like, with the coaches and everybody walking around.
Yeah, I joked about this yesterday. It seems the players are so media trained that you don't get a whole lot out of them, whereas the coaches, like some of these guys, will give you a little bit. And, I was listening to Dan Mullen's press conference a moment ago. He's worked for ESPN for the last 4 years. He understands media, understands TV, knows how to give a good answer. So got some fun moments there out of Dan Mullen. So yeah, it feels like the buzz is kind of picked up today because people know, right? The players is kind of the primer. This is your meal. This is the rib cap coming out, right? So it's we're rocking and rolling off to a great start so far.
We were talking with. By the way, if you got a question or a comment for Prater, for anybody, let us know. We got to come up with some. I don't know if you have any ideas for how to fill 15 minutes with Prater, but you can come up with some topics here, maybe his thoughts, memories of media days in the past, or I don't know where you want to go with that. But Prater is finishing up with Jason Eck, the New Mexico coach, and then he's going to come over for 15 minutes, and then we'll have, as you said, Dan Mullen at the top of the hour and all these other coaches. But you had I know you're working on something in terms of just the coaches and the various topics and storylines, and a lot of first-year coaches, a lot of second-year coaches. You mentioned talking to Dan Mullen, but what else in terms of these coaches and just the newness of the coaches in this league kind of stands out to you?
I think the big thing right now is I think the Mountain West is in a really good spot in terms of the coaches in the league. There's a lot of really good coaches, whether it's Ken Niumatalolo, I can never get his last name. Ken Niumatalolo, Bronco Mendenhall at Utah State. I think Jeff Choate at Nevada is doing really good things. Obviously, UNLV bringing in Dan Mullen. I'm drinking the New Mexico Kool-Aid. I think Jason Eck at New Mexico is going to do a good job. Obviously, like Troy Calhoun is. I think the standard of coaching over the past 3 to 4 years has really increased here in the Mountain West, and it's the case with every media day. But it seems like all these coaches are excited about their teams, right? And they all think that they're going the right direction. But there are some answers that you get where even just listening to Jay Sauvel, he was pretty candid about the fact that. He's like, yeah, at this point last year, we weren't where we needed to be physically. We had redshirt freshmen who needed an extra 10 pounds, and season was there and they didn't have it. And he's like, we've got that now, right? We've got a little bit more strength, a little bit more physicality. And so I think the state of the coaches here in the Mountain West is really good. And I think in general, it's going to be a better year for the league than we've seen in recent seasons. Mountain West has been down the last few years, outside of Boise State and UNLV, San Jose was decent last year, but a lot of, your Fresno States, your Nevadas, your Hawaiis, they've been down in recent years. I think as a whole, I'm a little bit more bullish on the conference this year.
You, by the way, you riled up some of the former players with your wording on your column at Bronco Nation News, by the way. We got word to Nathan Carroll that a prominent former player had reached out, not really happy at you comparing the star power on this year's team to the 2009, 2010, 2011 teams. Do you want to explain yourself at all?
Yeah, most star power since the 2010 team, which means not as much as that team, but the most since then. Like those teams had, 8 draft picks. That 2010 team in particular, they win the Fiesta Bowl and bring back 23 starters. There's not that much star talent on this team. It's since that team, but I mean, you compare this team to 2013, 2015, 2018. I think the star power is there, and it comes out in that media poll. Boise State has 10 players on the preseason media poll. That's never happened before for Boise State, or at least not since I could find. Maybe back in the Big West days, they had a media poll that came out. The star power on this team is not a question. There are 8 to 10 guys who you feel really, really good about. The question for Boise State this year is going to be filling in the gaps, right? Who's the second defensive tackle? Who's the second linebacker? But in terms of star power, no, it's not the Kellen Moore era, but I think it's the best they've had since the Kellen Moore era. So hopefully we can clear that up with this former player and let him know that, yeah, it's not as much. I'm not comparing it to those teams. It's just the best since those teams.
Now, I saw one of your tweets. You mentioned being in there talking to Dan Mullen. We're going to talk to him here in about 17 minutes, but he's never been to Boise.
Never been to Boise, he said. So he said he's excited for that, to go see the blue, and that'll be a new experience for him. But, yeah, I talked about that he's never been up to Boise and looking forward to get up there this year.
All right, so you're going to help you and Prater for the next 15 minutes here. What direction should we go with Prater?
I'd love to talk to Prater about his Mountain West ballot. No, I'm joking. We hashed that out at dinner the other day. So I don't
start with that. Say you're going to talk to him about that and see what he says.
Yeah, there we go. See if now that he's here and talking to some of the teams and talking to the players and the coaches, if there's anything he would change on his ballot. I know he felt a little embarrassed yesterday having Colorado State number 2, and I think that's as high as anyone had them in their ballot. So he had mentioned that in particular. So we can talk about it. Just talk about if there's any thoughts that have changed, from media days. Because I think that you come into this. I mean, we said it earlier, but everyone loves their team at media's days. You try to find, which coaches maybe love their team a little bit more than everyone else, and which coaches maybe don't seem to love their team as much as other teams. So talk with him about if there's any opinions that have been changed so far.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way. What other coaches are you looking forward to chatting with here?
I think Jay Norvell and Jeff Choate are going to be really good ones to talk to.
Save that discussion. We're going to bring Prater in here. We're back in 30 seconds on Bronco.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Voucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, Bronco Nation News, we are back. We've got Mike Prater here with us, going to talk all things Mountain West Media Days. We are rocking and rolling into day 2 here. I mean, you've been to plenty of media days at this point, Prater. Just day 2, now that they're doing it like this, where it's players one day, coaches the next. Do you prefer that? Does it feel like there's a little bit more juice today, or do you like the old model of the Mountain and the West divisions better?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, coaches one day, players another day, and it's all just kind of a routine at this point. But, I don't care about the schedule. I just need the access. So great access here at the Mountain West Media Days. I'm not even sure which camera I'm supposed to be looking at. This one right here in front of me. Okay.
I think so.
So it's so well organized here, and a really cool deal at Circa in terms of what they do. It makes it really, really easy. So I just got done interviewing Jason Eck and doing a whole bunch of stuff. Had a big old media scrum with Dan Mullen already today. So it's kind of fun to get the coaches, but the specific order doesn't really matter.
Yeah, absolutely. So speaking of the coaches, we get them today. You've had a chance to talk to a couple coaches already. There any particular coaches that you're maybe a little bit more interested in talking to, a little bit more interested in seeing what they think about their teams this year?
Well, Dan Mullen was very, very interesting until they spent most of the time talking about Las Vegas restaurants. So apparently that you have to have that kind of conversation when you come to Vegas in terms of the Italian restaurant at the Bellagio. So I kind of checked out when he went there. Not that I'm against restaurants in Vegas and food. It's all good and said and done. But Dan Mullen, the football questions were pretty fun in terms of how he's building this team and the system that he has. He's going out and trying to raid Power 4 teams, looking at depth charts, picking up number 2s, 3s, and 4s, and bringing him to the Mountain West to make him number 1. So with 32, he lost 35 players, and he brought in 32 and signed 18. So the chemistry and the interesting way he's developing this roster, and just his background too, in terms of talking about his past in the SEC and how it's all relatable to UNLV. He talked today about how he can make UNLV an SEC type resource type power, and I think he was exaggerating a little bit, but his goal is to bring big time football to UNLV. Good luck with that, because by the time he gets one season of success, he'll probably be gone again. But it was interesting to see Dan Mullen talking to Jason Eck. It was weird to see him in a red tie, although he did play football at Wisconsin, so he probably pulled out a tie from his Wisconsin days, and because it did look kind of old. But it's always good to catch up with Jason Eck. Not a lot of other. I mean, obviously Spencer Danielson's going to be a good one. Can't wait to talk to him and what he's got going on. But there's not a lot of intrigue in terms of the coaches here for me. I mean, Timmy Chang, in terms of potentially being on the hot seat, I kind of want to talk to him. Bronco Mendenhall was fun, and it's weird to see him as a Utah State guy at the podium. So looking to him and talking about him and some transfers. So those are some of the storylines for me.
Yeah. Or between yesterday's conversations and then what you've heard so far today, are there any teams that you feel like you've changed your opinion on, or maybe starting to look at them a little bit differently? Or when you come out of media days, is it mostly just trying to confirm what you already know, and everyone loves their team, so you don't take too much out of it in terms of that?
The trying to confirm what you already know. I mean, who knows if I know it's right? And so you try to have an open mind with all that kind of stuff. I voted Colorado State number 2 in the preseason poll, and I'm sticking with that because I'm not sure I believe in UNLV yet. I'm in a prove it mode because of their transfers. They do have but a fairly doable non-conference schedule where they can build some of that chemistry. But we'll see how UNLV is, and I'll never believe in San Jose State. I just don't believe in that program. So for me, I voted Colorado State number 2. Now, when the preseason all-conference teams came out yesterday, Colorado State was the only team that had 0 players on the all-conference team. So you kind of question yourself whether they really have the talent or not. But they've done a nice job with their defense. They brought in a new defensive coordinator. They were really close last year. They got one of the more successful quarterbacks in this conference, although he can be sloppy. I saw him yesterday. Braden Fowler-Nicolosi doesn't. If you think Maddox Madsen is slight in presence, Braden Fowler-Nicolosi is just. They have different body builds. BFN is a little bit taller and skinnier. Maddox is a little bit shorter and thicker, but there is nothing that screams quarterback dominance coming out of Braden Fowler-Nicolosi. So with his past as a sloppy quarterback, and that program's past in terms of not getting stuff done, I think that there's a chance that they could slip back. But I'm going to stick with Colorado State until I see it. I think they got a decent schedule, and that game at Boise State could be one of the biggest games of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of agree with you. Seeing Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, just not the most physically impressive guy. You know, there's guys like when Cage Casey walks up, you're like, this looks like an NFL left tackle.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with Walker Egat, the San Jose quarterback, though. When he walks up, he's kind of has that Brett Rippon to him, where he just kind of looks and feels like a really high level quarterback.
Yep, agreed.
I think that's a team, San Jose, that I know you said you don't believe in them, and I do get why, but you've got the quarterback, you've got a good coach, and the big thing with them, we were talking with Ken about this, their schedule. No Colorado State, no Boise State, no UNLV. He said he gave out a big fist pump when he saw that for the first time. You know, they're in a position where you dodge potentially the 3 best teams in the league, and they could be the 5th or 6th best team in terms of talent, but just with that schedule, Boise State can end up seeing San Jose in the title game just by the nature of they got a lot of the lower level teams here in the Mountain West.
You're not wrong, and applying the schedule to the success factor is certainly a part of the equation. There's no doubt about that. But the only reason we're having conversations about San Jose State being relevant this year is because of the schedule. Yeah, they got a couple of decent players. They always do. And Egat's going to be probably fine. Chalk, the running back's probably going to be just fine. They got a couple of other guys. They're always going to have a defensive lineman that's going to be just fine. So, and Ken Niumatalolo is just fine as a coach. So, they're going to be fine. Are they number 2 fine? The only reason we're saying that is because of their schedule. They don't play Boise State, Colorado State, or UNLV. So when you start having that narrative, I'm the old grizzled guy that just remembers every time that narrative comes up, that usually doesn't play out. So we're giving San Jose State superficial props, if you ask me, in terms of the schedule. But it does come into play, and it is a factor, and we'll see how it plays out. But I'm not sure San Jose State can get to number 2. But, hey, they're on the table, and let's see what happens.
It's the interesting thing about this preseason poll is your goal as the voter to predict the order of finish or rank which teams you think are the best. Because San Jose, maybe the 5th, 6th best team on paper, but they have a good schedule. So do you rank them a little higher because of that? Now, you've talked about Colorado State, maybe a team you're a little higher on, San Jose, maybe a team you're a little lower on. In terms of some of these bottom half teams, one of these teams is probably going to end up coming out and winning 5 or 6 conference games, and towards the end of the year look like kind of how San Jose was last year.
Yep.
Not a lot of big expectations, but over exceeded those expectations. Is there a team that you've kind of identified here over the last 24 hours as, maybe no one's really talking about them, but you're a little bit more bullish on them this season?
Well, Jeff Choate at Nevada. I was shocked and I was stunned that he finished dead last in this preseason poll, and I know his roster took a beating. And I know he picked up a lot of. I mean, Jason Eck, I think, picked up a Big Sky FCS All-Star team. He added 14 Big Sky guys and a whole bunch of FCS guys to his football team at New Mexico, and it seemed like an All-Star team. I'm not sure where Choate was coming from with some of his transfers, at least on paper. We'll see how it plays out. I like Jeff Choate as a coach. Jeff Choate is an emotional guy who's gonna use that. I think he's gonna grind. We saw some of that last year. He grinded out 2 or 3 wins. He wins a couple of games every year that he's not supposed to win. So the fact that he finished dead last in the Mountain West, I'd be shocked and I'd be stunned if Jeff Choate finishes last in the Mountain West this year. I really do think, even though we just got done talking to Jason Eck and love the dude, love the big dude, and love everything about him as a human being, but his football team, I don't think you can compete. It's not like Mountain West is Power 4 football, but I don't think you can compete for Mountain West titles or even be relevant in this conference with an FCS Big Sky All-Star team. So I know Scott Ray Humphrey, the running back out of Montana State, is supposed to be good all conference preseason. I think that's kind of ridiculous, in a league that has Sire gains. But we'll address that later on. But I think Jason Eck is probably looking at a last place finish here. He's going to be good in year 2 or 3 as he gets this football team. New Mexico hasn't even been to a bowl game since 2016. That was also the last time they had a winning season. He's got a lot of work to do, and I don't see that getting any better. So Choate's going to be rising up, and I think at the end of the day, Jason Eck is probably going to be rising down.
Yeah, and I believe in Jason Eck long term. I think he's a good coach, and I think he has the chance to build something, especially next year going into the Mountain West. You lose Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, and you add in Northern Illinois, UTEP. All of a sudden, I think New Mexico has a chance to be a much more competitive team in the league. I'm a little bit higher on New Mexico this year. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I think that I believe
So
in
my partner Johnny Ballgame. I think New Mexico beat out Nevada. I'm sorry, New Mexico beat out Nevada by 1 point. I think it was 84-83 in terms of the points. And Johnny Ballgame said, I think he voted New Mexico number 2. So false amount of points there. And Jason Neck has actually figured that out and thank Johnny Ballgame for that. But that was kind of interesting.
Yeah. Is there a team so far that you feel like you just don't have a good read on in particular? Some of these teams, I think Colorado State, we kind of know who they are. We know Braden Fowler Nicolosi. We know Jay Norvell. I think Boise State in a lot of ways is like that. Is there a team that coming into these 2 days and even now, 24 hours into it, you're like, I have no clue. They could go 3-9. They could go 9-3. Just no read on who they are.
Well, first of all, I never try not to have a clue, and even though sometimes it doesn't work out that way. But right now, I don't want to say clueless, but I'm a little intrigued by Fresno State. They got a decent roster. They're getting a little bit of love in some of these preseason polls and stuff. But the roster doesn't really intrigue me right now. Their coach really intrigues me in terms of I've never been a big FCS to FBS kind of guy. There's more stories of failure than there are success, but Matt Entz has a great track record and knows how to win. And so it's going to be really interesting to see. Fresno State right now could either be the great inspiration of the 2025 Mountain West season, or they could finish in the bottom third. We'll see how it plays out. The Mountain West is always better when Fresno State's good. I don't care what you think about the program. I don't care what you think about that town. Fresno State needs to be better. Always helps out the Mountain West, and it's certainly going to help the new Pac-12 moving forward. So let's see what Matt Entz can do at Fresno State and some of the talent that they have and some of the talent that they don't have. I'm very intrigued by that one.
Yeah, and I agree in a lot of ways. I think that the talent's there on paper. You've got guys like AZ Hamilton, who we spoke to yesterday, who's potential NFL draft pick kind of guy. But when you're overhauling the roster, putting in a new scheme, so many things can go wrong. And I think we saw that a little bit with San Diego State last year, where Sean Lewis comes in, he has a very specific scheme he wants to run, and he didn't have the players year one to run it. And so I think you're seeing now could be a situation where Matt Entz is almost in a year zero, where it's, hey, we got to build a culture. We have to get guys to buy into our system and our scheme. And you're almost just looking into next year saying, can we get guys who fit what they want to do? Because it seems like he's trying to build a power run game, North Dakota State style. We want a fullback and a big bruising running back. And that's not what Jeff Tedford did at Fresno State. I think it's going to be a battle for them to try to overhaul that roster and get guys to buy into their scheme, which could make for an interesting game when Boise State takes on Fresno State this year.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hey, I think we've got BJ Rains coming back on here. And we've got Dan Mullen coming on here at the top of the hour, so don't go away. Stay tuned, and we've got great coverage for you. We're going into 2 hours here live. Should be another 5, 6, 7 hour live stream day. So stay tuned, stay locked in, and we've got a bunch of great interviews for you guys coming. Let's hear a quick 30-second break, and we'll get BJ Rains back on for you.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Thanks, appreciate it. We're back live. We're switching the interview chairs here. We got Nathan Carroll, Mike Prater. We appreciate them for their help here. We're going to have Dan Mullen momentarily as we talk UNLV football. If you have any other questions or comments, let us know here in the chat as we roll along. Almost 2 hours here, and we got several hours still to go here. So any questions, any comments, any thoughts? We're going to have Kent Riddle rejoining us as well. Let's make sure our we got the three set here ready to go for our interview. Our guest Dan Mullen is going to join us here shortly as we keep the coverage going here on Bronco Nation News. Couldn't do this without all of our great sponsors, so I do want to appreciate and thank everybody for their support. Thank you. appreciate you guys. And we're efforting Dan Mullen. But yeah, I want to thank all of our major advertisers, Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, Taco Bell, Lithia, Florida, Boise, Idaho Central Credit Union, all of our big ones, Snake River Pool and Spa, certainly Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate, and all of our great sponsors at Lean Feast. And I appreciate their support, even though they've had to shut down. But Lean Feast was a big supporter of ours, and we appreciate them. And Signature Roofing, excited for the start of the RJ Keene show momentarily here in the next week or so on Bronco Nation News, brought to you by Signature Roofing. We appreciate them for their support of Bronco Nation News, and TCS, Transportation Compliance Service, Ridley's Family Market. So couldn't do this without all of our great sponsors, and that includes Circa Resort and Casino, one of our great sponsors. Ultimate Contest Weekend is coming, Circa Resort and Casino. We hope folks will join us for the Ultimate Contest Weekend, August 21st to 23rd. That is week 0, so there's going to be some games and stuff going on during week 0, and you can come down and sign up for the contest. I do have somebody, Rid, that sent me a message. Don't know if he wanted his name out there or if he put his name in, but somebody sent me a message on Twitter saying they're willing to go in for half of a team if somebody else wants to go in for half. So Alan Taylor says he's in for 500 if somebody else wants to buy themselves or come up with maybe a 250 and 250 and each get 25% stake for the Ultimate Contest Weekend. And that is at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can win $21 million in prizes. You can use our proxy, Tom Carroll. And again, all you have to do is sign up in Las Vegas. Actually, you can sign up in Reno. They have a Circa Sports in Reno as well. But you have to sign up in Nevada, but you can play from anywhere in the world. So if you're interested in pooling up $500 and having half an entry fee, reach out to me, Rains@BroncoNationNews.com. Rains@BroncoNationNews.com is my email address, and we'll hook you up. But we're coming back down here for contest weekend in August, and we can get you discounted rooms. We can get you all kinds of great stuff. We are scheduled, hopefully, time permitting, to still have Derek Stevens on the show, the owner of Circa. We had a chance to catch up with him a little bit last night. We are 2 minutes late on Dan Mullen here, so they're not sticking to much of a schedule here. But we'll have Dan Mullen joining us momentarily here. Rid,
I heard he was in the main room, court, print media.
Yeah, and well, that should be ending, and we'll get him over here soon. But what is your history? Your any history at all, or thoughts on Dan Mullen?
Thoughts? He is a.
You got smart, by the way, too. You just brought 2 Diet Cokes. You came straight for the second one.
Thoughts would be he is a hell of a football coach. Does a great job building programs. Obviously he's Urban Meyer. Learn from him. So, guys, going to do an awesome job here. History-wise, I think he maybe was still Bowling Green.
Okay.
When Boise State played him, not 100% sure on that, but
that's right. Forgot about that. Here they're coming. We're ready whenever Coach is. Hey, Jeremiah. We got Coach Mullen making his. Oh, he's on the phone, probably doing something. He's got the entourage with him here, so never stops, right? By the way, Bob says, "Who's your proxy? We'll hook you up." And we can. We'll get. It's Tom Carroll, and we'll get hooked up with Tom Carroll. Let's take a quick 30-second timeout. Get the camera set. Dan Mullen, UNLV head coach, coming up in 30 seconds on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Bauscher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, back here live on Bronco Nation News. We got Dan Mullen, head coach at UNLV, kind enough to join us here, Coach. I don't know if that's recruiting, family. Your phone's always going, right? You always got something going on.
We're getting the family settled out here right now. That's one of the things in moving right now. My kids are a little bit older, so they're, when you get like to start with the high school, middle school, high school, it's not just pack up the family and go. They finish the school year out in Georgia where they were, and have some renovations done on the house. My wife's like, this has got to be delivered that day, and they're not out here. We're back and forth, so. If it's not recruiting, it's the family moving them around. That was family.
Logistics, right?
Hold on. Our fans will freak out. Hold on. Yeah, no, that was recruiting. That was the top player. He's flipping. Hold on. I'm going to get him flipped from Boise to the UNLV right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hope it doesn't go the other way. You can't say that, but, I guess I can't ask about your golf game then either. We know the SEC, that's a big thing. If you're golfing too much, you're not working, I guess. So
yeah, isn't it? You know what? Or fishing or golfing. They're always doing something. Aren't we supposed to have a little bit of fun in our life as coaches?
You really
every once
should,
in a
right?
while?
Yeah,
right?
I was just talking to Spencer and Choate about that. Like, the schedule the way it is now, like they're hopefully somewhere in there people are thinking about coaches in their lives, right?
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. You think the NCAA cares about coaches in our lives? They don't care about. No, it is. Listen, it's so unique for coaches. Listen, you have to have a passion. We're all got to be a little bit crazy to be coaches anyway, right? And you're driven in the drive that you have of what we do and your commitment to the program. Your families know it, and my whole family knows it. There are a lot of perks, a lot of huge pluses,
Absolutely.
a lot of unbelievable things that go on.
A lot of sacrifice,
but there's a lot of sacrifices.
Absolutely.
So you try to make sure you're balancing both of those as a coach, and do it, and it is what it is.
We heard you'd never been to Boise. You mentioned that in the other room, but Kent's a longtime assistant at Boise. We were trying to with Bowling Green. Were you at Bowling Green still when they played Boise way back in the day?
No, we weren't there then.
Okay,
so I was at
by then probably. Right?
Yeah, I was at, let's see, when you're at Bowling Green. 2001 and 2002. So we did not play Boise in those games.
So you never even played?
I've never been there.
I've been there, played there.
I've only I think we did. Like you want to say your states. So when we're at Utah, my wife and I got in the car. We drove to Yellowstone, went through the park,
past Idaho,
right, and ran in quick and did the back way out of the park and jumped out of the car and walked around in Montana and Idaho to make sure I check it off that I've been to. So I've actually been to the state very, very briefly. We got out of the car to walk around and say that we did it.
Well, I know it's unfortunate that this will be the last year that it's scheduled to play, but the last couple of years have been some pretty competitive, fun games. It's been a little bit of I don't know if rivalry is the right word, but great games with UNLV and Boise the last couple of years.
Absolutely. Well, you know what, and where they come from, and and as you said, with rivalry, we got to win to make it a rivalry, right? A little bit. So, but it, I think when you're having the opportunity to go compete for championships, I think that's what it is. And I'm looking certainly, this year, I hope it's another big one. We're going up to Boise. I hope, when you look at a schedule, obviously I hope we take care of business. I hope Boise takes care of business. And all of a sudden, you got a national spotlight game coming to the Mountain West Conference, and it's going to be pretty cool.
And I know a lot of things excited you about this job, but I know you said that your introductory press conference, whatever, like you were one win. UNLV was one win away from being in the playoff last.
That's it. Yeah, you're a win away from a college football playoff game, and when you look at the depth of this league. I don't know how the Mountain West winner's not in the playoffs. I always say there's. I look in our meeting room and I look at the coaches. I think there's 12 coaches that think they have the opportunity to compete to get to the championship.
Absolutely.
And I don't think you can say that in every league. There's a lot of leagues that there's coaches like, hey, there's fan bases. Hey, if you get 6 wins this year, they're going to build a statue of you. In this league right now, I think there's everybody. There's 12 fan bases, 12 schools, 12 coaching staffs, 12 teams that think we have a chance to go get to that championship game. And when you have that depth, that's what makes it so tough to go win the title.
Getting you in here into this conference, almost every head coach here is a proven winner. And really nobody to your resume.
Well, I think I think there's such a great mix of coaches in this league, right? I used to I was telling Spencer, I said, I was 36 years old when I got the head coach. He's 36, I think.
Yeah,
right now.
yep.
And I said, I was 36 when I got the head coaching job at Mississippi State. Now I'm like an old guy. But I think you have such a great mix too of coaching staff. You're looking at guys that have long resumes with, and
Spencer's like the third longest tenured coach in this league.
Isn't that correct? And you have guys that are up and coming.
Yeah.
And then you have some guys that are veteran guys that have coached for a long time at different levels. I think it's, plus you go in the room. I like there's a little sense of camaraderie and pride of everybody within the league that I like. I don't see like glaring stares around the room. Like I didn't know if my first like league meeting, I was like sitting next to Spencer. I didn't know. I'm like, am I supposed to like punch him in the face when I sit down, or like what? How like or like, like hey, how we doing? Like is it like like I mean, are we gonna?
Coach, I got to tell you this. I feel like I know you. We've never met before, but I worked for Dan McCarney at North Texas.
Oh, the great guy.
And I've known Mac since I was born. But he spoke so highly of you, and
we had a great time together at Florida.
I bet.
I mean, learned a lot. I mean, because you go back then. That was back when I was, I was 34 years old as a coordinator and winning the national title. And here's a guy that one of the winningest coaches, right, in Iowa State history.
Yeah,
and did
brought him back from the dead.
Yeah, did unbelievable things at a program. Did so many amazing things to sit there and learn from, right?
Yeah.
And, the balance he brought, just such a great human being.
I know we're short on time, Coach, because they got a lot of Radio Row interviews we got to get you to. So what does excite you about your team this year? And so many new guys. That's a big story, talking point or whatever. What is the challenge like with so many new guys on the roster?
I think that's a fun new challenge in football, and coming into it of being out for the last couple of years, knowing and expecting, hey, you got to expect a much bigger turnover. You have to grasp the guys coming and going. That's going to happen, which is right. For like people in Boise, right? If you cut their arm, like the blue comes out, right? And when a player's like, well, I'm going to go to the portal, like that just never computes. So I think that part of it, of understanding that, hey, but what you said excites me about our team this year. Our guys love ball. They love being out there. They love being around each other. I go into the locker room, it's loud. I don't want to go into a quiet locker room because I go into a team meeting, everyone's talking. I got to quiet them down to get their attention. They like each other, and what excites me is we have guys that are excited. They came here, they want to compete for championships, and there are a bunch of guys and our staff's done a really good job, and the players have done a good job of bonding all of these different guys together in a short period of time to get ready to have hopefully a really successful season.
And when you take over a team, there's either two things: one, they fired their coach because they were not any good, or you're taking over a coach left because they did good and trying to
crazy
keep
that way, right?
Going. And you're obviously coming into a spot where last 2 years were great here, and you're trying to build off that and keep it going. But there's a lot of people, I don't know if pressure's the right word, but a lot of excitement and expectations, though, that have now become with UNLV football.
It is. Well, listen, I'll put more pressure on myself than anybody else will ever put on you. As coaches,
right?
We do that. Like coaches I expect, like you say, hey, coach, what do you expect to do with the game this? Well, I expect to win every game. Like I don't circle games. We're definitely losing that one. Right. You expect to win every game you play. So you put that pressure on yourself as a coach, but it is different. My first meeting, I walked in and I said, hey, we won 11 games last year with a 3.2 GPA. I don't have to get after. I want to learn from you guys that are on the team. Tell me things that you did. I know how I want to run my program, but I'm not afraid to kind of grow and change and learn. Tell me some things you did that you thought were fantastic that helped us win 11 games last year. And I'm going to try to bring some things to find a way to win number 12, right? And we'll try to get that one more game to get to the college football playoff. And then if we can do that, maybe we can get all the way to 16. You never know.
There you go. Well, hopefully it's not one. Maybe it's two matchups with Boise again this year. Good championship game.
Listen, if you said, hey, will you play Boise twice this year? I'll take it right now because it means we're playing them in the championship. We've got to the championship game, so I'll take it. Just getting that game, that would be a dream.
Well, we hope you enjoy your first trip to Boise. Looking forward to having you guys up there. That's going to be an awesome game, an awesome season, like you said. Hopefully, it works out where there's a ton on the line for that one, and best of luck. You get the week 0 game now to start it out, right? So you can
we had to kind of readjust the schedule. We start practice in 6 days.
Yeah.
We're out on the field next Wednesday, so it's
it's fun, right?
Oh, I'm enjoying being out there.
110 today or something. I don't know how much fun that will be, but
it's cool.
Exactly.
It's only 110. That's nice. It's that dry heat.
We appreciate it, Dan. Best of luck this year. Thank
you. I appreciate it.
Good to see Dan Mullen, head coach at UNLV. Appreciate him for coming by and chatting with us here on Bronco Nation News as we continue to roll through with the different coaches. I think we're going to go to the Utah State coach next year coming up on Bronco Nation News. So. Having fun. That was a great interview. Really, as we has a lot of charisma, I guess you could say. Seems like a guy that certainly likes to has done he's coached in the SEC, so you got to be a special breed there. But now doing the TV for the last couple of years, he's a well polished speaker there.
Absolutely. Just a guy that you can see why he's the head coach at UNLV, right? I mean, they need somebody here that's going to rally the fan base and keep the momentum they got going. And I mean, God oozes energy.
We could have talked to him for another half an hour pretty easily. I mean,
and even just right there, he's like, the Mountain West, like I'm doing Boise media. He's like, they would have never let me on the air in Oxford, Mississippi.
That's funny.
Yeah, just different rivalries. And
I think he. What is that like though, Rid? Where I know we joke about this, but literally, you guys plan out like the entire year in January or whatever for fall camp and everything the next year.
For sure.
And all of a sudden they found out literally about a week ago or 2 weeks ago with the fight being finalized that they had to move their game up to week 0. So they literally had to move their entire schedule up a week as of 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I mean, what probably got sacrificed in the whole thing is a couple days off for the players, which stinks. But, the players, the other side of it, they're like, hey, now I can get a day or two during the season. So,
by the way, I don't know if you knew where I was going with that. I don't know if you know the history here, but there's a linebacker right now that is committed to UNLV, but is seriously considering flipping to Boise State.
Oh.
And so when he said, we're going to flip him, I said, you just hope it doesn't go the other way around. And I know he knows what I was not. Obviously, he can't talk specifics or whatever, but there is a linebacker from Hawaii. He is committed to UNLV. Brandon Huffman. You can read the story right now, BroncoNationNews.com. Brandon Huffman, 247 Sports. He thought his recruitment was done in mid-May, committed to UNLV, but then Boise State offered about a month later. He took a visit to Boise and now is considering flipping from UNLV to Boise State. So I know he was joking about that. I know he can't talk about it, but I at least he played ball, and I kind of flipped. I said, you hope it doesn't go the other way, but that's recruiting for you. You commit, and then another school offers you, and all of a sudden you got to think again.
We're 6 months or 5 months, whatever, away from signing. So my guess is this will go. It's not like it's just going to end tomorrow.
Yeah,
no matter what decision he makes. I do believe they call Las Vegas the 9th island.
Yes.
From Hawaii.
All those guys that you'd have come down, they'd always talk about how exciting it was. The guys from Hawaii and stuff, and the Polynesian culture to come play in Las Vegas was always a big deal. They had huge crowds.
I also I believe between Coach Miley, Chenander, and Stacy Collins, they might be honorary Polynesians. So
okay.
I think they're good.
So in 3 minutes here, we're going to have your former teammate join us, Bronco Mendenhall. He's up in about 3 minutes, assuming we're on schedule here.
I'm scared where this kid head.
I was going to say I might just get up and let you guys chat for a little bit, but I know we mentioned it yesterday. But if folks weren't watching or listening, tell us about Bronco Mendenhall?
I just remember, when I got there, I'm a freshman walk-on quarterback, and that guy was the leader of the team. I think everybody just kind of wanted to be like Bronco, and just an outstanding person, great leader. Probably the least surprising thing that he's a successful head coach, but also he could go do a million things and be successful just because of the kind of person he is.
Yeah, and he what's that like? Utah. I mean, for someone that the Utah State BYU thing, and obviously he was a legend there, BYU for a long time. Goes to Virginia, then takes some time off, then ends up, doing the 1 year at New Mexico, and now back in Utah.
Well, I think for him, closer to home, guy knows how to recruit the area, knows how to recruit to the area, all that stuff, and Bronco probably needs some land where he's got some horse property. I think he's still training horses and doing all that stuff. Just unbelievable guy. And, I think more coaches probably aspire to be like him because he certainly has figured out how to do, trying to think of don't ever underestimate how hard guys are working, but
yeah,
he's figured out how to get
the life work balance a little bit,
Sundays off and things like that, and take time with your family and be home for dinner and still be a really good football coach. So
Candid Trader says he knew exactly what I was talking about when I brought up the UNLV thing. So I assume I was a great interview. That's my favorite one so far. I mean, I know they're probably all even for you because you know these guys and stuff, but I thought Dan Mullen was great.
No, tremendous energy, right? I mean, you could just feel it. Like he sits down like, all right, this guy's ready to roll.
Yeah.
And that's, part of the being a national championship coach and all that stuff. So, yeah.
I'm trying to win. When Coach gets here, maybe I will just get up and let you guys chat for your 10 minutes.
No,
you don't need me. I told you yesterday. He told me last year we were his favorite outlet because of he's going to start sending his morning email to his family and call it Bronco Nation News. But what kind of challenges he facing there at Utah State? I mean, obviously that's a program that has had some great years and had some down years. And I mean, it would seem like he's the kind of guy that can get it rolling. You just wonder if it can be right away.
Well, now with the way the transfer portal is and all that, he brought a bunch of guys from New Mexico with him. They got the quarterback that we interviewed yesterday from Utah. I mean, there's no reason they can't. And anytime you're going to play great defense, it gives you a chance. And I'll just tell you, they're going to play great defense. So
you said a lot of blitzing.
Oh God,
what's
everywhere?
That's just his hallmark.
Yes. Yep. They're going to pressure you and do a lot of different things behind it with the coverage. But they. It goes way back to Rocky Long. Bronco's a Rocky Long guy, and it's coming from everywhere.
When I played football in college, we had a Polynesian club. His center was the biggest poly this kid had ever seen, 6'5", 350. Was blown away that humans can get that big. But Boise State does have there's a history there with the islands. And I know Kamali Correa, and you go down the line. I mean, obviously the Canijo brothers recently, and you go down the line. I know I'm forgetting a ton of them, but that's one of the things that I know we talked about last year when Boise State went out there. That was maybe going to be their last scheduled trip.
Goes back like to Kimo Von Ohl.
Yeah.
So,
have you seen Coach here since you've been here?
I have not. Okay. I saw him, but I have not talked to him.
Former college teammates Kent Riddle, and we're excited for this one. This is going to be a lot of fun. You can get up, Coach, and say hello to Bronco Mendenhall. Let's get the three shot here. How we doing? Coach? Appreciate you. Yes, that's right.
It's the coolest.
Well, you told me last year that you were going to steal for your morning email to your family here. You were going to steal the name. Yes.
I do some photoshopping.
Get that a little closer there if you don't mind.
Hello.
How we doing, Coach?
Good,
former teammate Kent Riddle here. We wanted to. I was just going to get up and let you guys tell some stories or something. But what can you tell us about Kent Riddle, the quarterback?
Kent Riddle, the quarterback, was his heart was the driver of all things that happened after. Yeah. So committed, unified, but just the person takes precedence over the player and always has, which is really cool.
That's because I wasn't a very good player.
I wasn't going to say that. I was just going to let the fans read into the comment. I was just going to let that happen organically, but since you forced me, no.
He still tells the story. I don't know if that was the same year you were there when you got carted off at when was that? What you got carted off at Oregon?
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was we were not a great team that year.
Or a great program at that time.
No. But yeah, it was I don't remember it.
Yeah. That's a tough thing because I get asked questions all the time about those stories that I'm supposed to remember and I don't. It's awkward because you can try to pretend but everyone knows you don't remember the story.
Well, so one thing I do tell people about the Oregon State experience is, we had you, Brady Hoke, Rocky Long, all these guys that were great college coaches and went on to be head coaches, and we weren't very good.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because we didn't, coaching wasn't there. It was the institutional support was not there.
And I remember the same thing, and it didn't make sense to me at the time. In retrospect and perspective, it does. And it's a strong statement, and we're talking about Boise right now. It's a strong statement to when institutional expectations matched with the right support of the expectations, and then you have the right leadership also, then you have a chance year in and year out to have a strong football program. Absolutely. Or a strong program of any kind. If the leadership wanes, the support varies, and the expectations become off, it doesn't take long, and then you're not that. And Oregon State at the time, 21 or 23 straight losing seasons. None of that was accidental, and really good coaches and some good players in between. That alone isn't enough. It might provide the occasional upset, an occasional year that looks better than expected, but over time, until it's all addressed, it's very difficult.
Absolutely. I was an offensive guy there in GA and whatever, but so much of football I learned from these guys down in room 10 in the basement.
Yeah, Gill Coliseum, painted benches, and just,
You and Rocky down there, like doing everything by hand. There was no computers at that time. I'm sure you probably still do a lot of it that way.
Yeah, and my role has changed. When I was coordinating and head coaching, very similar in terms of methodology. I learned a lot from Rocky for sure, because he was able to maximize resources at a really unique and innovative level. And so I learned a lot that way, because not every program we're talking about chooses to match resources to the level of their expectations. And so when they don't, the coaching, you have to work as hard as you can to fill in that gap in between those two. And Rocky was really good at that, I thought.
What excited you about the Utah State job here?
It was, and I shared this in my interview when they brought me in, I think, to vet and just see, is this going to be a good fit? My response really about Utah State was not Utah State. It was that it's my family, it's home. And while that sounds so cliche, it to me is absolutely real. My mom, 94, I see her every Sunday. 2 of my boys transferred to Utah State. My brothers are all there. My wife has her sons around to where they're bringing girlfriends over, and she's cooking, and I'm coaching, doing my same job in my home state with my family around. It's just, I never imagined, and I feel so fortunate. If you were to say what could be better, I don't think anything could be better, because I'm a family first, last, and always person. So once you check the primary thing, everything else, which is secondary, and I'm passionate about football and winning and all those things, but you put the first marker in place, the rest of it all becomes better. And I fit perfectly in that valley, agricultural valley, and with my horses and the family.
I was just going to say, you still got some horses?
Yeah, my kids and I team rope. And so it just is, it's a perfect fit that I never imagined I would have the opportunity to do. So I just am really grateful.
And what's the outlook on the field? I know.
Yeah, so we've added 87 new players since I've arrived since December. And
87?
87. So it's an amazing coming together of a group of different people. The culture is strong, the leadership is strong, the maturity, the type of kids that want to be in our program. And so now getting the execution, the style of play, and the complementary nature of playing the game as fast as possible, right? In today's landscape, that's a challenge that a lot of people have, especially those that take over a new program. And that really is our challenge. I love our quarterback. Again, I like our kids. All of my coaches are former players of mine. And so there's momentum already. It's not going to a place that's already established, but the staff is already established. We're just landing in this place. So there's probably a faster than normal cyclical opportunity here than maybe what others will expect.
As you bring in 87 new people, like what are the challenges with that?
Yeah, certainly alignment. We're really transparent on the front end, but the roster is the roster. And so when you look at the needs, you look at the league, and you look at what has to happen, then it's vetting those players sincerely and deeply enough to make sure you're right. Because bringing the number isn't as relevant as the accuracy. But what if we hit on all 87? That becomes a pretty formidable roster. If you hit on 40, that's going to be tough, right? And so the challenges were being thorough enough in the existing landscape and time frame to make the right choices for kids that can play and are aligned with the values.
And you've seen, obviously, Utah State's won a lot of games, had a lot of great coaches, players. I mean, there's some history there, and it's proven that you can win there. And obviously, you guys are joining the group that's going on to the Pac-12. So, I mean, you got to think that the future is bright there.
Well, I would argue with anyone that it's very bright. 11 of the last 13 years at Utah State have been bowl seasons. And so long legacy, really good players, really good history, love the valley, love the place. And I think it's a formidable opportunity. And I feel good about it.
What about good local players?
Really good.
That you know how to recruit that area and recruit to the area.
And the state, since I left, when I left BYU to Virginia, the population, the quality of football the strongest thing about the position to me is the in-state recruiting. The program will be built primarily with in-state high school players, and over time, that'll be a strong, stable basis.
No doubt.
And so some of the people that didn't like BYU, do they not like you then, or how's that?
There are some that told me they'll never like me, even though I'm now coaching at their school.
That's being a coach.
Yeah,
right?
exactly right. So they were really clear because of being at BYU. They said, I can't ever support you. I will be at the games, but I can't support you. Others have just said, man, we're so glad now you're in this color blue. Like they didn't like me then, but it's kind of like now glad I'm here. And then everything in between. So the BYU thing is real, and yeah, some won't ever forgive me. It's clear.
I've told these guys, but no matter what, you guys are going to show up every Saturday or Friday or whatever day you play, and play great defense. Is that still? I know you guys. You're offensively way more open and about scoring points maybe than Rocky or. Yeah. But defensively, you guys are going to show up and play great defense.
That's our sincere intent. And most of my career, it's been that way. A year ago at New Mexico, we really struggled defensively, but our intent and our model is just that. And so anxious to have that show up again as just the next version of how we normally do it.
Well, as somebody that's coached against you way too many times, probably you better strap up and be ready, and you better be ready for pressure.
Yeah, that's probably a good prediction.
Coach, appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot.
You got a lot of interviews to get to, but appreciate it. Best of luck this year. Bronco Mendenhall, appreciate him for joining us here on Bronco Nation News. We're going to take a quick 30-second timeout. We'll talk some Wyoming football coming up here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
RovePaint.com is going all in this season with an all-star lineup. It's Coach Leon Rice and Andy Rowe.
Oh, no. Want to just paint my house?
When I want Boise State to win, I trust Coach Rice to lead the Broncos to victory.
And when I want the best painting and garage floor coating, I trust RowPaint.com to get that job done right.
All right, we're talking Wyoming football. Excited to have Jay Sawville back with us again. Enjoyed catching up with you last year, Coach, and I know a lot of excitement about what you guys are building there. You got 8 starters back on offense. I mean, just year 1 to year 2. What's how are you feeling about things, and certainly the feeling there in Laramie?
Well, I mean, we're in a lot better space than what we were a year ago. I think. We didn't meet the standard of what we needed to play to a year ago. And I think when you come out of the season, there was a number of things that I identified as a head coach that I need to get taken care of within it. And the first part of it was building a roster all the way through. We had some holes last year that got magnified because of some injury situations. We lacked depth in certain positions. We lacked kind of quantity in certain positions. And so we had to get that addressed. And so, there's a lot of optimism around our program right now because we've kept the main and best players in our program. And so we start with that foundation. We had a number of other players that were playing before they were really ready in the development cycle a year ago. A lot of them were redshirt freshmen and things of that nature. And they've had another year of off season. They've had another year of development. And that,
it's nice to have the experience behind it, though.
Correct.
As much as they had to play last year, they weren't ready this year. That
correct.
Helps.
It does. And then we've also added 46 players to our roster and augmented a lot of areas that we needed to do. And and they fit very well culturally and within the program, within what we're doing. We've got great senior leadership, starts with that, but then these other layers to it very important for us.
We've been talking to a lot of these coaches. I mean, 47, that's actually one of the fewer it sounds crazy, but I've heard way more than that. I mean, that's still almost half your roster, though, as new guys. And I know that's just this day and age of college football, but what is that like on a yearly basis, having to deal with that kind of roster churn?
Well, I hope it's not on a yearly basis. Okay. I mean, that's really going to be part of it. I hope it's not on a yearly basis. But what happened with us, that we come out of 2023 and lost a great senior class. And we didn't have great replacements for them a year ago. Frank Crum's playing with the Broncos was an offensive lineman. We replaced him with a redshirt freshman a year ago. Okay, well, why a redshirt freshman? What happened? Well, in the COVID year and the year following, those two classes, we had a lot of attrition in. And there's 3 offensive tackles that have been signed.
Everybody had a lot of attrition.
Correct.
Time.
Yeah, and so during that time, there was 3 offensive tackles signed. None of them are there. All right, so now you got a big drop, and those were things that I probably, that I didn't do a good enough job of, like, looking under the hood and going, okay, where could we leak oil in certain situations? We played well against Boise at the end of the year. It was probably one of the healthiest that we were defensively all year long. We had 2 pretty good safeties a year ago that were injured most of the year. One of them played 4 games with 2 casts on, right? Well, the Boise game was the first one he got both his casts off, right? So it's just weird scenarios, but we didn't have the depth to augment some of those things, and we'd work to create that.
People are probably tired of hearing me talk about this, but defense, I mean, if you show up and you play Wyoming, like, you better be ready to go, because it's going to be physical. They're going to play great defense, make you earn everything. I expect we'll see more of that this year.
I expect us to be dramatically better defensively, dramatically better. This is the first time since I've been at Wyoming where we're going to have 4 defensive tackles that are 295 plus. Like, we've not been in that space before. We've always been a little bit smaller. We have, I think, our best overall linebacking group since I've been at Wyoming. Okay, we've retooled and rebuilt that, and we have a freshman that we redshirted. It won't take long for everybody to know his name, but, like, I think we're going to have the best overall linebacking group that we've had since I've been there.
That's impressive, because, I mean, just 2-3 years ago, you had 2 NFL guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think we could go 5 legit players deep of guys, maybe 6, that could go and play in games for us, and we weren't close to that a year ago. And so those have been some things that I expect us to be completely different defensively.
And offensively, I think 8 starters back, as I said, right? You got your quarterback back. I know your tight end is getting some accolades and stuff. I mean, you got to feel pretty good offensively with what you got.
Yeah, I mean, look, our tight end, John Mike Gillenborg is, like, he's going to be one of the first couple tight ends drafted. Like, this guy's a special guy. And I think what's going to happen is, as the season goes, there's going to be a lot more. I mean, when you're a head coach and you're getting called now this time of year by agents to want to get to represent him when he's done, right? Like, then you're dealing with a guy that's a pretty high draft pick, because they're not doing that with the guy that's the free agent guy, right? So I already know, what we have there, but also with Chris Durr, Jalen Sargent, some of the offensive linemen that we have back. I think Caden Anderson's a really solid quarterback. There's a lot of optimism, but we had to augment that part of the ball too. Running back wise, I thought we were very underperforming a year ago at the position, and so we've added more players to that group as well. And so
you guys are going to run the ball and run the ball well.
Well, that's the goal. That's the goal. That was something that we've been riding with 6 scholarship running backs since I've been at Wyoming. Right now we have 8. I want to make sure that we always have quality, throughout that. And so that was a big piece.
I know Sam Scott, and you got a lot of other younger guys you like in the backfield.
Yeah, Sam Scott is, there's a lot of things to like about him, because he can catch the ball well. He's obviously a big back that runs, got some good speed to him. But we've also added, we added Teron Kelman in mid-year, who was a running back at Charlotte. That's kind of shifty, dynamic guy. And then
can all run A-gap power, right?
Yeah. So, and then there's also DeMaje Harris and Max White are two guys that we got in the transfer portal. DeMaje is one of the fastest guys on our team. He's 228 pounds. Wow. So he was averaging 8.5 yards a carry at Texas Tech or at North Texas before he got hurt last year. So there's an upside there that we're looking forward to.
Well, it's weird not seeing Boise State and Wyoming on the schedule to play each other this year. And
I know I always valued that game. It's got a great program, great reputation, and I always valued that. And we just got to figure out a way to play this year then somehow.
Yeah, maybe you can play. Yeah, that's the goal.
Right? Just got to figure out a way to do it.
Yeah, and what do you just kind of wrapping this up, but just the future of Wyoming football here, and obviously staying in this Mountain West Conference here, and you're building it here, and some of these schools are leaving. But I mean, just how do you look at? By the way, you got Utah and Colorado on the schedule in the non-con. I mean, it's obviously no favors with the schedule here, even without having to play Boise State. But just big picture as you kind of continue to build this program, back up. Just your thoughts, I guess, on I know that the stadium's had some things done to it, and there's a lot of excitement there for that, and then talking to Sundance with what's going on the basketball side as well. I mean, it seems like there's some momentum there. I know, even though you're not going to the Pac-12 and stuff.
Well, here's the thing: regardless of who goes to wherever, there's a few things that are true and will always be true. We bring a state, east to west, north to south, corner to corner. We bring a full state. There's some of these people that don't even bring their city. Okay, as far as that, we have a fan base. When you come to our stadium, that thing is full, and that thing is going to be full, and our game atmosphere is outstanding. And we have a brand. You could go anywhere in the country, you're wearing a Wyoming hat, something like that. People are like, "Hey, go Pokes." And everybody understands that and knows that situation. And so, we bring those three things regardless of where. I'm happy to be where we are in the Mountain West and the whole deal. And I know there's a separation of some of that. There's a lot of people going in that other separation. Don't bring any of the things that we bring. This is bottom line to it.
Absolutely.
Well said. Well, Coach, we wish you the best of luck this year. And December 5th. Let's Boise, Wyoming on December 5th.
Need it one more time.
There you go. All right. Appreciate it, Coach. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jay Saville, head coach at Wyoming. Appreciate him for jumping on. Let's take a 30-second timeout. Continue our live coverage from Mountain West Media Days here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Hey, Forrest here. Nothing like getting paid. And with ICCU's mobile app, I can deposit checks or accept Zelle payments so the money hits my account fast. I just wish there was an app for mowing the rest of these lawns.
Back here live at Mountain West Media Days, Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. 6 coaches down, 6 to go. The first half in the books here, and Wyoming is an interesting spot there. What are you looking at there? You want the order?
No, I was just curious. It didn't seem like 6.
Yeah, we're 6 down, 6 to go, and I think there'll be some fun interviews in the second half here. With
I think all these guys have been awesome.
Yeah, oh yeah,
really,
no doubt.
For me, obviously, it was great catching up with Bronco. Hadn't talked to him in a while, but Kenny and Jason, I mean, all those guys have been great. Dan Mullen,
really enjoyed that one.
Just oozing energy.
What is the trying to recruit to Laramie, Wyoming, trying to win in Laramie, Wyoming? It's just a unique place there. What's the challenge facing Jay Saville?
So they have unbelievable resources. They may have more like revenue share money and all that stuff than any team in the Mountain West. I'll bet you it's close.
Wow.
Well, except Air Force, because they have a massive fundraiser on April 15th. But they have tremendous resources at Wyoming. And it is, like he said, they bring a whole state. And obviously he's uttered that before. Was it east to west, north to south, corner to corner?
Yeah.
But I think that's a real thing there, and a tremendous amount of pride. It's the hard part is at the end of the day, there's not enough players in the state of Wyoming to fill the whole team.
Mm-hmm.
But So now you got to go other places and bring them there, and they got to want to stay, and they can do it financially, but there's probably a cost benefit analysis there. A little bit of, if I make a little bit more money and live in Laramie, is that better than making a little less money and living in
San Diego
or
Vegas or wherever?
Wherever. And so you're trying to figure that out.
Is there a different kind of kid that you do have to kind of recruit? I mean, I know money
Absolutely.
is
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's talking about the tight end. Like, that guy's probably dying to be a Wyoming Cowboy, the rest of his life. He's probably fired up about that and thinks it's the best place ever. And he's going to go make millions in the NFL. And I mean, they have good NFL caliber players every year. Most of them have been on defense, but the NFL MVP is a Wyoming Cowboy.
Yeah.
So,
and I know recruiting nowadays, there's not as many hidden gems. I mean, I know everybody knows everybody, and the school like Boise State used to make its hay on finding these under-recruited guys, and nowadays when they recruit somebody, then they offer them, and another school just goes, oh, we might as well offer them too, and they blow up, and you see what happens to a Bryson Beaver at quarterback that's now committed to Oregon and stuff. But it would seem like at Wyoming, that might be the type of school where they've got to try to find some of those kind of guys.
Yeah.
Josh Allen only offer, right, was Wyoming. I mean, stuff like that.
But to me, it's a little bit more than that too, though. It's what's this guy going to look like 3 years from now? Now we got to get him here. He's got to work his butt off. He's got to develop, and then I'm guessing nobody recruited the tight end except Wyoming, probably.
Yeah.
And now he's.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to tell Coach, but I mean, Matt Lauder was the preseason player of the year at tight end. So if that guy's getting calls already about his tight end,
then some of it has a lot to do with measurables too. I think
was it the Colorado State tight end that ended up going to the NFL?
And had
John Bates is probably a good example. Didn't have huge numbers at Boise State, but obviously had the size and the.
So much of it comes down to the measurables. Everybody gets excited about the statistics, but when you go to the NFL, they care less about your stats and more about your measurables.
Yeah.
Because they have a database and history, like guys that are this size and this fast succeed in this league. Guys that don't fit that, I think Bill Parcells used to say, like, if you don't meet the measurables, I'm not saying there's no spot for you, but you better walk on water.
Yeah. Yeah. Eddie says that he said feeling left behind vibes here. I mean, that is a little for some of these schools that time,
yeah, he was a little salty about that. I definitely sense
someone saying when he said people don't even bring their own city, whom was he speaking to? So I don't know what, in terms of not bringing their own city, maybe Las Vegas, I guess. I don't know. San Diego doesn't get huge attendance for the size that they have of a population there. I'm not sure what he was talking about there, but Wyoming is unique in terms of people from kind of like Idaho. You come from people that make 3, 4, 5 hour drives that come down for a football game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's what in Wyoming, it's not a, 3, 4 hour drive's nothing, right? That might be going to the grocery store.
Yeah.
For parts of town.
Yeah. We got about 10 minutes left, Rid, and then Johnny's going to take over for a little while with Nathan, I think, so you can get some lunch or take a little bit of a break. And then coming up at the bottom of the hour at 11:30, so about 30 minutes off, we'll have Jeremiah Dickey join us at 11:30 Pacific time, 12:30 Boise time. So Jeremiah Dickey's going to join us here in about 45 minutes. Spencer Danielson right after that. So we're going to have a nice hour there in the middle. The athletic director, Jeremiah Dickey, we're going to chat with him here. As I said, I know a lot going on in his world. I know you know him as a personal level, obviously as coach and working under him as a boss. But in terms of what he's done at Boise State, but what questions or things you might have for him here publicly, what do you think in terms of the athletic director at Boise State? What he's got, all the different things that he's on his plate. Do you want to touch on with him?
Well, first of all, just thank him. You talk about, everybody's all on the coaches and their opportunities and staying. I mean, JD had, I'm sure, plenty of opportunities that he could have left Boise, and he's got a vision, he's building it, and so thank him for that. But just talk to him maybe about the progress of the north end zone, and I mean, to me, it looks like it's coming along.
Spencer says,
unbelievably.
yeah, they're trying to get a waiver or something. At least get some people to stand on top or something.
That
at the end.
sounds like a great
I know
idea.
it's a joke. I'm sure. I know they're not going to try to do that. But the point is, they're so far along that you could at least get maybe at least it's sturdy enough to hold some people
and
now.
maybe,
I guess.
maybe ask him about some of the plans on the east side that they've talked about.
Yeah.
And I think the cool thing is they're thinking outside the box and trying to figure out how they can turn that into a revenue generating area.
Yeah. And if people have questions, by the way, I mean, this is your chance. It's our monthly visit with Jeremiah Dickey. So if you have a question for Jeremiah, we'll throw it out with the chat there for him. So whatever you got in terms of that. And I am curious on the east side because I know privately they're pretty far down the road, I think, in terms of trying to map out what that might look like, and maybe not necessarily look like the visuals, but just what do they want to have in there? What do they want to have? I'm under the belief, I think we talked about this. We're almost 10 hours of streaming now, or what day it was, or when, or what. But whether it was on the air or over a beer or what. But I think that the best long-term plan would be to find a way to tear down the entire east side. I know that you believe in the revenue matters, and you just can't have at a school like Boise State, you can't just take out 40% of your crowd for an entire season. But if there was, I just don't know if replacing bathrooms and concession stands is enough.
They could work it off the backside. Everything they're going to do.
But if they want to add some I think you could really add some more suites on the sides, and even another a deck, so to speak, or something similar to the Sky Center type thing on the other side. I mean, there's a lot of things you could decide to do. If the backside is just bathrooms, kind of widening the concourse, restrooms, and you can do all that in the off season or not interrupting the seating on game day, I think that would be ideal from a revenue standpoint, yes. But if there was ever a way to take a 1-year hit, but know that the revenue you're going to generate from the suites and all the other stuff long-term, you'll make that back, I think visually and just to continue the new north end zone around with a whole new east side, in my opinion. And we saw Oregon State do it, and it obviously was weird to have that game there where there was not a single person on that side of the stadium. But you know what? They got through the 1 year. Now they have a beautiful side of the stadium. So I don't know architectural wise, and I don't
either
money wise how that would work and what the hit would be, and if they can make that back up. But just in a perfect world, if none of that mattered, you would just tear down the entire east side and start fresh.
I think revenue wise, absolutely they could survive it. I can't imagine Broncos Stadium half full. That's my part. And what do you tell all those fans that sit there like, sorry, see you next
say
year?
wait, yeah. I mean, you say wait till next year when it's going to be way nicer and you're going to have a better restroom and a better concourse and better concession options. And
yeah, I just think it's probably scary to, some people don't buy their season tickets.
They are the north end zone already. I mean, they displaced all those people in the north end zone for a full year here.
Yeah, but they put them into other parts of the stadium.
Yeah.
If you take out half, 40%, whatever, the seating, there's just not enough room for.
Well, I know. I guess I know it's probably not practical, and I get it, and that's probably not the plan that they would go. But it has been done at other places.
It has.
I mean, we saw Oregon State do it. I mean,
but I would say none of those places are typically full capacity like Bronco Stadium's been, Albertson Stadium.
I'll give you that. I will say this though, and I don't know why it's any different.
I know Kansas.
I'm bringing it back. I'm going to Kansas.
Yes,
but what I'm saying is, so they did the two sides, and they took 1 year off to redo that. But right now, they're about to play with the old side, and then in the offseason, they're going to be able to tear that down and have the new side up by next season. So I mean,
that's impressive. I mean, they get at least like 15,000 people a game there.
Please, we were selling out games we beat 3 ranked teams in a row. We were selling out 50,000 or whatever. Come on. We had college game day there 2 years ago.
I've been there and felt like you could yell out at the players on the field.
How'd the game go there when you were there?
Not well.
All right. See, right there. There you go.
It started out really good.
But all I'm saying is I don't know what they're doing to that part of the stadium but I'm just saying maybe there's some way they could tear it down and I don't know if an Idaho winter is not possible, but if you knew when your last game was and you could have the construction ready to go on December 12th or whatever and have a chance to, I mean, the north end zone, we joke about that, and it's going to look like it's ready, but deep down inside, all the piping and the water and the electric and all that kind of stuff, there's a lot to do. But if it's, and that's got a lot of like event space and suites and things. If you have a more basic setup that's just, seating, bathrooms, concourse, whatever, maybe there's some way in 8 months they could get that done. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, there's always a way, right? And
yeah.
But
I want to ask Jeremiah
about Jeremiah is he's an out of the box thinker. Like he's trying to figure that.
And somebody said Dickey made it sound like in one of his interviews at the East Side could happen much sooner than people believe.
Yeah.
So maybe that's, well, it's all about, they call it the revenue generation, but all these things they do, as as long as they can pay for themselves, or, if you're going to make more money. I mean, I don't remember the exact number, but I think the seating in the north end zone, just say it generated, I don't know, $300,000 or something, and now it's going to be like $4 million or something generated on a yearly basis from the new north end zone.
It's a no-brainer. Right?
So I mean, but then you would think the east side's a no-brainer either.
I think it is.
And the thing that I've always had,
I think that's why they're planning on doing it. And sooner rather than.
And the one thing I think that,
but I mean, they're talking about putting a hotel in the park.
Yeah,
I mean,
and so that's probably not an 8 month knocking down the side and doing, but
no, but that doesn't mean that side of the stadium can't be functional while they're doing that.
Yeah. I just, if you're going to go ahead and do it, my personal opinion, like I said, it's easy for me to say. I don't know any of the particulars that go with it or the finances or anything else, but I would just say, because I mean, I know you'll probably never admit this as a former player or coach, whatever. Been on a lot of history on the blue, but in a perfect world, Colorado State's new stadium, San Diego State's new stadium, you would just put that right where Albertson Stadium is, keep it a blue turf, and the mix they have of the suites and the seating angles and the size of the stadium. But obviously you can't just completely build a new stadium there, so you've got to do it in pieces. North end zone, south end zone. I still think the south end zone, there's a lot of potential there in terms of redoing the varsity center and making all new executive offices and have what we see at Utah or some of these places where you can get suites and seats and things on in the other end zone as well, kind of like the north end zone but at the south. And I don't know what you could do, probably nothing for a long time on the west side with the Sky Center and everything, but I think it's I mean, how old's the stadium? I mean, you're talking about a 75-year-old stadium or whatever, right? Going back to the JUCO days. Yeah, I mean the first
or the newest parts of it, or
no, I mean
that's the thing about Bronco Stadium that's so cool. It's been there forever, but it's certainly, if you look at pictures of like 1930, whatever, it does not look like the same stadium.
No, but the actual first side pieces at the 50-yard line are the same ones that have been there for 75 years? Or I don't know how, I mean, go back to the JUCO days in like the 40s, right? Or 50s.
Yeah.
I mean, I should know my history more of when it started, but so, I mean, you are kind of trying to keep adding and building to it, but, I don't know. That's an interesting spot, but I certainly want to ask him about that and the timeline for that. And it says if they took from the north end zone, they want to replace the hideous bigger bleachers on the south end zone as well. Candid says Boise needs to get to 50,000. That's the stigma of a power program. If you can sell out every game again this year, I think we could go to 50. I don't know what. Because the capacity is actually coming down this year, obviously. But even when they open up next year, it's still coming down a little bit. There's going to be less seats in that thing than in the south end. But I think they've said 40,000, I think, ultimately is where they'd like to get to, which means you have to add another 4,000 or 5,000 seats. And I don't know where that would be. But the one thing that I do think is getting the seats closer to the field. Now that the track is, I won't say track's out, they've just covered it up, but you're not using it anymore.
Right.
So I think that, that was, you see that at some of these other stadiums where you're just so far away from the field. So I don't know if that's something where you can regrade it and just get the seats a little closer, or that would be something, because you guys go to some of these.
I think at some point they talked about lowering the field or something.
That was always something at the water table or something. I'm not sure what the rules are on all that, but you guys go to some of these road stadiums where there's your bench is 2 feet from the stands. I mean, they could reach. I mean, Riley Smith told us that story about the I think it was Fresno, where he's in there getting his shoulder looked at in the medical tent, and the guy opens up the thing and says, "Screw you" or whatever. I mean, you guys got 20. I mean, there's 20 feet for 30 feet the visiting team over there with the track.
I remember guys running off the sideline and not being able to. It takes them forever to stop, and by the time they do, they're up at ISMI. Or in other stadiums, you're in the stands.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was like an Oklahoma State River where they're banging those paddles right there next to the bench and all that. And yeah, there's just and that would be one way to maybe increase the seating too. I don't know, but if you just can get closer to the field, and dare I say, even make things louder than it already is inside.
Truly one of the loudest stadiums in college football. And
yet, according to EA Sports, they weren't even in the top 25 for hardest venues there.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just telling you. Look at the number of times people jump off sides.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that is that, and I think it was the number 1 in the nation for 4 or 5 years there. Or what else? We're going to get Johnny in here momentarily, but as we kind of prep this JD interview in 30 minutes here, what else in terms of nowadays college athletics? In terms, do you think is causing headaches for an athletic director on a daily basis?
Well, it's all about. I mean, you said it earlier. Revenue generation. Like what other avenues are there to? I mean, we're trying to fund this revenue sharing with players. What's on the horizon that way? Or at some point are these guys going to look like employees? How does that work? Do they unionize, collective bargaining, all that kind of stuff?
Timmy Chang, man, there's just an aura about him. I see him. He must be a big hugger. Seems like he hugs everybody as he's going by. Rid, we're going to give you about a 30-minute break here. We appreciate you for jumping on. Let me know if you need to put your bag somewhere, by the way, too. We can help you out with that. Okay. But 11:30, we got Jeremiah Dickey coming back, so we'll talk to you then, Rid. We appreciate it, man. Kent Riddle doing a tremendous job down here at Mountain West Media Days. We're going to sub in Johnny Ballgame for Coach Rid here on Bronco Nation News. And again, we got 30 minutes. We got Jeremiah Dickey coming up at 11:30. We have Spencer Danielson at noon here on Bronco Nation News. So, Johnny, we appreciate you. I think Nathan's going to tap in for me in a moment here, too, so I can use the restroom for a couple minutes. But I saw you talking over there to Jason Eck. You're going to have that on your show. But I know it's a fun, little different buzz today with the coaches here.
Absolutely, man. Thanks again for having us on. Terrific coverage. Thanks for having us down here, Uncle BJ. Is this my camera right here, by the way?
On that camera, yes.
So, yeah, it's always kind of a little slow in the morning. I don't know if that's the night before for people or just kind of getting into the swing of things. I mean,
I don't think Derek Stevens has even made it in yet.
The owner of the casino. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't expect
he doesn't need to be. We saw him out fairly late last night.
He'll be here at some point, and which is cool. Which is another cool thing about this place. You can just go have a chat about sports.
He's walked by his office is like right there. So I guess the owner saw him like 4 times.
Yeah, I talked to him last night at the shindig, and that was great too. But kind of where I wanted to go with the Mountain West and the coaches here. You were saying 22 outlets here on their Radio Row podcasts, radio shows, what have you. So imagine if you're Spencer Danielson, all 22 of those are going to request you. And I don't know how they coordinate, but essentially Spencer Danielson, could have up to 20 7 to 10 minute interviews today. I mean, that's how jam-packed it is.
Plus, he has to sit in the print room for an hour, go meet with Fox, go meet with CBS, all the bowl partners.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a full day.
Full day. So we get him for about 7-8 minutes. So we want to get his, make that quality 7 minutes. With Spencer's, as we know and love, that's probably 3 questions, with 7-8 minutes on that. But all in all, some pretty good stuff, man.
Yeah. What time are you guys getting him at?
Spencer Danielson, we don't have a time yet. We're still shooting to try to get him live, but you just take him when you can get him here. We still have
maybe if you get him last, then he's done. You can get him a little longer, maybe.
Maybe so. That might be a little trick of Prater's trade over the years. I mean, he's been coming to media days since 1983. Isn't that funny? Like, I love it. Yeah, 1983 media days. Those are some great stories too. But kind of closing things up right now, and you'll be on Idaho Sports Talk later today. We'll get your kind of, BJ's final summary of this
3 o'clock, right? 3 o'clock Pacific time.
Yeah.
4 o'clock.
4 p.m. And then tomorrow we'll have you on as well.
Yeah.
So we'll get
which coaches are you chatting with down here? You mentioned Coach D, obviously Jason Eck,
Dan Mullen. We haven't had yet.
Oh, dude, you're gonna love it.
It felt like you guys. Yes. That was spectacular, right? And the comments.
You
Dan
talk
Mullen
about the 7 minutes or whatever. I mean, just try to go as long as you can with them.
We were gonna go after you, and then he went long. And it was like, do we want 5 minutes? No, it's happening. That's how
Well,
it
he was
goes.
in fairness, he was late getting to us from somebody else.
Totally.
These little 5-minute windows here. No one's showing up on time right now.
Yeah,
so.
totally. So we were like, let's just
Yeah.
get him when we can get the full allotment. So let Coach do what else he has to do. But I'm really fired up to talk to Dan Mullen. This league needs star power. And I don't know how big or bright Dan Mullen's star is, but it's bigger than most. I mean, the guy's won 2 national championships on Urban Meyer's staff, Notre Dame. What those guys did at Utah. I mean, Urban Meyer, Dan Mullen, Mike Sanford Sr., those guys, when they went to Utah from Bowling Green, they ran stuff, the spread option, that no one else wanted to run. College football was still like an old man's coaching game, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. No, you punt on 4th down. Like, and Urban Meyer came in Utah and just, I mean, had an undefeated season. And then all of a sudden, I'm noticing 4 or 5 years later, everybody is running that offense. And if you don't, your athletic director, whoever's like, hey, why aren't we running this? Why aren't we doing that? And Dan Mullen was on the forefront of that. I want to ask him about that and just see if he has the time to sit back and kind of relax and think, what we've been able to do in this game has been pretty spectacular.
There was a moment in that interview at the beginning with Dan Mullen where he was on his phone right when we started, and I said, "Was that recruiting coach or is that family?" And he goes, "Oh, that's my family. We're helping get moved out here or something." And then he kind of jokingly goes, "No, my fans will get on me. It was recruiting. It was recruiting."
Yeah.
He goes, "We're trying to flip somebody from Boise to UNLV," and then but actually the other way around is what's possibly going on. I don't know if you saw this or not, but Brandon Huffman has an article that there's actually a commit to UNLV. He committed to UNLV and just visited Boise State and is maybe thinking of flipping to Boise. So when Dan Mullen said, "Yeah, we're going to flip a kid from Boise," I said, "You better hope it doesn't happen the other way around."
Oh.
And he knew what I was talking about, and he kind of just chuckled and laughed. But he just has that charisma, man. That was one of my favorite interviews. That's going to be a good one for you.
I could see it, guys. We're right by the BNN set, so we can kind of peek and see what's going on. I actually took some pictures of that interview. I need to text you.
Thank you.
But yeah, Dan Mullen is bringing it on Radio Row. I just saw him with Bob Beeler as well, and it looked like Bob Beeler was 100% dialed in to that interview too. Coach's Day is always much more fun because, like you said, the coaches are just much more personable.
I'm going to take a 30-second break here. I'm going to let Nathan sit down with you. I know you and Nathan have had a chance to chat here throughout the last couple of days, but if you and Nathan can give me 15 minutes, I might run and get a quick bite to eat, Johnny, and then you may be done for the day on BNN. If you can, can you give me 15 more minutes?
100%. We'll see you on KTIK, the ticket, a little later, BJ.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Back on BNN Live, this is a special edition where BJ goes, 5, 6, 7 consecutive hours. If this is on, it's your work. If you took the day off to sit around and geek around about Mountain West football, good for you as well. Why don't you hit us up in the comment section? Where are you watching this from on a Thursday? We're with BNN writer Nathan Carroll. Appreciate you joining us, Nathan. And I guess your first media days, day 2, players, what you've learned from coaches. What are just kind of the 2 or 3 Nathan Carroll takeaways?
Yeah, I think you get a lot more out of the coaches, right? The players, they're so media trained at this point that the players are, we love our team, we love the program, we're working on team building and all that stuff. The coaches you can get a little bit out of, right? You can get into some more X's and O's. They'll talk a little bit more about kind of what they're expecting, and I feel like today is the day where you'll learn a lot. Yesterday's, I mentioned it earlier, it's kind of like the appetizer. Today is a little bit of the rib cap almost. So it's been a great experience. It's been yesterday was like so overwhelming. First time being down here.
I bet, man. I remember my first time too. It was crazy, man. Yeah. Seeing all these people you've seen on TV for years and years and years, and you're like, so I can just go up to Jay Norvell and ask him about whatever I need to ask him about? Yeah, you can. And it's pretty cool and tough adjustment. But yeah, you're doing well, man.
Appreciate it. Yeah, and it's I think the funniest part or the best part is last night, right? Everyone's here in the hotel, so it's like you're out there at midnight, 1 a.m, and all of a sudden coach from XYZ is sitting at a blackjack table, and just go walk up and go gamble with him for a little bit, and it kind of becomes almost this as much as good stuff there is and putting out media coverage and getting good information, it's almost even like a better kind of networking event in that way. You get some time with these guys and can really start to build some relationships, and then you do get a lot out of it that we can then go back to the subscribers and tell them about, hey, we feel good about this team, not as good about this team. These guys, they love their cornerbacks, but maybe not their offensive linemen, and hopefully can get out some better content.
All right, well, let's play a little game here, a little exercise. We're going to go 3 big things with Nathan Carroll. I'm just going to go team by team, a speed round, lightning round. We got about 10 minutes left in this hit, Nathan, but I'm going to start. I'm going to go from the bottom up. New Mexico Lobos. Let's start there. 3 things about New Mexico, Nathan.
Number 1, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I said it earlier with Prater. I think that they'll be better than people think. I don't think they'll be the 11th place team in the conference. In particular, I think the defense is going to be better. I think on all 3 levels, they've brought in guys from the FCS level that I think is going to elevate that defense. Now, that's not hard to do. They were the worst defense in the Mountain West, bottom 3 in the country last year. So I think they'll be better. On
turnover margin, too, was just ridiculous. 119 in the country on turnover margin. You just can't,
The defense didn't do anything well last year. I think this year it'll be better. The wide receiver room concerns me a little bit. Reading through the lines there, someone asked him about, you mentioned some concerns about the depth. Didn't seem like you really addressed in the portal, and Jason was kind of like, we've got a true freshman, we got a couple guys we like, and we're hoping, their big hope out of fall camp is they can get a 4th receiver to step up in that room. And then with that, kind of the third thing with New Mexico, their running back, Scott Trey Humphrey.
Stud.
I think he's a stud. I don't know if he'll, he's preseason All Mountain West, which is really high praise.
Yeah, it's a stretch.
But if you're putting, I think Jaden Thomas, number 1, totally makes sense. And that second guy, I think he could absolutely be worthy of that. I think he's going to have a really good year. So I am buying stock on the New Mexico Lobos. I'm not saying they're going to go 8-4. But 5-7, 6-6, maybe get to a bowl game. I could see it. So that's my New Mexico big 3 right there.
All right, let's bounce around here. San Diego State, Sean Lewis. 3 big things with San Diego State.
I was just in there doing interviews with Sean Lewis. Number 1, his wife is smoking hot. That's what he said. He's talking about tampering, and he's like, my wife's smoking hot, but I think I'm a pretty good catch. So, I'm not going to leave. I'm not hitting the portal. So number 1, Sean Lewis, his wife is smoking hot. Number 2, Sean Lewis, I think he could beat anybody here in a fight. Just a massive human being. He's 6'6", played tight end at Wisconsin.
Beast.
Bald hair, big eyebrows, the beard. He almost looks like a supervillain from like a 2000s comic
100%.
book movie, right? But in terms of on the field, their product, I think they feel better about their defense. I think they feel that the defense is going to take a step forwards. Obviously, you bring back Trey White, Conference Defensive Player of the Year here in the preseason. They really like the cornerbacks they have on that roster. And I think in that sort of linebacker interior room on the spine of that defense, I think they feel it's improved. They also like the offensive line a bit better. Now, he did acknowledge, I think there's some concerns with the depth there. If San Diego State loses a couple guys, I think there could be a drop-off on that offensive line. But he talked about it. At this time last year, they had 9 scholarship offensive linemen. That's it, right? This year, they've got 15. They feel like they've improved the offensive line. And look, he's a schematic guy. He's an X's and O's guy. And in year 1 at San Diego State, they didn't have the talent to fit his scheme and what he wants to do. I think that they're a step closer. I think more likely than not, we see a step up from San Diego State. Again, they were a 3-win team last year, so there's a lot of room to grow. But in general, I think they feel a little bit better about specifically the offensive line and then the defense as a whole.
One of the few teams that hasn't been ravaged by the portal is Wyoming, especially on that offense. Yep. Give me your 3 big things with the Cowpokes.
Yeah, I tweeted it out. There's 2 teams I'm drinking the Kool-Aid on. It's New Mexico and it's Wyoming. He was very transparent, very honest. Last year, Wyoming was not where they needed to be. They weren't big enough. They had redshirt freshmen who they knew they needed to play who weren't ready to play in the Mountain West. He talked about this year. They're bigger, they're tougher, they're stronger, particularly on the defense. Here on BNN, he mentioned they've got 4 defensive tackles who are 295 plus. They haven't had that in 5 or 6 years. They've got size. And I'm a huge believer in that offense. I think Caden Anderson is a really talented young quarterback. And they have, in my opinion, the best weapons room coming coming back in the Mountain West. Krister Jr. as a true freshman was phenomenal for them last year. Jalen Sargent's a really talented wide receiver that if he's your number 2 wide receiver, I think Wyoming's going to be in a really good spot. The offensive line, they bring back, I think, 4 of the 5 starters on the offensive line. Similar to Boise State, they had injuries on the O-line last year, so they've got depth too, guys who have experience. Wyoming's a team that I think that they're being maybe slept on a little bit. People are a little bit quiet on. I think the defense is going to be better. I think that they'll have the chance to be multiple on offense, and I think Wyoming kind of gets back to what they've been under Craig Bull. Going 7-5, 8-4, getting to a bowl game. I'm high on Wyoming compared to consensus here.
Well, let's go Utah State and Bronco Mendenhall.
Yeah, I mean Bronco Mendenhall, he's building a culture, right? And that's what he's done at BYU. It's what he's done at Virginia, and that's what he's going to do at Utah State. I get the sense that there may be some time in building that this year. I know he's talked about he likes the maturity on this team. He feels like it's a good group in terms of camaraderie. I just don't know if the talent level's quite there, right? What worked really well for Bronco last year at New Mexico? It was Devin Dampier as the offensive coordinator. Both those guys are at Utah now. So in many ways, he's trying to reset and sort of take that step one. Now, if you look at the history of Bronco Mendenhall teams, year 2 is when things really start to click for his teams, right? I think at Virginia, year 1 they go 2-10. Year 2 it's 7-6, right? BYU, I think it was year 1 6-6. Year 2 they get 9 or 10 wins. I think it could be a little bit of a rough season in Logan for Bronco Mendenhall, but it's a team I'm bullish on long term. I think that he does such a good job of building a program. So I wouldn't say I have 3 big things on Utah State, just more so I've talked about a couple teams I'm higher on. Utah State's one that I think coming out of media days I'm a little bit lower on. I think they could be in the bottom third here.
I don't see Bronco Mendenhall jumping job to job. I mean, some program's going to have to come after him with, oh, sorry, guys, I just never expected this offer to come. I planned on being in Logan for however many years to build a culture like you're saying, because that is what feels like he does. And I think Logan, obviously, that is an A+ hire to get a Bronco Mendenhall, in my opinion, in this era, down there to Utah State. Jeff Choate, Nevada Wolfpack, picked last, 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, they've talked a lot about the culture, the team building, and they want to fix some of those things. And they were a gritty team last year who lost some close games against good teams. They finished 3-10. They could have easily been, 6-7 had they got a couple of bounces their way. But man, they just lose so much talent off that team. Isaiah World, their star left tackle, gone. Brendan Lewis, their star quarterback, gone. Michael Coates Jr., I think he's off to West Virginia. Like, you take all of the best players that team had last year, they all graduated or entered the portal. It's going to be a very challenging season for Jeff Choate because I just don't know if the talent's there. I believe in the culture he's building. I believe in him as a coach in terms of being able to be gritty and toughness and all those things that Jeff Choate loves to talk about, right? Mm-hmm. But where's the talent on this team? Who are the guys that you feel like, even if they're not NFL draft picks, you feel like this guy could have a big year and go get picked up by a Power 4 team in the portal? I don't know who those guys are right now for Nevada, and I don't know if they do either. Now, I'll say this about Nevada and Utah State. They've got 2 great culture builders there. I think those are 2 teams that could start slow, but as the year goes on and they start to mesh, start to gel, start to work through some kinks, they could be playing better football at the end of the season than at the start.
I think they're going to have to. I mean, I hear coaches talk about building a culture, and it's really hard to build a culture when at this level, your best players leave every single year. You can't keep them. You can't pay them. So it's hard to build something with stability and culture when you're doing it with the next guys every year, not the guys that you want. And so few teams now get to have that true culture where the Ashton Genty stays, right, and says, we're doing this and I'm the best player in the building and I want to be here. When your best players don't want to be there, really hard to get this going. That's why Jason Eck has said that too on multiple occasions. I'm not building a program so much as I'm building a roster. Right. Like, I got to do it this year, and it's a year-to-year thing because at this level, Jason Eck, his best 2 players this year, if the Humphrey kid probably pops, he's probably going to make high 6 figures the following year somewhere else. Right. And that's what these coaches, we've talked to them, they say that. Yeah. They'll help you leave now. if you want to leave the next year, we'll help you. We have connections. We'll get you more money. If we can't pay you, we'll find someone else that can. I mean, that's just kind of part of the game right now.
And it becomes part of the recruiting pitch. If you're Jason Eck out of New Mexico, you know you can't pay a guy $500,000, but you can go tell a guy that's on the end of the bench at Baylor, say, hey, come here for a year, ball out, have a big year, and now you can go get your $500,000 from Cal or Stanford or one of those schools who will pay, but they want to see the tape first. So, and that's why you talk about the continuity and how hard that is for a Nevada and New Mexico. It's part of why I like Wyoming. So much continuity, 8 starters coming back on the defense. They bring back a lot of, redshirt freshmen and now redshirt sophomore. A school like Boise State, like San Diego State, that was able to retain a lot of their star talent. I think those are the teams. If you're looking for teams that can make a leap this year, continuity matters, and I think those are some of the schools that can do that this year.
Let's get back to 3 big things with Nathan Carroll here on BNN. Let's go to Hawaii. Timmy Chang.
Hawaii is like the one team I feel like I haven't gotten to talk to at all. I don't know where they are. I haven't seen them.
Timmy Chang's around here, man. Yeah.
I know. Someone mentioned that he was around somewhere, that you got a hold of him. But Hawaii's a really interesting team to me because they've got this quarterback Michael Alejado. I believe it's how it's pronounced. He started one game last year, threw for like 500 yards. But it was against New Mexico.
Such a Hawaii thing.
Everybody threw for 500 yards against New Mexico. It's a really interesting team. It's Timmy Chang's bringing in that kind of run and gun style. So I think offensively they want to put up a ton of points. And I think their hope is that they can be a little bit better defensively than they were last year. The defense was a little bit up and down too many times last year. Didn't get the turnovers that they wanted. I've heard that's been a talking point that Timmy Chang's been talking about is, how can we get more turnovers, which, every coach talks about that at media days. So Hawaii is one of the teams that, like, this afternoon, that's on my checklist. It's like, I need to go talk to Timmy Chang and get a couple things answered from. But my biggest thing with them is just this quarterback from Bishop Gorman originally here in Las Vegas. Can he be a 12-game starter and win 7-8 games at Hawaii? Be a guy who throws for 4,000 yards. That's kind of the hope that they have. If he comes short of that, his team's gonna, more than any team in the conference, I think they're quarterback dependent.
How about, this is crazy too, because these guys are front page news with this league since they entered, the Fresno State Bulldogs, but they're not this year. Fresno State and Matt Entz.
I get this sense.
Is that? Did I say that correct?
Yeah, Matt Entz. Yeah, Matt Entz.
Again, I'm their coach isn't even top of mind right now. We're talking Fresno. What do you know?
It seems like they're a team a little bit in flux right now. A lot of changes in terms of the scheme that they want to run, right? Jeff Tedford was kind of a West Coast, a lot of zone. You want your offensive lineman to be able to get up and get on the move. Matt Entz comes from North Dakota State. He wants to be power run, wants to have a fullback, wants to be in 12 personnel or 22 personnel. And they don't quite have the roster for that yet. It's one of the teams that I get the sense, I joke, everyone loves their team at media days. I've kind of gotten the sense from people around Fresno that they don't love their team this year, that there's just a little bit of hesitancy about what they expect to be. And part of that might just be the expectations at Fresno. That's a program that expects to win Mountain West championships. And if they're a 7-5, 8-4 team, a lot of Fresno State fans and that, culture there is going to say that was a disappointing season. But Fresno State, I think number one is just, how does the transition go with the scheme change, going from more of a move zone blocking scheme to a gap blocking scheme? I think that's number one. I think number two is, what's the culture like? Last year with the interim coach, there were some games that they come out and look great. There's some games where they come out and you're like, did you guys have any prep this week? What happened? So can they start to build a culture and look like more of a cohesive unit this year? And then I think number three is just going to be quarterback. E.J. Warner. I'm an E.J. Warner fan. I think he's the favorite for the job right now, but can he come in and stabilize that situation with Mikey Keene going to Michigan, which, why is Mikey Keene at Michigan, by the way? That's I know there's money talking, but I don't know which. A question for you here in this: put yourself in the shoes of a 22-year-old. You get to be the starter at Fresno State. Probably make low six figures, decent money, or you could go to Michigan and go be the backup for the number one player in the country. You going and you taking the extra money?
You're one snap away.
That's true.
From operating that offense. And if Mikey Keene's at the point maybe in his life where he realizes he won't get drafted, that's really hard to tell a kid, though. They all think they're going to get drafted. But if he's at that point and he says, I have this opportunity in my life at one point to make $800,000, and I'm one snap away from getting this gig, maybe that leans toward. And also, maybe he thinks Fresno sucks.
Yeah.
Quality of life. Maybe he's not a Matt Entz guy. He was a Tedford guy. There's all these factors, and then just, But I get what you're saying. Like, would you rather just have a starting gig at Fresno, a team with massive quarterback lineage and history that knows what it's doing? I mean, that community in Fresno, they know good quarterback play when they see it. So they've seen it on a number of levels, and that is an interesting kind of, what would you guys do? Yeah, it'd be hard for me not to go play in the big house for 1 year. Yeah. Even as a high level, like, think about this. Michigan's paying more for its backup quarterback than probably Boise State's paying for Jaden Virgin Morgan. And Jeremiah Dickey does it again. I mean, okay, wrap this up lightning round. Jay Norvell, Colorado State.
Lot of continuity, a lot of retention. They believe in the guys they have. Number one, they think Braden Fowler-Nicolosi is going to be one of the top quarterbacks in the Mountain West. That's the expectation. And, there's a lot of returning talent there that they believe in. I think that's number one. Number two, can Jay Norvell kind of get Colorado State over the hump? They've never been to a conference championship game, and that's expectations this year. I know Prater joked that they didn't have anybody on the preseason All-Mountain West.
They didn't.
But if we had a second team preseason All-Mountain West, I think Colorado State might have 10 guys on there, right? They don't have a lot of elite star talent, but they have a lot of good players. Can Jay Norvell get a program of good players, get greatness out of them, and get them into the conference championship this year? And number three, I mean, to get a little bit nitty-gritty here in Colorado State, they had two really good offensive linemen who graduated last year. How does the offensive line look different? Is that something that they're able to just reload and have a good offensive line year after year?
Tough in this league.
It's really tough in this league. And there's a few teams we've seen be able to do it. Like Wyoming historically was always a team that was like, they're going to have some 320-pound guards. They're going to run power, and you're just going to get, you better buckle your chin strap. Can they reload on the offensive line? They lose two really talented on the interior, their offensive linemen. So those are kind of my big three things there with Colorado.
All right, Air Force Academy, Troy Calhoun. Couple more left here, Nathan. What type of year is this going to be for Air Force?
Number one, continuity. They have a ton of guys back. They like the experience that they have there. Last year, they were last in returning production in the Mountain West. This year, they're near the top in returning production. Number two is the quarterback. The expected starter, it seems like, is Josh Johnson there. I think he played 2 games last year for Air Force. Yep. Not a lot of experience, but they really like him. They really like what he can do in that system. This, when you've got the triple option, it's all about the quarterback. You have a good decision maker. And then number three, can they stay healthy? There's some talent on that defense that they have, but they just struggled with injuries last year. A lot of it
too, right?
It's they struggle with injuries, and Air Force is a spot where you typically are better than the sum of your parts. And so normally, if you can get 1 or 2 stars, the rest of the team can help elevate around those guys. When those stars got hurt, like I can't pronounce his last name, but Peyton Z is what we'll call him because it's like a ZVID. I won't try to pronounce it. When he goes down and misses time with injuries, like can they stay healthy? Because there are some really good, talented players. I think the best version of Air Force is competing for a Mountain West championship this year. Can they get to that level? Can they stay healthy?
So many years, it's like I don't know where Air Force is going to be, and they finish the year with 10 wins. You're like, okay, they did it again. All right, San Jose State. Are you, beneficiaries of an easy dodge schedule, or this team's good and they got a lot coming back and starts with Egat?
I think a little bit of both. I thought Walker Egat was good and his numbers were a little deceiving last year, right? Maddox Madsen, a lot of Boise State fans have talked about, he should have had more interceptions. Walker Egat was a guy that I thought sometimes got a little unlucky on his interceptions. It's like he throws a pass, gets deflected, his guy drops it, and it pops up in the air, and the linebacker's taking it the other way. I think Walker Egat's a really good quarterback, but how do you replace Justin Lockhart and Nick Nash? Those are 2,000-yard receivers in the Mountain West.
Winner, man.
Triple crown
There's
winner.
been 5 ever in college football, something like that. I mean, it's really hard to do.
I don't think we've had one in 20 years, something like that.
Gosh, Crabtree? Would he be the last receiver that won a triple crown?
I think so. I think it would have been Michael Crabtree. Someone will have to fact check us on that one. But I believe in some of the talent. I believe in the system, but to me, it is more so about the schedule with San Jose State. You dodge Colorado State, you dodge UNLV, you dodge Boise State. You have got the gifted schedule. San Jose State, they need to take care of business this year because you're not going to get another. Well, I guess being in the Mountain West, you'll get more schedules that look like this. But in this version of the Mountain West, you don't get a better schedule than this one. So, a big believer in Walker Eget. What do they do at receiver, replacing those guys? And then it's a great schedule.
Okay, and finally, we'll let BJ and you discuss the Boise State 3 big things. But UNLV, Dan Mullen stole the show on BNN this morning. What are 3 big things with UNLV?
With UNLV, one, he did a great job of always directing things away from talking about the team, which tells me one of 2 things. Either one, he's not super confident in what they have or just doesn't know yet. Or number 2, he really likes his team and wants to downplay it. But even BJ asks him about how do you feel about this team and starts directing it about, they love each other in the locker room and all this stuff. He hasn't talked a lot about the X's and O's, the schematics, the guys that he likes. And we'll see if that's a sign of just maybe a little bit lower than what expectations are, or maybe he thinks there's really something there.
All right, there's BNN catching up 3 big things with Nathan Carroll. We're going to take a quick one here. Jeremiah Dickey getting ready to join the set with BJ Rains here on BNN Special Edition of the 2025 Old Trapper Mountain West Media Days. Haga laga.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Hey, how we doing here, Bronco Nation News? We are live at Mountain West Media Days here in Las Vegas, and we have the athletic director at Boise State joining us here, Jeremiah Dickey. We've been talking to all these other coaches and stuff. Nice to talk some Boise State here with the athletic director.
Get some Bronco news out there.
Hopefully he's got some news for us, but how we doing? How we doing today? Oh, I have you muted here. Hold on a second. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Doing well. Thanks for having me, and I appreciate you guys. I was just talking to Coots, and as I walk this facility, we by far have the most local media that comes to support us and help tell the story, and that means a lot. So I appreciate you all being here, and I'm just grateful for the opportunity.
You can go ahead, Rick,
I was just going to say, I hope Bronco Nation appreciates how much time you put into speaking with the media and getting the story out there, because, a lot of other ADs, whether it be at Boise State or anywhere, do their business, but they're not out front facing necessarily.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. That's important to me. It takes a team, and everyone has a role, and that's the least I can do. Honestly, this media days, I was shocked when I first arrived that more ADs don't come. And it's such a great opportunity for us to continue to tell the story, and for you all, to help with that. And I'm sure Bronco Nation appreciates it.
A lot of questions coming in on the chat that we'll get to. First one from Chad saying, "What number coffee is that for you today?"
This is so this hotel didn't have coffee in the room, so I had some calls this morning, and so I've been pounding it. This is probably cup number 4. Trying to Vegas does that to you.
The hard hitting questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keep the energy level high, BJ.
Yeah, I'm trying to. People were asking about the east side of the stadium, and they said that you had said in a recent interview that you maybe indicated that it might be happening sooner than later on that. What can you tell us about behind the scenes, the possible plans for the east side of the stadium?
Yeah, that's a great question. Look, when you look at the North End Zone facility, that project theoretically started about 3.5 years ago, right? So it does take time. The process is the process, and we do.
And it's rolling. I mean, for all people that haven't seen it,
it's amazing.
I know Coach D's talking about like trying to get a permit. So guys,
yeah, I'm telling you, it's. I mean, they've done a phenomenal job, and it's so cool. Hopefully for Bronco Nation that they get to see, something come to fruition like that. And now you have these renderings, but you can actually see, feel, touch, and we're starting to do some tours with donors, and it's we're ahead of the pro forma. and still have a year left. And so that excites me. Really proud of Nate and our collective team and how they've moved that forward. But the east side of the stadium, our mentality is what's next. And in my mind, North End Zone's done. And I'm on to what's next, and some of my teammates are. And so, yeah, we're having legitimate conversations on what would it look like on the east side of the stadium right now, and what we're navigating in college athletics. The onus is on me to find solutions to some of our revenue challenges or financial challenges. I want to create a sustainable model. The way we're going to do that is to continue to invest into assets that are going to produce and allow us to operate differently from a revenue share standpoint. The reality is the revenue share is really an expense. And so when you look at that east side and the location to the river and the greenbelt and what we could potentially do and the amount of square footage we have outside of the stadium, it creates some really cool opportunities. Now, there are no guarantees in this. We're in the dream phase right now. But what does an entertainment district look like? And how do we utilize Albertson Stadium 365 days a year? Similar to the concerts and other events that we're going to drive to Albertsons, we want our stadium to be a focal point downtown Boise, and the economic impact we know that it has for our community, and it's just a continuation on how we're going to serve. So
mentioned yesterday you got the latest economic impact study.
Yeah.
Is it okay for you to share that with people? Like how much money Boise State generates for the community?
Annually over $300 million. And that's specific to the state of Idaho. And so when I say we're the front porch of Idaho, I'm not just saying that as a, to be dramatic but right? we are. And how that impacts the local businesses and the community in general, from hotels to the airport and anything in between, that's important. So I appreciate you asking that question. We will share a lot of that information. We're working on that. There's obviously a strategy and a process to that. But we started that last fall, and those things take time. And really appreciate my teammates and the work that's been done on it. We provided a ton of data, and I wanted to get to a legitimate number and to speak the truth and to continue to tell our story of the impact that we're having.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, $300 million and, trying to get to that revenue share standpoint and, all that stuff. Like, you'd love to see the state reciprocate that, right? Like, hey, we're bringing this to the state. Like, help us out, help us reach these numbers.
Right. I think that's a big part of my job right now, is to tell that story, and we have such great partners, and I think it gets lost. It's easy to say, well, it's their fault. That's not how I operate. And so what we've been able to do over the last 6 months, whether I'm flying to DC to go meet with legislators there or meeting with our state board, who's just been phenomenal in terms of the relationship and the partnership and, reaching out it takes a team. And that's intentional. It truly takes a team, and it's not just one, revenue bucket that's going to solve all of our challenges. It's going to take every revenue stream possible, and it's going to take a lot of work on our end. We need to create more assets. We need to fund this model differently. We need to create something sustainable, and we're big on, we need people to want to be a part of the process and not just the outcome. And we have Bronco Nation, we have the team, and it's just a continuation of that.
Jeremiah Dickey, our guest, the Boise State Athletic Director here on Bronco Nation News. With the Pac-12 expansion, I'm not going to ask you about specific teams or anything specific, but in terms of how the schedule works right now, you only have seven football playing members, 7 games to play, eight members. Yep. Is there still time by next football season to add somebody else in terms of an expansion candidate? And what, I don't even know if you've started to look at teams that still need a game for next year, or I mean, how would that potentially play out? Could you do a home and home with somebody in the conference as a non-conference game, or how are you worried at all about finding another game? Or
I'm not worried. It's a great question. I'm not worried. We knew going into the Pac-12 that we were going to approach things a little bit differently. This is the first time, I think, since the Mountain West was created, that a new conference was created, and at our level, and that provides such an opportunity for us to think differently. You all know me well enough. I don't like insanity, so like, let's be innovative and let's truly live that out in action. And so I'm really grateful for Teresa and the Pac-12 team and the ADs around that table that are thinking differently. And so there's still a lot to be determined. And we have a lot of work ahead of us. I mean, we want to hit the ground running July 1st, 26. And, and that's, can be challenging when you live by this 1-0 mentality. I'm more locked in on South Florida right now. And and what that means for us. But at the end of the day, that's a big part of my job, and we're going to be prepared for whatever it is. And I'm confident we're going to be fine, and it gives us a huge opportunity.
And I guess in worst case scenario, or maybe it's not worst case. I mean, you have the buffer of you could just play a team twice if you had to, or
you mentioned a couple of the options. Yeah, I think all of the above, but what is ultimately best for the conference? What is going to be best for us? And then there are other people around that table that have a vote. And so those are the meetings that we have. And that's so exciting for me, guys. Like I've never, I know I'm not necessarily I'm a first time AD. I know I'm not necessarily new anymore, but I'm learning so much, in terms of this industry, the politics, private capital, private credit. Like, it's amazing.
You're now an expert on a lot of things that
I don't know if to be dangerous
didn't have anything to do with athletics.
Correct.
Now you're becoming an expert in those
right things. And it's my me maturing, I guess, in this role, and continuing to educate myself that we need to stay ahead of this curve. And so I'm not overly concerned. There are a lot of options that we'll have, and and all of them excites me in terms of what's next for our Broncos.
I know we saw your guys' statement about Grand Canyon getting joined into the league for this year. The Mountain West did say, I guess, that they're going to cover the added expenses that comes with whether it's softball or volleyball or soccer or having to beat up. I mean, you got teams, soccer and stuff, starting training camp here in a week or two, and I think I haven't seen it. I don't think the schedule's come out yet. What's going to happen with that? But what kind of logistical, not to ask you to bash on the move or whatever, but just in terms of the logistics that are now coming with that. And I know the basketball coaches had certain dates they thought they were going to have games that might get changed now for trying to schedule, and there's just a lot more to it in here in a short amount of time.
There is, and I think that provides a level of discomfort, but ultimately our statement said what it said, and that's probably where I'm going to leave it. Obviously there's litigation and a lot of attorneys. And so, look, everything happens for a reason. I firmly believe that there's always a solution, and we are always going to play the hand we are dealt, and we're going to control what we can control. And these are all sayings that I say a lot, but it's very intentional. I want my staff to concern themselves with what they can control. I want Bronco Nation to concern themselves with what they can control. That's important. And some of these things, the decisions made, we're moving forward, and we will figure it out. And in due time, we'll probably have more to say about it.
And you mentioned, talked to you in the past about not many athletic directors coming to this event. This would have been a year where maybe you could have said, maybe it's better if I, don't show my face around here or whatever. But I mean, we joked with Gloria. I said, "Oh, do you guys looking the other way when you see each other?" What she said, "No, I'll hug it out." Or, well, it is business. It is what it is. But I mean, just being down here and the uniqueness and kind of the oddness of what's all happening and stuff. What's it being like being here?
Yeah, I've gotten that question a couple times today. Is it uncomfortable? And honestly, guys, it's not. Like, relationships matter to me. I love Gloria and Brett and John and Javen and Gary. I mean, they do a great job. And I don't view, we are operating a business now, and I don't view it as personal. And I got to talk to Gloria last night, and I'm a hugger, and gave her a hug, and just really appreciate her as a friend and a leader in this industry. And Mount West has been very good to us, and I'm not here to trash the Mount West. I love the Mount West, but my job is to do what I feel is in the best interest of Boise State.
You always say, what's next, right?
Correct. It's what's next, and how do we best position ourselves? And so it's not personal. I think this is a great opportunity for ADs to come and not just be with their coaches and student athletes. Yesterday I got to meet with 2 different donors, got to meet with my staff. I'm meeting with you guys and a number of other media members today.
Never hurts to rub shoulders with Derek Stevens.
No, Derek was awesome last night. Got to hang out with him quite a bit. And how awesome is Circa? Like, this is by far my favorite hotel in Vegas, and they do a tremendous job.
Well, we saw a couple of you and I think a Colorado State AD or somebody talking to Derek, and me and Rid were over here going, "Oh, I hope they're talking about trying to get Pac-12 media days here."
Yeah, come on. Yeah, but those are look. That's one of those things on this long list that's infinite of. Like, where do we want to have our media days? How cool is it to be a part of that? So, someone had asked me, like, does it make you feel uncomfortable or, the unknown? To me, that's where the opportunities are. Allows us to think differently, and maybe there's some things we can do as a Pac-12 conference that is a little bit of outside the box. I hate saying that, because we live it, but maybe there are some things that we can do with Media Day, and you never know.
couple people asking about season ticket sales. Tyree said, what's the number to sell out season ticket sales with the reduced seating? And someone else asking how many have been sold. I know you guys went over 18,000. I saw publicly with one of the recent.
Correct. I'm not sure the most recent. I get them weekly, and so it's probably in my email. I think we were close to 18.5. Does that sound right? We are well in line. We're actually ahead of where we were last year. We've already hit our revenue goal, and the goal is to get to 23,000. And we still have 2+ months.
And you want to leave?
People better get their tickets now.
6-7 weeks, right? Better get their tickets now. But I think Bronco Nation is really stepping up. I mean, you look at the announcement of the pack. You look at the season that we had, not just in football, but collectively as a department, and maybe our most positive year in our history. I'm really proud, and it truly takes a team, and the fact that people are stepping up and supporting us, that means a lot.
You over and over say team, whether it's on social media, interviewing you, just take a minute and brag about your team, because I know most of them, and those guys are awesome at their jobs and what they do, but you don't have to name names, but just whatever you want to say.
I'll name names, and inevitable, I'm going to leave someone out, and they'll be upset at me.
That's why I said you didn't have
to.
but
it's true. I mean, you look at C-Mitch here and Dietrich and Coots and what they're doing in that space with Bronco Studios and comms and creative and video, and helping us tell our story and being supportive of our student athletes in this new age of college athletics. Cody Gogler, I can't say enough about Cody. That guy grinds, and it makes me so proud. He's a machine. Nate Burke, and you look at the concert and what we're doing with outside events, but he's also running all of our other events. And Heather, we're constantly in transition in terms of how do we better our department and create infrastructure. You look at CVT. I just got off a Zoom call with her, and she's a legend here. Like, she's been here forever, but you can't ask for a better team. I say, obviously I'm biased, guys, but I would put my team up against anyone in the country. I don't care if it's SEC or Big Ten. I have just a phenomenal team, and I get a lot of credit, and I understand maybe that comes along with the role. It makes me feel uncomfortable because I'm behind these closed doors where these guys are empowered, and they're bringing stuff to me and saying, JD, what do you think? And I'm like, let's go. And that's a testament to us locking arms and the people that want to be a part of the process and not just the outcome, and the fact that they lead with their main why, which is our why as a department. We are here to serve our staff, our student athletes, and our supporters, and prepare these student athletes for life. And we're going to continue to do that. And I'm really proud of what my team has done. We just had a conversation actually in a senior staff meeting this week. And it's hard because, in the old days, the traditional, you get through a season, and then there was kind of this time you could, maybe relax, take a deep breath.
It's over.
It is over. I mean, it is 24/7. And so, that starts with me and really leading him. Like, yes, we need to celebrate our successes. We that's a must. And we had an unbelievable year across the board: ticket sales, revenue, CFP. It was an unbelievable year. Yes, let's celebrate that, but it is what's next. And it starts now. And quite honestly, it started while we were going through that success to be prepared for what's next. And I'm excited.
Somebody in the YouTube chat says they're stuck on Highway 55, and JD is making this hour delay more tolerable. So the least we can do is to help.
I drove that a couple times last few weeks, and that construction is brutal. So I'm glad they're listening in.
Stoplight and crouch. Right?
Oh yeah.
What aside from, hey, everybody on here, we hope just pulls out the checkbook and writes you a check, right? But what else can people do that supports your mission?
First and foremost, season tickets. That is key. That has always been key, and I've been very vocal about that. That creates the pipelines, whether it's in basketball, football, volleyball, soccer, whatever sports, that creates the pipelines for us to then go out and fundraise. Obviously, with season tickets, there, for some sports, there's the BA component. We need to get our foot in the door on some of these people that are moving into Idaho, and you've seen they're starting to show up. You see our numbers. We led the Mountain West for the second year in a row in overall attendance, and we don't have baseball. I will not answer any questions on baseball, FY.
But we actually haven't.
Wrestling. But it's every dollar counts. Blue Collar Club just announced what they did, and if you put in perspective, they're averaging about $40,000 a year. Well, over the course of 5 years, like, that's a very large Lyle Smith.
Yeah,
and that's something to be celebrated. And I think it was 115 members of Bronco Nation that are giving $10, $20, $100. It all adds up and it all matters. And it's going to take a team. And so just buying tickets and showing up to games and going to camps, and supporting us differently. That's what makes this place special. That's what it means to be a Bronco.
What else in terms of the questions you're getting from people down here? I mean, I know revenue sharing is all the bullet points, playing the hits, but what else are people interested about when it comes to Boise State and what they're asking you about down here?
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with the transition to the Pac-12 and maybe the awkwardness, uncomfortableness, whatever, which I've already spoken to, with the Mountain West, but you if you're active on social and care about this industry and are following what's happening, we're living a little bit of insanity. We're trying as an industry to create some guardrails. The House settlement helped a little bit with that. But it's if you ask me, the biggest surprise for me as an athletic director, there's two. One, how political and how involved that I have to get, and two, the amount of time I spend with attorneys. And so I was
my
not
daughter wants to go to work.
right. I had blinders to that, but there are solutions, and that's what excites me. And and I think in addition, when you look at the success we had last year, and it's like, well, what's next? Can you do it again? And what I keep emphasizing is this is who we are. You were a part of this foundation. You were a part of what we're building off of. This has been our expectations for 25 years.
Great to have expectations, though, right?
Absolutely. You want the bullseye. I want the bullseye on our back. Spencer may not like me saying that, but I want 15 straight years in the Mountain West being picked to win, 18 overall straight years. I don't know if there's ever been a team that's been picked to win the conference as much as we have. And that makes you really proud. It doesn't mean you always win. Winning is hard. You have to go out and do your best and compete. And sometimes the ball bounces a different way. But that makes me, you want to be somewhere where it matters. And so it's not something that we shy away from. This is who we are. We know that we've had 27 straight years of bowl eligibility or whatever, and we've gone to 4 Fiesta Bowls now. And we understand how last season ended, but I walked away fired up because I don't feel like we were beaten. I felt like we beat ourselves. And others may say, whatever, like, what are you supposed to say? But I'm looking at the end of that third quarter, and we potentially are down by 3 with the majority of fans in that stadium. And I look at the Oregon game. We are close, and we can do something epic, and that is still going to be our goal. And we understand what the expectations are, and it's what's next. I'm pumped.
We played two of the, and this is probably as much for Spencer, but two of the top teams in the country in Oregon and Penn State, and we're certainly not
overmatched.
Matched
100%
talent-wise.
No,
and would argue probably that Boise State had the best player on the field in both games.
I would 100% argue that. You look at the development of our program. We've always been a developmental program, and to take kids from high school and what Spencer and the staff is doing, it's a testament to them. And we were not outmatched. However, what I will say is there is no perfection, but there is a level when you're at Boise State that there's a lot less room for error. And those are learning moments and opportunities. And so I think those moments last year are going to help us this year. And I also look at Penn State and Oregon, and I look at what their numbers are, and it's apples and chainsaws. You guys have heard me say that, but we are bringing a knife to a gunfight and having success. And that just gives me so much more pride in what we're doing, what we're building, and how much more we need. We don't need what everyone else has. We just need more than we got, and we can do something epic.
We talk about Mountain West. We got to get you out of here, but Pac-12 media days and all that. Are you in favor of a neutral site championship game if they were to say, let's put it in Vegas or something? Or did you like, obviously
for football?
It benefited you to have it at home. And I don't know what you can say if there's any talk about maybe doing that in the Pac-12 or.
Yeah, those are some of the things that are ahead of us that we'll figure out, and there'll be more information. But yeah, there is some value to having it at home, but I want to do what's best for our conference. And there's also a lot of value in having it in a neutral site too. And every dollar does count for us. And so I am open to those type of conversations. And I'm not totally, bought in like it has to be on campus.
It should be on campus if it's in Boise.
Otherwise,
and then neutral site if it's not.
That's in the provisions. Yeah,
I'll talk to our attorneys and see if we can build that back in. No, but yeah, we want to do what's best for the conference, and there's a lot more conversation to be had, and I think that excites me and hopefully Bronco Nation, and say it is a place like Vegas. I think Bronco Nation loves this place. Absolutely. And it's easy to get to.
Yeah,
and we 18 straight years. It will be interesting to see if it becomes 19, next year, in terms of the expectations. But, that is something that's top of mind for me because we tend to be in it quite a bit.
Well, we appreciate you stopping by. It's been a fun couple of days down here getting to catch up, and appreciate you, and safe travels back to Boise. And what do we say, 9-10 days till camp starts? I mean, it's already
crazy.
Sunday, week from Sunday.
That's right. I appreciate you guys being here again. Thanks for the opportunity, and go Broncos.
Appreciate Jeremiah Dickey joining us. We're going to have Spencer Danielson here shortly. We'll take a 30-second timeout. We're back in 30 seconds on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, great stuff from Jeremiah Dickey. About 5 minutes. Spencer Danielson will join us here shortly as well. He's already kind of hanging out, ready to go. But
how awesome is that, though, to have him sit down and
I know you always look at me because I ask these questions where he's not going to answer or whatever. It's like, what do you expect? But I'm not doing my job sometimes. I don't at least try.
If you already know the answer, do you have to? Can you just tell people what the answer
they want to hear him say? They want to hear him, say no or say no comment. No, I know you glory in some of these. You're like, I know that's my journalistic background here. I'm not doing my job if I don't at least try on some of these. But I know he's not going to say much about it. What do you think of? Because I have heard that there is some discussion about that. What would your thoughts be on if the Pac-12 were to go back to a neutral site championship game?
I think it'd be awesome if it's in Vegas. I think what you don't want to do is nobody wants to go to Portland.
I don't think they would do that.
No, I don't either. But that I guess that's all I'm saying. If you're going to do it someplace where people want to go.
I will say the 1-2 years ago,
the Pac-12, for a while there did it in
Santa Clara. Yeah, it was not good. That was not good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But the 1-2 years ago, even though it was a UNLV home game, it felt more big time, and it felt neutral site because Boise State had a lot of more fans arguably than they had. But that one, it just had a
if you're going to do
bigger
Las
feel
Vegas
to it,
or Phoenix or something like that, I think, or maybe in the LA stadium, that's probably.
I mean, Vegas would seem to make the most sense, and but because that's one of those ones, especially if you're a Boise State fan, maybe you can just preemptively plan for it and hope it happens.
Yeah,
and you get to go. Absolutely. But I know some fans. And that was always a rub with the Pac-12 one was you're making us go to 3 bowl games or 3 rounds of the playoff plus a conference championship game, and because that used to be here as well. They had it one year on the Friday night, actually the night before that game at Allegiant. But I know that can get a little tougher for some fans that don't want to travel for a conference championship game if they're going to pick the bowl game over that. But I think it'd be. I mean,
no, I think
it worked out last year, sure. But 36,000 people, that certainly helped Boise State having the home game. But I mean. They've traditionally struggled to sell that game at a home stadium too in the past.
I was joking obviously when I said it, but if you knew it was going to be at Boise State, I think that would be option number 1.
Yeah,
and option number 2 should be the neutral site because, I mean, nobody wants to go to an empty stadium to play the game.
No. But even when it was in Boise a couple of years, they only filled it like half full.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
yeah, that's not a great time.
No.
So,
and if you were in Vegas, you wouldn't have to worry about the weather potentially.
No, absolutely,
things like that where you could plan for a little better conditions.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, Vegas, Phoenix, whatever. Like,
there's that one year Hawaii had to come to the Blue for the championship when it was.
If you're going to travel, you at least want to go somewhere where it's warm. Yeah.
Spencer is going to join us here in about 2 minutes. That was great stuff though from Jeremiah, and I knew we had limited time, so I didn't want to dive too much into the East Side plans, but in terms of what they're looking at for the different options. But the hotel, the mixed use.
Well, you said entertainment district.
And we've been to some of those, stadiums and things. I think of like the Fiesta Bowl. I know that was an NFL type stadium, but you have a whole district of restaurants and bars right by the stadium. Ballpark Village, like in St. Louis for Cardinals games, a lot of the MLB stadiums have that. And if that's on your property and you're the ones making all that money, not suds in the bars across the street, and I kid about that, but I mean, if you're controlling that and making that money yourself, that's another revenue thing where maybe make it an all day party. The game's at 7, but our 3 restaurants we have here open at 11 or whatever, and come on down and hang out on campus all day.
No, and Jeremiah alluded to it, but it's all about revenue generation, right? Everything's got to be something that makes money at this point, and you're not just doing it just because, but if we got a chance to put that money back in Boise State athletics pocket, that's a win.
Yeah, no, I think that certainly is something that would be pretty cool too.
And not that suds in the end zone don't need their business.
Yes,
Finance,
the James, all those spots, we love them. We hope they're packed. I mean, there's 36,000 people going to a game. There's plenty of spots around down for folks. But if you're Boise State though, you're looking at it going, hey, if we can have our own, Joe's Wings or whatever on camp, right next to the stadium, or a place where they can, because they've tried to do the pushing the perimeter out with some of the food trucks and the beer gardens and all that. But if they could have some actual places where you could, I don't want to mess with parking, I'll just come down and watch football and start hanging out at noon. I mean, it might add to the game day atmosphere a little bit.
Parking lot where the baseball diamond actually was supposed to go, turning that in as part of the entertainment district and parking and all that stuff. So it all ties together. The hard thing is everybody wants it to happen like now, and the plans can happen now, but we're probably not going to see that for 3, 4, 5 years.
And that's what I even think about, like when you're an athletic director putting these plans together. I know he says he's here for the long haul. I understand that. I get it. But I mean, you're putting together plans that you really have no idea what the future holds.
He definitely is here for the long haul because he had plenty of opportunities to go back to his home state. And did not go. So, we're lucky to have Jeremiah, and
I see
that he's here.
See Spencer down there talking to Bronco Mendenhall. That might be a fun conversation there going on.
That
but
probably is. Very similar guys.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll come back down here and join us shortly. But it is interesting. I think it was Dan Mullen talking about looking around the room at the coaches meeting. And I know we've talked about the newness, 8 coaches, I think either in their first or second year. But it is a unique conference, I think, with so many younger coaches, but then you throw in the Jay Norvells and the Troy Calhouns and the Dan Mullins and guys that have been around the block for a little bit. It's largely a younger, newer coaches, but there's still some of that, veteran presence in there as well. But maybe not in years past when you had some of the veteran coaches you've had.
Yeah, absolutely. Craig Bowl, his first media day without him in a while.
Yeah.
And certainly one of the, I believe he's now the president of the AFCA or like that. So,
well, let's take a 30-second timeout. Spencer Danielson going to join us in 30 seconds here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, we've talked to Bronco Mendenhall. We've talked to Dan Mullen. We've had fun talking. I think, 6 coaches already, Rid, but I know folks here on Bronco Nation News excited for this one to hear from their head coach, Spencer Danielson, Boise State Broncos, joining us here. Coach, appreciate you for stopping by. How are we doing?
This will be very underwhelming after all the coaches you guys just met with, I can tell you that. But I've been looking forward to getting on with Bronco Nation. Love you guys.
I have hard-hitting questions for you. Like, what's the best thing you've done all summer?
Best thing we've done all summer.
Not football.
Yeah, not football-wise. Me and my brother, his family, my family went up to St. Mary's so my brother Ethan, his wife Viera, she's from St. Mary's. So we loaded up our 3 kids. They loaded up their daughter Goldie, and we went on the drive up the 55 to St. Mary's and hung out. Really first time hanging out in that community. an amazing community up there. Like I was telling Vieira's family, we will be back here every summer. We hung out in a river lot, hanging out in the water, just getting time with my kids.
See Canada from there.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, it's up there now. And trust me, the drive back with the 3 little ones, when I'm getting Cheerios thrown at the back of my head and the iPad's not working, like, you better get your mind right.
Oh, man. When I'm flying and the Wi-Fi is not working on the flight for my kids, it doesn't get much worse than that.
That's right. That's
you gotta
right.
have a working iPad.
That's right.
Gotta have
That's right. First world problems.
Got to have a working iPad with little ones.
That's right.
But, what's just the theme of being down here? What are you getting asked the most about? I don't know if you know this or not, but Ashton Genty is gone.
Yeah, I keep trying to find him.
Yeah. He's no longer on.
Two's got a silver and black. He's down the street.
Yeah. I'm sure no one's asked you at all about him, but I mean, what just in general, what's kind of the theme from the media around the conference here when it comes to you guys?
I think just always, I mean, different than last year, but similar. For 18 straight years, we've been picked to win our conference, right? And that is built on the backs of years and years of coaches, players, blue-collar work ethic, and achieved amazing results, right? So the preseason hype is not new to Boise State. No different for some of our guys that are blessed to earn those honors, and they've earned it. They've earned it from what they've done in the past. But just like anything, you can't start halfway up the mountain. And so, the greatness never goes on sale. That's where I'm kind of at this offseason for coaches, for players. And so a lot of questions just about the team, going for a 3-peat, getting back to the college football playoff, where a year ago it was, can you do this? Can you do this? So it's similar. So much for me is just back to what we've been this whole offseason. It's the process over outcome. No different for me as the head coach. Can I be really good at my job, really good at my personal process so that I can empower our coaches and players to be their best? And then can they do the same? Because at the end of the day, I get asked all the time, are you ready for Notre Dame? Are you ready for this game? It's like, no, we're not. Because we still got time, right? Not in regards to being casual,
right?
But it's we're using every moment to be our best, and we've got August 28th. That ball is going to get put down. I tell our team they already sold the tickets. I can't call them and say, hey man, we missed a day of training. Can you push the game back? The ball will be put down on the 28th of August, and we got to be ready.
I've heard this narrative that, Spencer Danielson has a lot to prove this year. He doesn't have a Hall of Fame OC and Dirk Cutter here anymore. He doesn't have Ashton Genty to, run the football. I mean, I know you don't look at it that year, but in terms of your second full year here and just kind of trying to continue to build this in your program, I mean, how are you looking at whether you have anything to prove or not, I guess?
Well, first off, BJ, I mean, and Bronco Nation knows me. I mean, I thank Jesus for everything because I believe that he's called me here to have an impact. So first off, this isn't about me. This isn't my team. I've been blessed to be a part of this and have an impact. We went in the summertime calling this summer the edge, though, which is something to prove every day for me, for our team, and not something to prove to the media, not something to prove to outside sources, something to prove to yourself. Because I know that's where I'm at my best. When you're like, man, there's so many things that I'm excited to grow in as a football coach, as a husband, as a father, as a professional. And that's been the mantra of our team, especially in the off season. And this is what every team goes through, where you're going through spring ball and there's transfer portal and there's just a lot of things pulling at your team. When we started the summer, man, and our leaders did a really good job. That's why we call it the edge. There is something to prove every single day. When I'm in the weight room, when I'm in the training room, when I'm running decks, when I'm doing some football, like I'm proving that I am ready for every moment that's going to be called on me in season. And if we can do that every day, that's the process. The results will handle themselves.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You kind of alluded to it, but you're a guy that oozes excitement, right?
Yes,
all the
correct.
time. And
it drives my wife crazy.
No,
yes.
but what excites you about this year and this team?
Yeah. I think great question, Ray. I think just like anything, every year is a new year. Every year is a new team. I'm really excited to see the guys that nobody knows about step up, right? But they've been working, right? We talk about before, what's done in the dark will be brought to light. There's some guys in our team that have been working their tail off that maybe people right now don't know, but they've earned it. Mm-hmm. And I know when South Florida comes, like they're going to be ready for those moments. Like I think about guys like Max Steech, played a little bit, has been working his tail off. Yes, Ahmed Hossain's gone. Max, so excited for you to step in this role. Some guys that have been hurt that are going to be able to come in the limelight. And I'm privy, and you are too, Ray, coming through. Like I'm privy to see them when no one's around, see them in the training room, see them in the weight room. I'm so excited that the season's coming for them to be able to put that in front of the nation.
Yeah, I wish everybody could walk through there.
Correct.
And feel the energy from the players.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure those guys bring it for you.
Oh,
now you bring it for them.
No, but
all the time.
Oh, they impact. When I see that, you better be on point because I tell this, they impact me way more than I impact them. I mean, no matter where I'm at, I try to be extremely consistent. Yeah, but they bring me so much juice, and so that's really what this time of year with media and fall camp coming up in a week and a half. Thoughts and going through our roster and depth chart and schemes and all that. The biggest thing for me is always our players, and just so excited for them to put on a show this next year.
Speaking of that, a couple questions coming in on the YouTube channel here. Jack Green wanting to know what freshmen are standing out so far.
Say it again.
Freshmen that are standing out so far.
Freshmen standing out. A couple. I know. Majority of the guys I'll talk about are the ones that early enrolled, because our freshmen that came in the summertime, they ain't played football yet. Yeah, they're running around, but we'll see what they do. Bol is a young freshman edge player that did a really good job in spring. Coach Frazier, I think he does a phenomenal job with our edges. So he's a true freshman that got here early enrolled that I think's got a shot to be really good. There's a couple guys this summertime that have come in. We've got 5 freshman receivers that came in this summer. Haven't seen them play football yet, but they've done a really, really good job. A couple guys that stood out to me in spring in regards to transfer. Malik Sherrod, he's not a freshman, but a new player to our team that I think had one of the best springs of anyone on our team. That we're gonna be called. He's gonna be called on a lot to have a big impact. I'm trying to think any other freshmen that kind of stand out to us. We've got a lot of guys came this summertime that have done a really good job in the weight room, but we'll see what they do in fall camp.
See when the lights come
That's
on,
right.
the pads go.
That's right.
A lot of love for Quentin Brown on the chat.
Yeah,
They love.
So Quentin Brown, he hasn't played football here yet, right? But I mean, Quentin Brown working his tail off, and he can straight fly now. I had a couple of our corners. They do some work on their own, like on the weekend. They came in and said, "Coach, Quentin Brown is fast." So he's going to do a great job. All that receiver group, Gavin Packer's done a great job. Cameron Jones, Quante Willie, we've got a really good group, especially with the receiving core that's going to have some young guys. But especially when you've got a guy like Latrell Caples as a leader in that room, we're gonna be really good.
Does that worry? I mean, a lot of fans, they look at that with who you lost the wide receiver, and that's a big concern. I mean, maybe if it is, you wouldn't say it, but I mean, are you pretty confident in Latrell, and then who else you have behind him? Obviously, Cam Bates expected to take a big step forward. And you mentioned a lot of these younger guys. You got Chase Penry around, some other guys. But, I mean, are you at all worried about the receiver position? Or
I think just like anything right now, I'm worried about every single position group on our team.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, there's not one position group that I'm like, we're good, because we haven't done anything yet.
That leads into the question I was going to ask you. As fall camp's getting ready to start, like what are you hoping to see over the course of 4 weeks, whatever it is?
The biggest thing for me in fall camp, Red, and kind of answer your question too, BJ, is I want to see how our guys compete day in and day out, and I want to see who really elevates himself. I'm talking the guys that we have starters right now. They better elevate themselves in fall camp too. The guys that are kind of tweeners, hey, is he going to have a role in this team? Is he going to be a backup? Is he going to push to play? Like each position group, my goal, and I tell our coaches, it's no different from our coaches recruiting the right players to me looking at our whole team. I want everybody on edge every single day. Not in regards to fear of failure, right? But just attacking the success, but knowing that the guy right behind him is coming fast because they're attacking it so much. So that's what I want every single position group. We come to fall camp, receivers no different, to have that edge about himself, that's something to prove, and elevate the whole room, because competition breeds all that. If you know the guy behind you is growing, improving, attention to detail through the roof, high urgency, you're going to elevate your game. And that's why even in fall camp, I say, guys, this is a seating chart. This isn't a depth chart. So don't be like, well, why am I the third? That's where you're seated right now. If you go handle business, you're going to be the 2 and the 1, and that's what we do.
Typically, you guys just do that based off of recruiting rankings.
Correct.
So, right? I mean, the highest guy starts. And
I'm glad you brought that up, Red. We do absolutely nothing with recruiting rankings. I want Bronco Nation to hear me on that.
I just wanted to get that on record.
Thank you, Red, for giving me a soft toss.
Well, if that were the case, you'd had a different quarterback.
Correct. Case in point. No, it's all about finding the right, like no different. Even our high school players that are freshmen now that are working their tail off, we recruit guys, and this is Coach Pete and how Boise State was built for year on year, is talent sets the floor, character sets the ceiling. It's not from Sorry, BJ, 247 or whatever. And I appreciate that space. I really do, from offers and where they're ranked. That's an amazing space in college football. For us, it's all about the right fit. What is the right fit? Someone with high talent, absolutely, but even more high character, passion for the game, love their teammate. Because right now in this space, you could have, we got the highest recruited freshman, but he can leave at any point. So if you don't find the right guys that fit your program, that want to be developed, that want to be a part of our team, our family, it doesn't matter. We're a developmental program anyway. So that's the exciting part for me in fall camp too, kind of coming back to, is just seeing guys.
Yeah.
We have, seeing some of these guys that we've seen work out. We're like, man, I think he can be pretty good. Football is a different game.
Absolutely.
It's not played in t-shirt and shorts. You know what I mean?
And it's a lot different when the guy lined up across from you is trying to hurt you.
That's right. He's coming for your job too.
Spencer Danielson, our guest here at Bronco Nation News, getting set for fall camp here in a week and a half. Sire Gaines, a lot of excitement around him.
Should be.
Is he? Is the bubble wrap taken off him? I mean, is he 100% ready to go day one?
Yeah, he's rolling right now. This is a perfect Sire Gaines situation.
Running, decks with the weighted vest.
He's
on.
running He's running decks with the weight vest on. We're driving home from St. Mary's on Sunday. I FaceTime him, and he is dripping sweat on the grass practice field. I'm like, Cy, it is Sunday. And he legitimately, I don't think he's taken a day off this summertime. Didn't go home on break, didn't do anything. He is on a mission. He's healthy, he's strong, and he has grown. Even though he's going to be a sophomore, really a redshirt freshman, his leadership is starting to grow a lot because guys have seen him work. They've seen his intensity. And I'm really excited.
By Malik,
oh yeah,
right?
He is.
And the other guys too. But
I mean, those four: Cy Gaines, Malik Sherrod, Breezy Dubar, Dylan Riley, all have had a really good summers, and really excited about our stable.
I had the opportunity to spend some time with Sire probably 2 weeks ago. I mean, you talk about a dude with the right mentality.
Oh, Rid.
I mean, he's very open about, like, I don't want to be Ashton.
Yep.
Like I just want to be the best me, and I want to be better than Ashton.
That's right. So we were in season last year. This is maybe a couple weeks after Cy got hurt against Portland State, and it's the day of a game. I can't remember what game, but he's sitting on the training room table, and I'm going in just to check on before we take the field. And one of our medical persons was there, and they came up to him and said, "Just so you know, Cy, you're going to be the next Ashton." And he turns around and looks at him dead in the face and said, "I'm the next Sire Gaines." and it gives me goosebumps to this day. That's just who
I'm telling you,
he is.
Just a great mentality. And he's not the only guy. I don't want to make this about one guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many guys throughout that building.
That's right.
That they're just trying to be the best version of themselves.
And that's everything.
Yeah. And that permeates through the team, and the young guys learn from that. And a lot of it's set by Ashton or Cage or those guys.
That's the legacy those guys have either left or are leaving right now as older guys in our program.
Absolutely.
You mentioned the 18 years in a row. You got 10 first-team guys on the preseason team out of 28. I mean, a third of the whole Mountain West preseason team is Boise State guys. 5 offense, 5 defense. Maddox is player of the year.
Yep.
You guys make the playoff last year. Your favorites to get back there again. I mean, I know it is nothing new at Boise State, but it does seem like this year with what you did, yourself and this team last year, kind of getting on that national stage again, that a lot of people are expecting big things this year.
Yeah, and that's Boise State. I really do just try and keep coming back to that, BJ, because this has been built on years and years of coaches and players with blue-collar mentality, blue-collar work ethic to build the foundation we have now. And we got a great group of guys that are creating new legacy at Boise State, right? Going to the college football playoff for the first time. But at the end of the day, that is old news. Here in 42 days, no one's going to remember anybody's record from the year before. That's just the reality of college football. Right now, so
Friday after the USF game, they'll remember your record from the night before.
Correct. That's exactly right. That's it. And
so remember the 1 4th down you didn't get.
Yes, correct. Correct. And so that's where I'm so proud of what our team did last year. So thankful to the Lord and what we were able to do as a team in our community. But that's the old news. And that's where no different with the preseason stuff. I'm thankful for our guys that are getting shouted out for what they're going to be, because the work they put in, because they've earned it. And I think every single one of the guys on these lists came to us as freshmen, right? So they've worked, they've trained. But at the end of the day, we have done nothing yet. And every single team on our schedule has an absolute opportunity to beat us. And we have an absolute opportunity to beat them.
I know the answer to this, but I just want to give you a chance to say it so everybody can hear it. Like, obviously, everybody feels your energy and your positivity and all that stuff.
Yep.
Where do you get your your inspiration? Where do you get your energy from? What drives you? I just want to give you a chance to talk about it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Ray. Everything for me starts with my faith, and my relationship with Jesus is not something I say for hype. It's who I am. I know when I was in college, the coaches at Azusa Pacific and who was around my family built into me. My faith became my own because so many things can leave you, right? Football can let you down. Money will let you down. Fame will let you down. Even family at some point can let you down. My relationship with Jesus is the only thing that doesn't. And so that's my rock. So I can be positive. I can be consistent because I know at the end of the day, things aren't always going to go perfect. No one said life was easy. Never will be. But that's why I love Jesus, work hard, treat people right. If I can do those three things, Rid, that's my foundation. I can be my best for everybody I'm around, our players, my wife, our kids. That's me. Yeah. And I want to run as fast as I can doing it.
Like I said, I
appreciate you asking.
I wanted you to have that opportunity.
Couple quick ones on the way out here, Coach. Sky's wanting to know on YouTube here, what music do you listen to? Give us your favorite band.
Good question. I'm not a big music guy. I'm a big books on tape or podcast. Love country music. Love Luke Combs. Love Morgan Wallen. I wish I had some cooler bands for you guys.
It might be playing in the background while you're watching some film.
That's what I'm saying. I'll play anything country. I honestly like some Shabuzi too, which is different. But I start hearing whenever I hear at practice, I'll usually I kind of like that song. I'll play all the way home.
Whoa! So what's your dream next concert on the Blue?
Dream next concert. I would love to get Morgan Wallen.
Yeah,
I think that would be
you
awesome.
Would certainly be on the walkout with
yes.
It, right?
That's one I would work to get done.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you there. I might try and pull some strings if we get that done.
I mean, they always get the famous people. I mean, that'd be
that's what I'm saying.
Ashton would have to come back.
Correct.
Kellen Moore would be one. I'm trying to think who.
Let them walk out. Let me just be in the stand. Let me just be cheering that one on. Yeah.
That's awesome. Final thing, I mean, I'm curious, like you mentioned, you got a little bit away with family and stuff like that, but how, now that it's Boise, Idaho, it's not LA, it's not the towns aren't as big. Most people know who you are when you go to the grocery store or whatever. I mean, how has life changed for you? You think about, even 6-7 years ago, what your paycheck looked like compared to now.
Yeah.
Just for you and your family, and just how different is life for you as the head coach and after the playoff run last year, and just I know you're still in your same home and trying to stay grounded and everything, but like I said, there's a couple more zeros on that paycheck nowadays. I mean, how the fame and everything that comes with being the Boise State coach, how what's life like for Spencer Danielson and family these days?
Yeah, I'm a pretty simple guy, BJ. I talk to a lot of our, people in our life. They're like, Spencer, you don't change. I'm like, I'm not smart enough to change. I'm not that cool. I'm a pretty simple guy. I love what I do. I feel like God has called us to Boise State to have an impact. And I love going home and being around my family. I like watching movies with our kids. We go to the local park. That's who I am.
What's the best Disney princess movie?
Man.
I was going to say,
which one's playing at the Danielson
Once
house?
Moana 2 came out this offseason, we've been on the Moana train a lot. I got to at least watch some of them that I can like. We're a big Lion King family. Cinderella. But that's where for me, no matter what, it's all about having an impact and our job, success, people's opinion. I try and stay very grounded, which like we talked about earlier, is grounded on my faith. And I'm just a simple guy, man. I love being around people. I love being around our staff. Love being around my wife and kids. And especially in the job we do, I don't get a lot of time away from football. And so when I do, I spend a lot of time at home. So we don't go out a lot. People don't see me out a lot. Not because I don't want to be out or I don't want people to. It's not that.
Your time is valuable. Yeah.
When you have a 4-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-month-old, someone told me the other day, bring your kids to lunch. I'm like, if I bring my kids to lunch, we're not having lunch. You're going to get macaroni thrown in your face, and I'm going to have to exit the building.
You ever have the moment where you're watching a show with your kids or something, and then your kids leave, and 30 minutes later, I'm still sitting there watching their show?
Oh, absolutely. There's no question. I'm like, why am I watching Baby Shark? Are you kidding me?
They've been asleep for half an hour. I'm like, change the channel.
They're talking. I'm like, turn it up real quick.
Well, Spencer, we appreciate you jumping on, man. I know you got a lot of interviews and things. We'll let you roll. We could keep this going for hours, but appreciate you.
We really could. And I just want to say, he said it. This guy truly has not changed.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You are as authentic person as I've ever been around, and what you see is what you get. And it's very refreshing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Red, I love you guys, man.
Yeah, well,
Bronco Nation. Love you guys. We'll see you soon.
Appreciate you, Spencer. Spencer
Appreciate you guys.
Danielson,
Thank
head coach, Boise State. I was going to ask real quick. We got the Media Pro Day.
Oh, yes.
Media Pro Day here.
Are we? Who's filming that, by the way?
I'm sure you guys are going to have it
Bronco
going,
Nation, I want to see in the chat. I'm thinking that we got to go spandex only for Media Pro Day. Well, I want to get a chat there. I want to make that mandatory, just like we do at our Pro Day, right? I think it should be directly correlated.
Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. But if you want, I'll catch a punt or two, or I'll get out there and have a little fun with it. I think we're going to take the Wonderlic test maybe.
Let's go.
I'll be a good spot. I'm nothing where I can be. No 40 time probably. I don't think. I'm not getting on.
I don't want no pull hamstrings out there.
We don't know if
Achilles.
We don't know if Jay Tuss still counts. Now he's on your guys' side here. Is he still media?
We'll tap him in.
Okay, he can do the bench and all that other stuff. I'll catch a punt or two. I'll run a route. I'll block for whatever you need me to do. I'll get out there now. We're looking forward to it.
We'll get some film out to you, Bronco Nation. I can't wait.
Appreciate it, Spencer. Yep. There he is, Spencer Danielson, head coach at Boise State, and everyone would love the Morgan Wallen on the blue. That's what everyone's talking about there. That they would love to see. I agree. Morgan Wallen on the blue would be a lot of fun. So we're going to have Troy Calhoun, the Air Force coach, coming up in about 5 minutes. We got a lot of other stuff to get to. We got all kinds of interviews. We're still going for about 3 more hours probably of live coverage here at Bronco Nation News. So quick timeout. We're right back. Don't go anywhere on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Fun times, JD and Spencer back to back there, and I know people were enjoying. In the chat had some fun with that, but they don't need to see any media and spandex at Pro Day.
Oh my God,
that's not happening.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure about this idea. I mean, you're gonna have to sign waivers.
That's a good point. I never asked about the waiver. I don't know, but I mean, they wanted to, and this has been something that's actually been I've heard in the works, or I've talked to them about for years, because you always watch the other Pro Day. It's like, oh, let's get the media out there, but. I'll just say, especially
watching Jay lift,
he needs the bench. He can do it all. That's what I'm saying. And I don't say this disrespectfully to any of my media friends, but myself included. Once Jay left, I mean, we don't have the most athletic media bunch here. I mean, maybe Johnny Ballgame can get out there and run the 40, or maybe each person does a different thing. I don't know, but
Ballgame, he's leading my my list of guys that might get hurt.
Okay. Well, I pulled a horrible hammy in slow pitch softball last year, and so I don't know if I need to do anything where, I'll have some fun with it. But in terms of I don't know. Maybe I'm going out to, Rocky Mountain High School this weekend when I get back and testing out my 40 time to see if I'm curious, wanting to give it a try.
Trains for it, God bless.
No, I didn't say train. I just want to know. I have no idea right now. If you told me, what do you think I would run for a 40? What's a stand? Okay, so I don't even know if I'd be. I don't know if that's. I mean, that's a really bad time, but I don't know what that. I have no idea. I mean, I guess my goal would be
6.
I guess my goal would be under 6. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Well, you're media now. You should come out to the Media Pro Day.
No
then.
Chance.
Come on.
No chance. I can run a 10-minute mile, and I there's no chance I'm running any faster than that.
Well,
what I do.
This concept is they're going to do a little on-field stuff, have some fun with it. They're going to go in the weight room, do some stuff. We are going to take the Wonderlic test as well. I don't know what that entails. Have you ever done that or doing?
Yeah.
What's a sample question that would be on there? Something that.
Which one's a square? It gets progressively harder.
Okay,
but that's maybe the first.
There's like a triangle, a circle, a square, and it says which one's a square.
So like when you see people that they got 4 or something,
that's pretty hard to do.
They clearly were not even trying.
Writing your name gets you one correct, probably something like that. Yeah, well, they're gonna, and they even said they're gonna have an award ceremony at the end. So
Jay Tust.
I said I don't know if he's eligible now, though. I don't know. Nathan might now be our most athletic person.
That's probably accurate.
We can get. I think Prater could get out there and do some stuff. I think we need Prater out there run a few routes as a tight end or something, or
right up there on the first to be injured.
But that just shows you it's another kind of outside when they announce, and they're doing this for publicity, whatever. But whenever they announced it and I put it on Twitter, you had a lot of national media retweeting it and said people saying, "Oh, this is Wisconsin needs to start doing this," and this and this. I mean, it got some little bit of buzz nationally. It's just another kind of outside the box thing that Jeremiah and Chris and their team came up with. I mean, I know it's just all in good fun, but it'll be a fun afternoon.
Absolutely.
Get some coverage for their program. And
it'll be fun.
Troy Calhoun getting ready to make his way over here. I know we've talked about him in the past, but Air Force Academy.
I'm assuming he's the longest tenured coach.
By far. Jay Norvell's next, at 5 years, whatever he's at, 5 years now or something. But
Troy's done a phenomenal job.
And how hard is it?
They are. I promise you, nobody is lined up saying, "Hey, let's make sure we get a game against Air Force this year."
No, and I've talked to Joe Scott, the basketball coach there, and he's like 3 years in a row lost his leading scorer to the transfer portal, and they just cannot go get transfers. They can't pay him NIL money. They deal with challenges that literally no other school has to deal with. And in this day and age now of college athletics, I mean, there's got to be some way. We'll ask Coach about this, in terms of is there anything they can do to change some of the rules? But it keeps getting harder and harder for schools like Air Force to compete at this level.
Yeah, and their mission is not
to win.
Yeah, it's not to go out and win a national championship. I mean, every guy on that team is trying to do that, but that's not the Academy's mission. It's to produce leaders in the country.
No doubt.
So to think they're going to change things to give them NIL, they're probably not.
No, but it's not getting any easier for a school like Air Force to compete.
Absolutely not.
I know that's not their main goal, but I mean, it is for Troy Calhoun. I mean, Troy Calhoun's getting paid to try to win some games.
Absolutely.
So how I mean, and that's obviously people know this, but why the triple option at the academies is that how they try to make up for some of the difference in size and things like that. But in terms of just competing and playing a 12-game schedule, and you're going against teams that are now paying $20+ million to their players and NIL money. And then when you do have kids that leave or whatever else, you can't just go replace. I mean, we talk about, you need a D-line, you need a right tackle, go into the portal and find a right tackle. Man, that doesn't happen at Air Force.
Question for Troy, but with these, does the service academies, do they get an exemption on the 105-man roster? And I would assume they do, but I don't really.
Does that really matter? I mean, aside from finding more bodies, if you can't bring them in as juniors that played 2 years already,
they're going to recruit like 100 guys in each recruiting class.
Okay.
So yeah, it definitely matters to them. That's why I assume they have an exemption on that, but I don't know that.
But I mean, the sheer numbers is one thing. You need the quality of players as well.
But if you bring in 100 and you only need 25 out of each class, I mean, you got to hit on 1 out of every 4.
Yeah.
And 3 years down the road, not.
Well, for me, it's more the immediate needs. I mean, you have to hit on freshmen and develop them and have them ready to go. Like I said, but if you're Boise State, you lose Ashton Genty, you go get Malik Sherrod. I mean, and I know they have other guys, but you lose a linebacker, you lose Andrew Simpson, you go to Arizona and get Sterling Lane, or I know he's going to play some edge, but I mean, you can go find guys, and they can't do that. They have to hope their young guy they recruited 2 years ago is ready.
Absolutely, and that's why it's important that they be able to bring in so many of them, so that they can, because there is going to be some attrition and guys leave. So, if you bring in enough, you're hoping that works out over time, and you create depth that way.
Yeah, and in terms of when I know they always talk about the cup blocking and some of the other stuff, but when you got Air Force coming on the schedule, what kind of game are you in for?
Limited possessions on offense, so you got to maximize your points per possession, and it's going to go fast. I mean, the game's going to be over before you're in the middle of the third quarter and you're like, God, did we just start this? Or so you got to make sure you do a good job preparing your team for that, and they understand that's what's coming through.
They were 5-7 last year, but before that, 9-4, 10-3, 10-3, going back to 3-3 in the COVID season. They were 11-2 and got it ranked as high as 22 in the country back there in 2019.
Well, they're 5-7 last year, but I do believe they have as many returning players as anybody in the conference.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And typically, when they have an experienced team, they're very scary. And they can do a lot of different things.
And a lot of people attribute the 5-7 last year and the drop off due to COVID.
Yeah.
Because that was the year that these would have been the seniors, and there was some stuff that happened with recruiting and stuff back then.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean, you look at that, the 5-7, but as I said, 9-4, 10-3, 10-3. And I know as a coaching staff, I mean, you guys are in spring ball putting in. I mean, you're not as an offensive coach, but in spring ball or in the summer and fall camp. I mean, you guys are the triple option is something that is.
Well, and even defensively, they did some different stuff that created issues, and you had to be ready for it. So we used to on offense have a couple days where it'll be like Air Force's defensive package.
And how scary for the defensive coaches, I guess, just to have random game 5, you're playing the triple op. And I mean, it's just a unique thing that you don't see very much.
Not once, right? I mean, unless you happen to play 2 academies.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's something. And I'm sure they spend a little bit more time on it because they play both the other academies that are running similar offensive. But yeah, it's I mean, you have to touch on it so that it's familiar when you get to that week in the season. It's not that you're going to have it all dialed in and down, but I mean, some of it's even training the scout team.
Yeah.
So that you can get some kind of.
And you need a good scout team quarterback, right? And sometimes it's not even a quarterback; it's a receiver or somebody that you put back there.
It's whoever might have run the option in high school.
Yeah. There's a coach walking over this way. Any memories? I know you had an unfortunate one with Rip in there, the one year where he got stuffed at the goal line and then fumbled. But I know you have a lot of positive memories playing Air Force as well.
Yeah. That was certainly one of the worst. But a lot of good ones.
We'll take 30 seconds. Be back with Troy Calhoun here in 30 seconds on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
When I want Boise State to win, I trust Coach Rice to lead the Broncos to victory.
And when I want the best painting and garage floor coating, I trust RowPaint.com to get that job done right.
All right, having fun. Old friends reminiscing here on Bronco Nation News. We got Troy Calhoun, the head coach at Air Force, joining us. We appreciate you, Coach. We were just talking, and I do some basketball stuff as well, and I was talking to Joe Scott the other day, and just I know it's a yearly topic for you, but the challenges you guys face with the NIL and transfer portal and lack thereof for you guys, and how that gap is just getting bigger and bigger right now with your competition. I mean, you got quite the task to try to put a competitive team out there with the disadvantages that you have,
and yet he does it every year.
Yeah, but it's not getting any easier. I mean, how are you trying to deal with that?
Well, I think the biggest thing is just to acknowledge the reality of the situation, and it will not get easier. Yet, you know what? No place has it perfect, so it's not like you can say even as talented and technologically sound as the United States Air Force is, there's still some other things going on around the world. So you got to adapt the best you can, and we certainly will too.
I have a question, like a legitimate question. The 105-man roster limits that's coming into college football, do the academies have an exemption on that?
Well, Kent, the way it works, you either opt into revenue sharing, which we aren't doing because you aren't allowed to.
Right.
Which if you opt into revenue sharing, then you are at 105. Okay. We are not. Yeah, we're not opted into the revenue sharing. I was trying to explain
that typically you have a little bit larger freshman class than most other schools.
Yeah, I think we do. I think that's very fair to say. Yes, sir.
It takes a lot of organization, a lot of recruiting, all that stuff.
Oh, for sure. Because, you're looking for such a unique guy. It's like we say all the time, man, we got to turn over a lot more rocks than anybody else. And certainly the filter that's applied to a transcript, being able to engage and interact with somebody that really in their heart feels like they want to serve for our country. That's a huge part of it. And then certainly you want somebody that still has some capability as a Division I athlete too.
How we were talking about this, but I mean, if you're at Boise State and you lose Ashton Genty, you can go get Malik Sherrod. If you lose a right tackle, you can go to Toledo and find some guy that started for 2 years at right tackle. I mean, you talk about your high school recruiting, but you can't. I mean, you got to identify guys earlier and hit on them, because you can't go. I mean, when you lose your quarterback or you lose your D end, you got to just hope the guy you recruited 2 years ago is ready to go. You can't go pluck that hole.
So true. You look right now at the quarterback position, and we have our top two guys, I think, have a grand total of 29 career snaps.
Wow.
Snaps. Snaps. Most places are talking about, hey, we'll go get the backup. At least he's played 19 games or 25 games or whatnot. So, again, just the reality of the situation as far as where we are.
We were talking just before you came on here, kind of about your roster coming back. And I said, typically when they have experience, it's scary. And to me, it looks like you guys have a lot of guys that have played, maybe not at every position.
Look who it is.
But all over the place. And to me, I mean, this looks like the typical Air Force team that's going to really do good things.
Well, we don't on the back end as far as our secondary. In fact, not at all. I think we're probably the least experienced that way, and maybe in college football. We do in our front six. We have some guys that have been in there a little bit.
As an offensive guy that always scared me.
Yeah, and you'll like this. I mean, I do think, hopefully we don't use him a bunch. Our punter's back and our deep snapper's back. That helps if you're the special teams coordinator. You sleep a little bit better, right, Coach?
You brought your punter down here.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, And then offensively, there are some guys up front with a couple of ball carriers that have played. So that can be helpful. I think the biggest thing for us is health willing. I do think we get to the back half of the season, you could have a solid group. And then once we get into 2026 next year, hopefully we get a good number of those guys that decide, you know what, no, the Air Force is a pretty good way to go. And they stay at the academy. And because of it, you could have a good group next year.
I think there's a little bit of a misnomer that, you guys get hit hard by people poaching and all that. And
sure, you do. Yeah.
But for the most part, people are choosing to go to Air Force because it's more than the football, right? And so they understand the career aspirations beyond that and opportunities there.
You want that to be the case. I think the transparency is invaluable no matter where you work. I think certainly when you're recruiting a young fella, young man, young woman, that choose to come to the academy, the family understands the longer vision that way. We lost some good players, to the portal, and obviously our guys get connected somehow with
it's amazing
other services
happens, right?
or other particular individuals that say, I got a little more good bag of money here for you out here if you'll leave the academy.
That never happened.
Okay.
I know if last year was 5-7, but the 3 years before that, I think you had 29 wins in 3 years, and then you had the COVID year, obviously, and I think 11 wins the year before that. Maybe explain for folks. A lot of people are attributing last year from COVID because of the backlog of the roster.
I think it's true. Yeah, I really do. I think that's accurate. We really pushed so many chips to the table, if you will, those years. And the number of guys that we had seniors, I think we had like 38 seniors that departed. And so we, especially last year, really started from scratch. And probably about half the spots this year we will too.
Well, I mean, like he said, when you've proven when you have the veteran players and you have the roster you think you like and you have guys back, I mean, you're a 10+ type win team.
Goodness gracious, I love the way you think.
I truly one of the best football coaches out there. Like everything going into a game. It makes you better because you better be on point, because if you leave one crack, it's going to get exploited, and these guys do a phenomenal job of that.
Appreciate that, Coach.
And I think you guys do an amazing job of playing to your strengths and understanding, all the years you brought zero blitz, and then you think it's coming and everybody drops out, and you better be on point, because once you turn the ball back to you, you're not going to see it for a while. So
you hope, right?
You guys play such good complementary football and doing everything, as a team to win the game.
Yeah.
And you just understand when you're playing against Air Force, like, you better be on your sharpest point.
You sure hope so. I'll say this. I love our guys. And I don't know why. In fact, Amanda's kind of been teasing me a little bit here the last couple. There's something about this group where you're so eager to go to work. We clearly have had a bunch of other teams maybe that were more experienced. Yet, the commitment part of it, that's certainly the case. the spirit of these guys, the way they think of one another and how good they are that way. And maybe more than anything else, you just know what they're made of as human beings, that, you know what, if some dude is a former Air Force linebacker and he's flying a B-2 out of the middle of Missouri, and that mission's a little longer than 20 or 30 hours, or yeah, we want that guy doing that for our country, for all of us. So,
no doubt.
Yeah.
I always think that's a good deal. You know, if so many of the other guys have been through talking about their summer workouts they got going on right now. What are your guys doing? Maybe tell the fans
frankly, they are at home.
Yes.
Most of my guys are at home right now. And, you know, you think about it, for all the obligations that they have, their squadron, their military obligations. Are you rolling the dice? I don't know. But, they're going to be home for 15 days here before we start. They just, ever since spring break, they've been at the academy. Every one of these guys has taken 19, 21 semester hours, and it's real astronautical engineering and aeronautical engineering. Just unbelievable stuff. And then they roll right into their summer requirements. We just felt like, you know what? Maybe a good little time to get them home, just
and
at least
what
for a
those
brief
summer
stretch.
Requirements look like?
Whether they're working at flying programs, we have a good number of our guys that are the leaders of basic training. So our freshmen are completely immersed in basic training. All the freshmen are there at the academy. So the leadership roles that way, and they're huge roles. I mean, as far as, you get up at 4:30 in the morning and you're making sure you're a great leader. It's about your troops, just their health, their well-being. Are they hanging in there, when it comes to everything that they need in order to be able to push and really exert themselves every single day.
Absolutely.
We talked about you being the longest tenured coach here in the league, and a lot of these, you got name tags on a lot of these guys in the meetings and stuff. Probably there's so many new coaches. I think 8 first or second year coaches. Maybe it's just the connection you have with your players and helping them get those dreams and helping them protect the country and all this. But what is it for you that you've done so much in this game, and that still, I guess, kind of motivates you and pushes you at this point?
I know this may not sound normal, and maybe it is abnormal. Maybe, your heart just swells more and more. I think each year, especially as you get to know these guys, and it's phenomenal being able to go back into a home and spend time with the families and these young men. And you just think, holy cow, the willingness to serve, and wherever that may be, that's contagious. It rubs off on a young coach like myself too. So, yeah.
And maybe it's different for you because you don't have to, or not to deal with it, but you don't have the discussions about NIL. You don't have the discussions about transfer portal and all that. But I
still have plenty of those, by the way. I know it might think on the outside. No.
I would just say for some veteran coaches that have been doing this for a while, that the way, like a Dan Mullen, he's having maybe different talk with a recruit than he was 15 years ago, or as opposed to how it goes. But maybe, I know you're still dealing with that. But this game has certainly changed a lot. It continues to change since you got into coaching.
Well, it certainly has. It is it's almost like each year you're putting a new crew together, and, you take the summer, we're here in order to spend time with our freshmen when we can, as they're in the middle of basic training. You try to get them for about an hour and a half every other day or something like that. And so you do a little preliminary scouting report on each opponent, and there is a little more turnover, than there has been in the past. And, that's the nature of college football at this stage. And I don't think anybody in the foreseeable future, that very well could be the case, at least here over the next 3 or 4 years.
I know one of the things I'm disappointed about is with Boise State moving on to the Pac-12 is only one more guaranteed trip to seeing a game at the academy. And we talked yesterday, Red, about just how special of a day that is with the running of the cadets and the parachute jumpers. And I know you guys have made some upgrades to the stadium and stuff with the facilities and everything. But I know Boise State Air Force has always been a fun game, some great memories on both sides, and that is one of the unfortunate things here is that this will be the last scheduled matchup this year.
It will be. I'll tell you this, and I think I've shared this with you guys. That is an awesome area when it comes to supporting our men and women who serve, and right down the road there at Mountain Home. Yep. And how many guys I've had that have flown out of Mountain Home that absolutely love that area, and just how down to earth people are. There's an awful lot to do, certainly when it comes to the outdoors, but we're grateful for that, to be in a section of the country for our Air Force members, where people, they're good to them and they're appreciative of their commitment to go out and make sure we have liberties, we have freedoms within our country.
Yeah. Well, we pretty early in the season, Boise State will be coming down there, and so we're going to enjoy the last scheduled meeting, and who knows what will happen in the future. But appreciate you for jumping on, Coach, and thanks for your time, and best of luck this season, and maybe 2 meetings. Maybe we can get a championship game. Boise.
I like the way you're thinking.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Now, Kent, great to see both of you.
You got any dirt on Kent Riddle you can give us?
I have so much. I don't know if we have that kind of. No,
We go back to like when I was coaching the tight ends in the closet in back in the video room at Colorado, and
that's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, phenomenal football coach. It's wonderful because of the heart and the feeling that he has for Boise State and that community. To have him involved this way too, that's pretty cool.
Thank you.
Out of the blue. So and true pedigree. You know, when you talk to somebody that really knows the game and the details that are involved in all facets, not just special teams, but all the way across the board. What a great, just pure merit and a class human being, too. I mean that, Kent.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
I've learned.
And I appreciate, I assume you could feel it, but like how good a football coach this is. And, it comes up every now and then, but people always think like, oh, he's an option guy. This guy's a football coach. He can coach any offense you want to run. This guy could do it.
Well, appreciate it. The first comment says, I'm really going to miss this game. The next guy says, will not miss going against the triple option. So,
all right. No, you guys are class. I mean it. And I'll tell you this. I just, the times that because I guess, right now it's not on a schedule again to ever play there.
No.
We played in a bowl game there in 2014. Yep. The trips that we've made there, just top shelf. The mutual respect, I think, truly is genuine. Now, between those guys on the field, it's a little different.
Yeah.
But deep down, I mean, just the spirit of great competition, the toughness, the eagerness, and the regard for one another. You feel that in your heart.
Well, I know, not to bring up bad memories, but I mean, when you guys came and won on the blue that one year, and then you guys had at least a couple big wins there at the academy as well. I mean, it's been.
I think our first 3 years we lost.
Yeah.
The 3 in a row in 14, 15, 16.
The 7 or 8 turnovers in 14, I guess.
That day.
Which that propelled them onto the Fiesta. They didn't lose again.
That's right. They did. All the way to play Arizona and Phoenix, right? That year, tremendous team. Great. That was old Grant Hedrick, I think, in that crew.
Jay Ajayi.
Yeah, tremendous football team.
Well, we could talk for hours.
Okay.
Coach. Appreciate
Thank
your time.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Sir.
Troy Calhoun, the head coach at Air Force. We'll take a quick timeout. Back in 30 seconds here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Back live, 4 hours and 43 minutes. We are rolling along on our live coverage here at Bronco Nation News, having a lot of fun as we get to catch up with some of these coaches. I know this has been fun for Kent, catching up with some of his old buddies and coaches and stuff. But we're having a lot of fun here. 4 hours and 45 minutes. We've got the Colorado State Rams coach coming up in 9 minutes. And then we have a little bit of a break before we finish strong at 2 o'clock with Fresno, Hawaii, and Nevada. So we may need to tap into Nathan again here in a little bit when we have our next break here. But having a great time. Appreciate everybody for watching the coverage. Hopefully you're enjoying it. And throw in another plug, man. $30 if you can help us out. BroncoNationNews.com. Today is the final day before our 75% off sale goes away. So if you want the best deal, they may have another deal, 50%, 60%, I don't know, starting tomorrow. But if you want the best deal, 75% off, that's like less than $3 a month. You pay it one time, $30. You're done for the full year. BroncoNationNews.com. We'd love to have you subscribe and help out our coverage for us. BroncoNationNews.com. You get Prater, Nathan Carroll, all of our exclusive content from Chris V on the recruiting side, myself, and all the other shows and things that we're going to have. Hope that you'll consider subscribing. And again, that's $30. BroncoNationNews.com. We'd love to have you subscribe. And today's the last day. BroncoNationNews.com. Subscribe and get that discount. Kent, in about 8 minutes here, we're going Jay Norvell, Colorado State, up next. But this has got to be fun for you catching up with some of these guys.
Yeah, I told you before, like I've known many of these guys for such a long time, and it's just fun to see them. And I know I'm Captain Positivity or whatever, but it's fun to see these guys when everybody's undefeated and got thoughts of grandeur. For the year.
No one's had a bad practice yet. No one's had a.
No. And trust me, I mean, these guys all know their strengths and weaknesses. At this point, they're going to try and grow them through fall camp, grow their strengths, minimize their weaknesses, and see how that goes. But I also know they're not probably going to share a whole bunch of that with everybody. Because as coaches, you do look at some of this, like, well, what do you say about the team? And if you can find that one thing, it does help you. I mean, you're always looking for an edge.
You talk about a guy that's respectful for the opponents, though, and maybe it's different behind closed doors with his team. But
I will say this: he is a unbelievable guy of playing down their team.
Oh yeah.
Woe was me.
He didn't want to get into the returning star. Oh, we've had way more experienced teams and all this stuff. Yeah. He said they had.
That's when they're scary.
He said they had the most inexperienced secondary in the country, maybe, or something.
I wasn't seeing it that way, but
no, not at all.
Yeah,
not
but
at all.
he's a master of we're just the poor little guys. And, well, but
20 plus years
when
there
he's
now.
saying that, that's when you should really be scared.
Now he was with was it the Houston Texans?
Yep.
And then there was his name actually has popped up in recent years for some other
for the Denver Broncos head coaching job, maybe twice.
And he's similar to Kenny over at San Jose, where everyone just thinks he's this triple option coach. But if he had a chance to run a traditional offense, he would do that just fine.
Yeah. Oh, tremendous. I mean, he was Gary Kubiak's offensive coordinator for the Texans.
Yeah, they didn't run triple option in the NFL.
Not that I've seen. I think they tried it one time with Lou Holtz.
Oh, really?
When he coached the Jets or something, and I think that lasted about half a year, and it didn't work out.
Well, that was great. Yeah, hearing from Troy Callan, appreciate him. I mentioned about 5 minutes now. Colorado State. They're a team that's a little bit of a getting some preseason hype here. I think finished 4th in the league. Jay Norvell, one of the most experienced coaches in the league coming back, and he's got them in a pretty good spot here. And I know you've got some history with Jay Norvell as well, correct? You coach with him or against him?
No, I've known Jay probably since I was in high school, and he was playing at Iowa.
Okay.
I think that was probably the first time we met, but I have talked with Jay on and off. I mentioned to Dan Mullen, coach of Dan McCarney. That was Jay's first coordinator job, I believe, was at Iowa State for Coach McCarney. So we got some crossover there.
His 4th season. I thought it was his 5th, but this is the 4th season for Jay Norvell. It's his 9th overall as a head coach, but 4th there at CSU.
Talk about another guy that that guy's been the offense coordinator for the Raiders, Arizona State.
Yeah, he was the wide receivers coach for the Indianapolis Colts, tight ends coach for the Raiders, and he had all kinds of other college NFL stops. Started in 86, 87 as a graduate assistant at Iowa.
Yep, right after he finished playing.
Yep.
So,
Northern Iowa wide receivers coach. They went to Wisconsin. Iowa State was an assistant head coach there. Went in the NFL for a while, as you said. Came back, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach in Nebraska in 04 through 06. Then went to UCLA for a year. Was the offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach there. Went to Oklahoma. Had a nice 6-year run there, I believe, as the wide receivers coach, and then the co-offensive coordinator, wide receivers coach at Oklahoma.
Somewhere in there, I think.
Was at Texas in 2015, Arizona State in 2016, and then got the Nevada head coaching job in 2017. And I know at the time that was a little bit of a it's now happening way more. Houston never would have had the in-conference coaching change, and there were some people that at the time I think were a little surprised, like, why would he take that? What's he see in that job? But that just showed, I think, that the facilities, the new stadium they had, the money, the resources they were putting in. Nothing against Nevada and what they have, but that he thought that was a better situation for him to go in conference, and here he is 4 years later with a team that's picked top 4 in the league.
Yep, absolutely. And probably an interesting factoid, but his dad was one of the big time athletic directors, probably retired at Michigan State maybe 10 years ago or something. But, one of the first guys that was on the forefront of being a leader for collegiate athletics.
They were 8-5 last year, and they had at least, I forget the game. I think it might have been Fresno State. Yeah, they lost 28-22, and that I think might have put them in the conference championship game. Something had to happen late. Is that what happened? If they had beat Fresno late in the season, they lost by 6. They would have been in the championship game, I think, over UNLV, I believe. And so
they didn't play each other, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and I remember a lot of people, actually, Boise State fans were kind of rooting for. They wanted, if Colorado State would have, won that game, and they wouldn't have, there wouldn't have been the rematch with UNLV at that point. But they did lose in the Arizona Bowl to Miami of Ohio to wrap up the season, but finished 8-5. They opened the season at Texas, and then obviously had the Colorado matchup as well. But in conference, got wins over San Jose, Air Force, New Mexico, Nevada, Wyoming, and Utah State. But didn't play Boise State obviously last year, and they're on the schedule. I think the last is it the senior day? The last home game, I believe, is the last home game for Boise State. The Saturday before Thanksgiving is going to be on the blue. Colorado State coming to town.
Yep.
And they've got the quarterback that we talked to yesterday.
Yeah,
as coach is walking over now.
Probably the most experienced quarterback coming back in the conference.
Yeah. Let's take a 30-second break, and we'll have we'll be joined by Jay Norvell in 30 seconds here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right. Live here on Bronco Nation News, old friends reminiscing here. You saw this face here, Coach Norvell, and you looked a little surprised there.
No. First, how many Boise guys do I got to talk to today? I just got done talking to Boise guys.
Too many.
Is there anybody back in Boise right now? You guys are all here.
They like football up there in Boise, Coach.
That's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
You were saying, though, you go way back with Coach
Yeah,
Norvell
well,
here.
I remember, I grew up with an Iowa fan.
Yeah,
my dad played there, and I remember watching Coach Norvell and Coach Stoops patrol
way back in the day. That's right. Way back in the day.
They're pretty damn good teams, right?
Really good. There's no question. Yeah, I mean, everything that I do, I owe to my years at Iowa and Coach Fry and Coach Alvarez and all the great coaches that were there. So, we're a developmental program just like we were at Iowa. Yeah. So we're trying to replicate that.
Well, it's fun for me because growing up an Iowa fan, but I think a lot of talk is always about the Hayden Fry coaching tree. And
sure.
All that, but I mean, you played with or coached with or played for.
Yep.
I mean, there might have been 10 head coaches on the staff.
Yeah. I mean, Barry Alvarez, Dan McCarney, Kurt Ferentz. Kurt Ferentz was a 20. Yeah, myself.
Bob.
I played strong safety. I played behind Bob Stoops, Mike Stoops, and then me, and then Mark Stoops, and we all became head coaches. Brett Bielema was there. So just so many great coaches. Coach Snyder, for Kansas State, Hall of Fame guys. So it's a lot of fun.
Coach, can you slide in a little bit in your chair? If
Absolutely.
You don't mind? Everybody in Boise wants to see the face. They're hearing talk here. So there we go. We
Hey, can you guys? I thought I was sitting with SMU. What's up with your logos? That's not a Bronco logo. That's SMU
logo. That was
the
free clip art I could find, Coach.
Bronco Mendenhall actually said he was stealing that.
Yeah, he says his morning email to his family is getting the Bronco Nation News.
The last program that had that logo got the death penalty. I saw the Pony Express the other night on ESPN. You guys better change that logo.
That's funny. Coach, how do you feel about it? You're in a good mood right now, obviously, but I mean, you got to feel pretty good about your team. You guys, I know, are picked 4th preseason. You had a solid, 8-win season last year.
Yeah.
You got a lot of pieces back.
We like our team. We've worked hard every year to improve our roster. We won 8 games last year. Made a lot of progress in our program.
Our attendance has been really fantastic. We broke
You
the
have an
school record.
unbelievable
Yeah, it's a great stadium. So we really like our team. You know, we brought in 29 kids in the portal, put a high priority on playing time. 20 of those 29 kids were starters at their schools. And so these guys have got college playing experience. They're physical, they're athletic. And our charge is to make them all play as a team. I think that's what everybody at our level especially is challenged with all the transfer kids. So I'm excited. I think we're more athletic than we've ever been on defense. We got a experienced quarterback back. We love our running backs and our offensive line, and we've got a ton of athletes at receivers. So pretty exciting group to work with, and can't wait to get started.
I was just telling BJ, Braden's got to be the most experienced quarterback in the league.
I would think that as far as playing time, yes. And, you know, this is his third year.
He's a big-time player.
Third year as a starter. We played him as a freshman. You know, we were determined to live with his inexperience and his immaturity. Made a lot of mistakes, but he's learned a lot now. And now it's a payoff.
Yeah.
You know, he's in his third year as a starter. He's got a chance to break all school records. The most important record, though, is wins. And Bradley Van Pelle had 23, Moses Moreno had 21, and Braden's at 14. So he's got a chance to be the all-time winningest quarterback in Colorado State history.
That's awesome.
And in this day and age, I mean, to have a quarterback that's a multi-year guy at the same school, I mean, I know Boise's feeling that with Maddox Madsen as well, but I mean, it's to have that continuity with the same coach and the same quarterback and stuff, I mean, that's not something that's pretty common anymore.
It's rare in this day and age, and you know, we feel very fortunate to have Braden.
He's an unbelievable talent,
too. Yeah, I mean, he can throw, he can run. He just got back from the Manning camp, and was a great experience for him. You know, I coached in the NFL for 6 years, four with the Colts with Peyton, and it was great for him to be around Peyton and Eli for a few days and just see how serious they are about football, and so that was a great experience for him.
Yeah.
What else has you excited about your team, Coach?
You know, I just love our kids. You know, I think once you've been in a program for 3-4 years, you know, the players become a reflection of the coaches. And so really feel like we connect with these kids well, love our effort and our physicality. And we can really grow with this group. I think they're very goal oriented, and our goal is just to get them to play their very best. And so I feel like if we can do that, we're going to be very happy at the end of the season.
We talked about your career path, and we were looking at your resume, and obviously being at Nevada and making the in-league jump over to CSU. And every year you've gotten better with the record here. I mean, and so when you saw the facilities and the stadium and the investment that they were going to make there at CSU, I mean, the in-conference move doesn't always happen in terms of what, you know, but you saw what could be done at Colorado State.
Yeah.
And now it seems like getting to 8 wins last year, and every year has gotten better, that here in year 4, it's kind of looks like it's whatever your vision was, it's kind of playing out.
I've been a lot of places. I think Fort Collins and Colorado State is a sleeping giant. I really do. It's a great city. You know, we're 40 minutes from Denver. Fantastic facilities, big school, you know, huge enrollment. And so I just felt like, and you know, I understand history, you know, TCU, BYU, Arizona State. Those schools were all in the WAC, and with Colorado State, Utah, and now they're all in the Big 12. So for decades, Colorado State's wanted to move up in conference, and you know, that's the reason I went there, because I felt like we had an opportunity to do that.
You excited then with the group of schools that are going over to the Pac-12 next year?
I think it's going to be really competitive. I really do. And you know, some of the top teams in this Mountain West are all moving. You know, they're all good schools. They all have good recruiting history. And they've been winners. And so I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be super competitive, and you know, it's going to be a lot. They're going to do some kind of unique things, and I'm excited about that.
What you guys are probably a week, 10 days, whatever, from starting camp.
Yeah.
Like what are you hoping to see from the team as you go through fall camp and head into the season? It's
an important month. You know, we basically get 5 weeks of training camp, and that's go back to getting our guys close and being a team. You know, our our whole motto this year is we over me. And,
your players, by the way, knew that. They mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah. I told them. I reminded of that before we left. But I just think that's what football is all about. I mean, football is probably the most unselfish game you could play. It's all about team. And, I think that gets lost in this transfer era and NIL and, look at me world we live in. Selfishness is probably the worst quality I think human beings have. And we get the chance to be selfless in this game. And so really want to remind our guys of that. And, I think if we could come together, our superpower is our connectiveness as a team. And if we can be super connected, we're going to have a great year.
How is Colorado State positioned in terms of the revenue sharing and the NIL and just the support you're getting from the community there?
We've gotten great support. Now, our president, our athletic director, our community's been great. I think we're very similar to some of the other schools in our league, like Boise. And so we were just going to keep pressing. I think, we're living in an era where the support, the financial support you get from your university can directly determine the type of players you can get. That's just the reality. And so we're hopefully that we can continue to grow that as we move forward in this new conference. And I mean, we're all moving towards full rev share. I mean, that's if we want to stay relevant, that's where we're moving.
This might be a dumb question, but I don't see Colorado on the schedule. And I know last year a lot of fans in Boise were pulling for you guys because they had the whole Genty Hunter thing. They wanted you guys to beat Colorado last year. But I'm just curious. Was that
we don't play them every year?
Okay,
we don't play them every year. I wish we did. I wish we played them this year. But
I bet you wish you played.
Yeah, I really wish we played them, but
we Northern Colorado this year.
Yeah, we do, and we're trying to get them on the schedule the next couple years, but there's a three-year break before we play them again.
Okay, and your schedule in general, you got Washington State at home, you got UNLV at home, and I know when we had you on last year, we were bringing up that Hail Mary that you guys had against Boise State, but now you got to go back to Boise, and hopefully that game for both teams will mean a lot there at the end of the season.
Yeah, it is positioned late. To where it can mean a lot. So, we're looking forward to it. We haven't been back to Boise for a couple years, so we hear you guys are working on your stadium up there, and so
no seating in one of the end zones. Just
is that right?
Yeah, you can head down to the north end zone if there's ever a overtime or something.
That's good to know. I appreciate that.
They switched the sides.
DJ giving like top secret.
Well, they switched the sides too. They got the student section by the visitors now, so they'll greet you nicely. I'm sure.
Sure. Look forward to that.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, and best of luck. And hopefully for both you guys, that game means a ton at the end of the year. And hope you guys stay healthy and have a great year.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
All right.
This guy's like one of the true classy people in college football.
I appreciate it. I loved your dad. He used to take care of me.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And, so there's a lot of good memories there.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot. Jay Norvell, head coach at Colorado State. We'll take a 30-second timeout. Be back here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Kent Riddle's over here breaking the media rule of no selfies with coaches over here, but I guess we'll allow it as former friends. But I know this is cool for Coach Ridd to be able to see a lot of his friends and coaches. And Jay Norvell there, pretty funny guy. He was talking about our clip art of our logo on Bronco Nation News. That was pretty funny. But hey, appreciate everybody for checking us out. We are rolling deep here. 5 hours and 4 minutes. We have surpassed 5 hours of live coverage here on Bronco Nation News, and we're having a lot of fun. We still have 3 coaches to go. We've got Fresno State, Hawaii, and Nevada, and then we'll jump on KTIK for our simulcast. And then hopefully we'll hit the pool for a little bit before heading back to Boise. I know some guys going back late tonight, some back tomorrow. But But no, it was great stuff from Jay Norvell. Very thanks again, Coach Jay Norvell, Colorado State. Appreciate him for jumping on. And Coach, people are liking the Jay Norvell interview there. He was commenting on our logo, commenting. He's a pretty good guy there.
I mean, a great football coach, but one of the classiest people you'll ever meet. A guy just goes out of his way to make you feel special, make you feel important. He brought up my dad there. My dad was his dentist when he was in college. So, just a truly special person. And I know I get criticized for being Captain Positive or whatever, but so many of these guys are great people, not just good football coaches, because that's what, if they weren't, they wouldn't have these roles, right? But just great people, and a lot of them great friends that I've known for a long time. So, but I truly, when I said watching him patrol the backfield with the Stoops brothers back there,
I didn't realize all the number of coaches that were on. I mean, that's incredible.
Bill Snyder, Hayden Fry obviously was the head coach. Bill Snyder, Barry Alvarez, Dan McCartney, Jay, Bob Stoops, Mike Stoops was the head coach. Mark currently is. I'm missing somebody in there. Del Miller was a head coach at. I'm trying to think where he was the head coach at.
I forgot about Bielma being a part of me.
Yeah, Brett. Him and Brett and Mark all. Well, he played with all of them, but those Brett Bielma and Mark Stoops are same year.
Wow, how about that? Well, we're rolling along 5 hours and 6 minutes. We do have a little bit of a lull here, though, Coach.
Only 5 hours? Jeez.
We're 5 hours and 7 minutes. We have 3 coaches left, but we do have about 35 minutes or so till we pick back up and finish strong here. So I don't know if maybe we can tap.
I'm just waiting for the last one.
I guess I am too. I don't know. I'm going to get to have a break. Apparently, I don't know what.
Me and Choate are just going to tell stories.
Yeah, we'll just let you and Choate talk. They saved the best for last on that, and maybe if that's the last one, that means he won't be in as much of a time crunch there. So maybe you guys can
never know.
Can go a little long with that one, but. Yeah, we're rolling along here, and we got someone saying digging the nonstop coverage. 5 hours 7 minutes now that we have gone here, and it's been pretty cool. All these coaches coming around, and as you said, Kent, at this point in the season, everyone's positive about their team, their outlook, and they're soaking in those last couple days before fall camp. But a little trip to Vegas for a couple days gets everybody in the football spirit.
Well, and they get to come down here to Circa and be a part of this, and it's unbelievably organized. Nice food back there.
The lunch was hopefully you got a chance to get some of that, but tremendous with the shrimp and some of the things that they had. Yeah, we were at the same table for lunch. We had lunch.
I enjoyed salad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you did it. You did. Yeah, they had all kinds of healthy non-healthy options, and Rid went for the salad. That was they had grilled shrimp. I mean, that was a really nice lunch. And at 2:00, they'll have the popcorn off to get some more of that. But well, do you want to take a short break, Rid? We've got a little bit of time to kill here. We've got 3 more interviews. I think we may just take about a 5-minute break or so, and I'll see what we want to do here. But I'm just going to put our "Be Right Back" graphic on the screen. We'll keep the stream going. We'll be back probably in 5 to 10 minutes, and then we've got 3 interviews to go: Fresno State, Hawaii, and Nevada, as we continue our 5 hours of live coverage here. So give us about 5-10 minutes. We'll regroup, and we'll finish strong here. Fresno, Hawaii, and Nevada coming up shortly. And as you said, Jeff Choate and Kent Riddle just telling stories and hanging out. But we have the FCS angle with the new Fresno coach. Looking forward to checking with him. And then do you just from going against him, or do you know Timmy Chang at all? Or
a little bit, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, that'll be great.
Certainly remember him being an unbelievable player.
Yeah,
but
no doubt.
He's been a heck of a coach, too.
No doubt. So give us a couple. We'll be right back. Bronco Nation News. We're live. Mountain West Media Days here at Circa Resort and Casino. Our continuing coverage brought to you by all of our great sponsors. We'll thank them one more time, and then we'll be back. Give us about 5-10 minutes here. Our live coverage goes. Keep your keep it in the background wherever you're watching. Keep your sound up. You'll know when we're back here. Bronco Nation News, BroncoNationNews.com.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course. Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
There we go. There we go. I don't think they could hear us all right, but we are back. Our final three coaches. We got Fresno State, Hawaii, and Nevada coming up.
Matt Entz, I believe a two-time national champion, I think, at North Dakota State.
Yep. I'm looking forward to chatting with him.
Yeah.
First-year coach. Didn't know what does he have? I forget any previous ties to Fresno, or just the job that was available for him?
USC. No previous ties that I know of.
Okay. Let us know if I'm not sure why I sound a little less loud. There we go. There we go. For some reason, my mic was a little turned down a little lower there, but there's no Fresno notes. I'm going to look it up here while we wait for him to come on over. But Matt Entz, Fresno State, and then we have Hawaii. What's your take on the Fresno program? Obviously, a lot of history with Boise State.
Yeah, it's a hell of a program. They, natural recruiting ties to Southern California. They do a great job there. Great players. They've had a strong tradition of great coaches over the years, and I would expect it to continue.
You are correct, two-time national champion, but I think some people do forget he actually spent a little time at USC as well, as where he's coming from. First was the assistant head coach, linebackers coach there as well, and then was 60-11 in his 5 years at North Dakota State from 2019 to 23. 60-11, two national championships, including his first season there at North Dakota State. He was also at Western Illinois, Northern Iowa, Winona State, Wayne State, and Illinois College.
Yeah.
Quite the rise.
Fine Midwesterner.
Quite the rise. Wayne State, where is that?
Nebraska.
Okay.
Winona State, I believe, is in Minnesota. I believe.
All right, we're back. What do they call it? Punch drunk, or I forget what they call it. Where you got an hour left, and we're trying
I had a cookie. I had popcorn.
Yes.
Beef jerky.
We're trying to push through here, and
Diet Coke.
Yeah, we could have just tried to filibuster, and I said, you know what? Let's just take 30 minutes, and probably better for everybody. But we've still got a pretty good.
Nobody wanted to hear you and me sit here.
Well, we still got over 100 on YouTube, and still the numbers are still climbing here. So, folks, we appreciate all those that sat around and waited for the short break here. But we do have Fresno, we have Hawaii, and then fun treat. You're going to go one-on-one with Jeff Choate coming up in a little bit too.
We'll tell some fun stories.
There you go.
Good time with it.
Yeah, looking forward to that. That's going to be great.
Yeah, and excited to talk to these other guys too. Like you said, Matt Entz, tremendous coaching pedigree, two-time national champion. I mean, there's a couple national championships floating around here between Matt Entz and Coach Mullen.
Yeah.
Yeah, here is Coach Entz.
Great. He's coming on over right now. Looking forward to it. Matt Entz.
How you doing?
How you doing, Coach? BJ Rains. Nice appreciate you for coming on here. We are live in Boise, Idaho, and around the world here on YouTube and various outlets. Coach, appreciate you. For some have had a chance to catch up with you. We were just looking over your resume and stuff, all the way from Illinois College to Wayne State to
long time.
Get the mic a little closer there if you don't mind.
I'm sorry.
But got to be pretty cool for you here. I mean, you've done a lot of great things in your career, but now a Mountain West head coach here at Fresno State.
Yep. Super excited about taking over Fresno State. Been a lot of tradition and history within that program. My first kind of recollection, Dennis Wagner, who I GA'd for at Wayne State, was the O-line coach for Pat Hill. And so that's when I my fandom started with Mountain West football and Fresno State football in particular.
Where are you from, Coach?
Waterloo, Iowa.
I figured it was. Yeah, I'm an Iowa guy, Iowa City.
Gotcha. I grew up just in between Waterloo and LaPorte City.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
45 minutes as the crow flies to Iowa City.
Perfect. Yeah. I was just looking at your resume. Who were you at Western Illinois with?
Bob Nielsen. Yep. That's who I played for in college as well.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
was there for 1 year with Bob as a coordinator role, and again, Coach Nielsen is, one of those coaches that was a mentor of mine and still a great friend of mine and someone that I lean on heavily.
Yeah. We were talking two-time national champion.
Yep.
I believe that's probably the only person in this whole place that can say that. But as you get to Fresno, and I know you've only been there a short time, but North Dakota State, obviously, really the model for the FCS,
Yep.
right? What similarities do you see that gives you hope to accomplish the same kind of things?
Well, the passion from a community standpoint about Bulldog football, very similar to Fargo, North Dakota, and Bison football. People want to be engaged. People want to help and be involved. And I'm excited about that. I think we have a tremendous recruiting footprint. The whole Central Valley has really good football. And within the Valley, a lot of principals, a lot of administrators and coaches are Fresno State alum. And so we need to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, I think there's just a level of grit and toughness that Fresno has. I mean, maybe it's the ag community that's combined, but I think we can build a program. We can build a great college football program that people can be excited about and one that reflects, I think, favorably upon Fresno.
And I know last year, 6 and 7, they had this coaching situation with Coach Tedford being able to coach. But I mean, the 3 seasons before that, 9, 10, and 10 wins, and obviously a big history of players and coaches and things there. So I mean, it's not like you're rebuilding a program from
not at all. I don't see it that way at all.
Yeah.
I mean, as recent as 2022, they won a conference championship. A number of players in the NFL. They've had players come through. They're great coaches, great players. There's a tradition there, and you want to be somewhere where there's excitement, there's history, and it's a priority. And our administration has said they want to be good at football, and so. I want to be good at football.
Yeah. Coach Hill's still roaming around.
Oh, he is. He has a open invite to every practice. We usually have a script ready for him, so he seems to stay right down by our offensive line coach. And
not surprising.
Yep. But no, it's him, Coach Tedford, have been around a lot. Kalen was back in the area during spring break, came up to the office and sat down, which was an honor to have him on campus. Again, those are just 3 quick names. And again, it all started back with Coach Sweeney got the ball rolling at Fresno.
Yep, absolutely.
How much did the year at USC help prepare you for this, you think?
It helped me probably more personally than it did, X and O wise. I worked with a tremendous defensive staff there. Danton Lynn is an awesome defensive coordinator. Doug Belk, Sean Newell, Eric Henderson, awesome people and men of integrity, but also championship caliber people. It was probably good for me because it was uncomfortable. Living in LA, moving into a part of the country I'd never lived before. I grew more probably professionally in the last year and a half than I have in a long time. And that was part of the reason why I made that decision. I had some other opportunities to stay in the Midwest, to grow, be a coordinator, maybe in the Big Ten, but what decision was going to really impact me? And that was going to California. And it was easier because it was just my wife and I. Both my kids are in college now. And so, we kind of avoided the headache of having to find schools and things like that. So it was pretty seamless, really.
What as you've been going through spring ball, summer workouts, all that, what has you excited about the team coming up?
The willingness to continue to grow. We've challenged them to stack good days, and they have. It's been fun to watch. I don't know if we've had a bad day. We continue to get better. We continue to push. Move the program forward, and that's the thing that I told them the first day I got here. Hey, this is going to be the worst day of Bulldog football, and then tomorrow's going to be better than today. And we're going to keep building this thing incrementally as we move forward and get closer and closer to the season. They're buying into what we're doing. They're buying into the new staffs, both offensively, defensively, special teams. I think they see the big vision. They understand that there's a process to it. It's not we're not looking for results, but we're looking for, how we do things is more important.
Matt Entz, our guest, the head coach at Fresno State here on Bronco Nation News. Coach, what's kind of the calling card of your teams, or and what do you hang your hat on as a coach that's kind of non-negotiables, for your players?
Well, we need to, like most teams that have success, we got to be able to run the football and we got to play great defense. And if we can do those two things, we know we'll be competitive. They don't guarantee victory, but they guarantee a competitiveness where we can be in it late, and then we need to make a couple plays here and there. I think the other thing that we need to make sure we stress is situationally aware. The game of football is so unique to other sports because it's so many situations. Red zone, 2-minute, end of game, third down.
And so many things that come up maybe once a year.
Yeah, exactly. Organically that you have to be prepared for. And so making sure that we're the most prepared football team that we can be. There's enough pressure in this world with college football. Last thing we need to do is create stress and not be prepared for these moments. And so we're trying to do a really good job of being diligent and going about our practice. How we practice and what we practice is critical during the week.
I know you guys will be coming to Boise on November 1st, I believe it is, this year.
I believe you're correct.
This is a long-time assistant coach at Boise and has been coaching for a long time. But I mean, the history of Boise and Fresno, I know you're still getting new and acclimated to all this, but I mean, there's been some great games over the years. I mean, a lot of people attribute the rise of Boise State football to a game back in 2001 against Fresno State when they upset them when they were top 10. But I mean, you guys came on the blue in overtime and won a championship there. I mean, are you getting familiar and finding out the Boise game's a pretty big game on both sides?
Every day I walk into that office and I see the milk can up there, and so I know there must be a game that has some relevance there. It is exciting. I have great respect for Spencer and what he's done there. I know Eric Shenander real well. Eric and I were at Northern Iowa for just a minute together and being Iowa guys. So there's a connection there, and it's a fun group to watch. Jeremiah, the AD, has done a tremendous job of continuing to support football, and everyone wants to try to emulate what they're doing, and so we'll worry about that game when we get there. But we got a few before them. But I know it's hard for our players to not circle that game because it's such a competitive and again, what they did in the CFP last year says a lot about their program.
What would you like to see facilities wise and stuff? I mean, I know the walk for the opposing team is famous there at Bulldog Stadium.
Right.
Where there's a piece of rope keeping these fans and the players apart. But in terms of the facilities, whether it's a new stadium completely or parts to the stadium that could be upgraded or locker room facilities, I mean, what's kind of the next step for Fresno State when it comes to stuff like that?
I do think there's something that needs to, probably from a facility standpoint, we need to move forward. What that looks like, I think there's all the options are on the table right now from my conversations with Garrett, our AD. Do we pour money into the current stadium we have and try to upgrade, and create some more revenue generating facilities, loge boxes, club seating, some more suites? Is it start from scratch and create a new stadium that has everything, new daily operation facilities, practice fields, and then all the amenities that you want in a new stadium, and again, this is all fun to talk about,
we're not paying for
it. Exactly. And so, but what's fun to know is there's a buzz right now in Fresno about doing some things.
Well, and not only that, I mean, I just saw I don't know, BJ had it out here somewhere, but led the league in attendance last year.
Yep.
Over 40,000.
Right.
I think that says a lot for an older stadium and all that, and people are still packed.
Still want to be there.
The environment is second to none in the conference. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah. No, we need to continue to grow that and make sure that Red Wave knows that they're appreciated. We want them at every game, and we want them to be loud. And I know they will be this season. Now it's my job to make sure they put the product on the field.
And what is that product going to look like? I mean, as I mentioned, the 3 years before last year, 9-10 win seasons, 6 and 7 last year. I mean, obviously, like you said, coming in with some nice pieces to build around and work around. You added some of your own. I mean, what? Not to put a win number out there, but what are in terms of goals and making this a successful first season? How you looking?
Well, I just want to be as competitive as we can be, and again, trying to stay away from trying to throw a number out there to set myself up for failure. But if we can be competitive,
you'll be held
exactly,
right?
Exactly. I want to be competitive. We got to. What I've told our football team, and this is something that I learned a long time ago from Bob Nielsen, is it's harder to beat people than it is to lose games. losing, turning the ball over, a penalty that all of a sudden takes you out of field goal range or gives an opponent a first down. That's how you lose games. We need to make people have to beat us, because a lot of times they'll fizzle out, and it's hard to beat people. It's hard to go 1-0 every week, and that's why. But at the same time, that's why as coaches, we need to appreciate wins too. I've been places where, man, we've won games, and maybe it wasn't the prettiest of game, and we wanted to get upset.
I know exactly the feeling.
Only half the country wins. I mean, there is no majority winners. It's half.
Yeah.
You better appreciate it.
What do you make of your schedule? And obviously, week 1, getting to go, week 0, I guess, getting to go open the new stadium there at Kansas.
It is. It's exciting, and I'm a Lance Leipold fan. Because Lance's history is very probably similar to mine. Cut his teeth in small college football and has done a tremendous job. He's a winner. And all that experience he had probably at the lower level has made him a great coach at Kansas right now, and they got that thing rolling with the new stadium. And then, of course, our other 3 non-con games aren't all very tough teams. Oregon State, Georgia Southern, it's a bowl team. Southern out of Louisiana, I think they won 8 games last year in the FCS level. So, and then our first conference game, we're at Hawaii, which scares me to death right now because I don't know anything about it. It feels like a trap game.
Unique stadium there. We were out there last year. It's a very unique.
And so I've had conversation.
Yeah.
Spencer and I had a long conversation about, educate me on what I'm walking into. I'd rather know the details up front than find out day of the game. But and then the unique thing is we have 3 byes this year because of the week 0. And we have a bye week, 1 week every month we have a bye. And then the other, I think, kind of unique thing is the month of November, we don't leave the state of California.
That's awesome.
Wow. And so,
the 3 bye weeks, 1 a month is awesome.
It is. It's
self-scout.
It's unique. I think for a first-time head coach at Fresno State, I think it'll pay big dividends moving. Maybe not this, but going forward because of the development of our young kids still. That can be, those will be Bulldog weeks where it's just all about the Bulldogs and us continuing to get better.
Yeah.
Well, that week 0, I'm actually a Kansas alum, Coach. So take it easy on us on week 0.
I don't know about that. We're gonna have to fight. We're gonna have to fight.
I just saw today they were finally rolling out the turf. So
we're gonna have to fight and claw.
Turf in that game.
Well, I told them that if it's not ready, I know a place where we can move that game. Yeah.
Well, Coach, best of luck this season. We're looking forward. I know you got 7 games or whatever before that, but having you guys up in Boise should be fun there. And looking forward to another great game in this rivalry. And happy that it's going to continue with both teams going into the Pac-12 next year.
Right.
I know it's going to be exciting.
Really exciting. So I appreciate you guys. Best of luck to you guys as the season unfolds.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Fresno State, new leadership, and I know they're excited about what they have going on there at Fresno State with Coach Matt Entz. And Fresno State, certainly a team that a lot of people are excited about and talking about this year in terms of Fresno State and what they could be doing this year. So Fresno State, Matt Entz, and again, it's not some program that's they 6-7 last year, but 9, 10, and 10 wins before that.
6 and 7 under.
Unique situation where he even, if I remember correctly, he was actually at media days, and then a couple of days later actually announced that he was going to be not coaching. So that certainly was unexpected developments, and all of a sudden that put them in a bind there. And I think Tim Skipper was the interim coach last year, and then he's certainly saying the right things. I mean, you got to win. You got to win on the field. But I liked what he said during the interview.
Absolutely, but I mean, you're talking about a guy that knows what he's doing. I mean, you don't run the North Dakota State program and win 2 national championships if you're not more than qualified.
No, he said all the right stuff, and he mentioned the milk can.
Yeah,
people were fired up about that. Timmy Chang's making his way over here. What? Give us a primer on Timmy Chang.
One of the all-time great Mountain West players. Well, it technically could have been WAC, I guess. But,
okay.
Yeah, I mean,
now we won't bring it up to him, but you said that he was trying to get the record against you guys, and you didn't let him get it. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did he get it the next week or something though?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yeah, we will not bring that.
I like to tease Reed a little bit, but one of the greatest, and we're excited to have him on here. We'll do that in 30 seconds. 30 seconds on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, back here on Bronco Nation News, our live coverage continuing from Mountain West Media Days. And Timmy Chang, Hawaii, we were just talking with Coach Riddle, longtime assistant at Boise State, coached against you when you were playing there, and obviously some great stories and memories and always some great battles back in the day.
Oh, some unbelievable games.
I tell you what, it is truly an honor when I get to, sit with any former Bronco player from the past, because there were some true drag out battles.
Oh, unreal!
Unreal games. The old WAC and now the Mountain West, and I mean it's kind of how the Mountain West is like it's every game you got to bring your A game.
Yeah,
every week.
And you were a part of playing Boise State back when they were just kind of starting.
Yeah,
that rise, I guess, right, to become kind of the program they've become.
100%. One of my favorite guys is Ryan Dinwiddie.
Yeah.
That is one of my favorite guys. I've loved just watching him coach in Toronto these last couple years, and especially these couple weeks as their weeks have started. I guess maybe in week 7 or 8. But it was truly an honor to play with him at Winnipeg. We became teammates, and then we both told each other we're gonna go coaching. We're both gonna coach. And man, I want to coach with you, but one of us got to go to defense. You know what I mean? And I was like, I'm not going to defense. Right? You guys have to go. But
he's if anybody has like the mentality as a quarterback that could just go be a defensive guy, it's him. Right?
It is him. He's tough SOB.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fun to see the guys and see where the program has, where they started and has taken into. So, all props to Bronco Nation.
Rid, I know you were on the offensive side, obviously on the coaching staff, but what was it like when you go up against
you better have it ready to go, because they're going to put points up. They're going to get after you. I mean, so like you said, I mean, there were some unbelievable battles. We I think when we're able to pull it out by blocking a field goal or an extra point or something. I mean, that was kind of, but I mean, those guys were scoring 40 before anybody scored 40.
Yeah.
Like every week.
Yeah.
But I said, BJ asked, like, what do you think of Timmy Chang or, what as a player? And I said, truly one of the greats in the Mountain West WAC.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of think of them all as the same conference,
Sure.
but truly one of the great players to play in the conference.
Right. A little bit before our time in spreading the ball out,
Yeah.
But that kind of set us on a trajectory. Some of the quarterbacks that have been in spread offense, it kind of set us in a trajectory to become coaches. Especially when I look at the air raid side of guys, right, and guys that and then with you guys with Coach Peterson and just the list of guys that just follow underneath. I mean, it's truly amazing as you look when there's really good coaches or really good systems in place, the amount of coaches that start to trickle out from those programs.
What's it like, being back there now as the head coach, and the expectations and the pressure that has come for you as a legend player there, now back as the coach?
Yeah, it's all over again, right? As an 18-year-old, you're carrying the back of the state and the weight of the shoulders on your back, and it's the same way as a coach. I tell my guys, we represent all 8 islands, the whole state. There's only one football team, and football's king. And so for us, it means a lot. It really does. We want to be, we want to be great, and talk about those years when we played against each other. Those are great years. My job is just to get us to those great years again, and it starts with a building process. But I do like where our guys are trending.
You've seen improvement really every year since you've been there, and you are building it back to that. What excites you about this year, though?
I love our quarterback. I love our quarterback, Michael Alejado. I love our skill guys coming back. I love our offensive line. I really do love the whole team. I mean, I love our defense. I think we just have a better understanding of what's expected of us. I think watching and talking about those Boise teams, one of those things is that if you're going to beat Boise State, you had to beat them. They weren't going to give you the game. And I think that's a point of emphasis for us. Like, let's not hand the games away, right? We're 5-7 last year, and we lost 3 games under 3 points. Let's not hand those games away. Let's make teams beat us. And that's kind of really when I think about the consistency of Boise State, that's what brings to mind.
The rest of the athletic programs joining the Mountain West also there, with Hawaii, and obviously you look at the future there, and we were out there last year and saw the stadium, and you guys obviously doing the best you can given the situation and kind of making that a nice little atmosphere there. What do you make of that? And I mean, what's kind of the long-term plan, I guess, with the facilities there?
Yeah, not knowing where our stadium's going, I know there's people in the talks of getting our stadium and it's something that I can't control, but what I can control is the environment in which we create at the TC Ching complex. And I thought we had a great environment for you guys when you guys came last year.
Yeah.
A lot of fans got excited about a great team coming.
It was a good game too.
And it was a great game.
Yeah.
It was a game that, went all the way down to that third quarter, and it got a little bit out of the way in the fourth. But I thought it was 2 teams that were the old school throwback.
Yeah,
it was kind of an
absolutely.
old school throwback game a little bit.
Yeah. Do we ever? I think we found out that the official was okay, right? Wasn't that the game where the official got hurt on the sideline or something?
Yes.
That was a scary thing there for a while.
I got to go check on that. Yeah, I got to go check on that. I never asked him.
I'm pretty sure they said after the game that your SID said that he was going to be okay or something, but that was a little scary situation there for a while. But well, what you mentioned what excites you. What going into camp? I don't know if there's a position or two or a player or two. I mean, where are you going to be spending a lot of your time? What in terms? I don't want to say concerns is the right word, but what questions do you need to have answered here during camp?
Yeah, I think for us, making sure our new receivers, they get caught up really fast on what we're doing. Continue to watch the offensive line as we want to be able to run the ball as well as throw the ball like we like to do. But make sure we want to run the ball, get into our packages. Make sure we're understanding what our tight ends are doing within our run and shoot system. And then on defense, just keeping those guys healthy. I mean, they're pretty oiled up. A lot of new guys at the defensive tackle position, so trying to get those guys dialed in there. But the main thing for us is just really getting some really great executed practices going with intent and detail, but also staying healthy and getting us to that first game.
You got Stanford coming over for that first game.
Yeah, we go Stanford, then Arizona. But man, talk about a team that wants to come downhill on you. With Andrew Luck and Coach Rick at the helm. You're looking at those tight end moving sets.
Yeah.
Kind of what Boise has done the last 2-3 years.
We were talking. We were talking about just the turnover and the change in this conference. I mean, you're year 4. You're not you're new, but you haven't been there like forever, and you're already the third longest tenured coach in the whole league here.
How crazy is that? I know. I don't know what to say. They want to tenure me faster. If they want to retire me faster, they can do that too if they want to. But it's.
What do you make of that though? Just so many new young coaches, and they're good coaches, or just young coaches.
They're great coaches. They're great coaches. They really are. When you talk about a new coach, I mean, one of them is Kenny Neal Montalolo, is one of the winningest coaches in the Navy. I mean, that's that Bronco Mendenhall who took 2 big programs to good heights. I mean that's your new coaches.
We were just talking to Matt. We were just talking to Matt Enns, won 2 national championships at North Dakota State.
That's the caliber of talent that we're getting.
Absolutely.
In there. So
we talked about it. I guess just us and with some of the other coaches, but you got to come ready to play every week in this conference because if you don't, you're liable to get embarrassed, right?
100%. There's 2 times that we get together. One's in April, one's now in Media Day, and really when you look around the room, and you look at all the different teams, it's like, and all the different coaches, like, man, you got to bring your A game.
Yeah,
you got to bring your A game.
Absolutely.
Every week, weekend in, week out, got to get your guys oiled up, ready to play.
You mentioned, WAC, Mountain West. There's always changes in conferences, realignment, all that. What's it like for you knowing teams like Boise are leaving the conference after this year?
Yeah, it saddens us a little bit. It's a big family, and but programs got to do what they got to do. You know what I mean? And so wishing nothing but the best. But I know for this year and being in the moment right now, we're gonna go play.
Yeah. It all matters is what the schedule is, right? You can't control what's going on.
You're 12. That's what you gotta get ready for. You're 12.
Yeah.
You got 4 of the first 5 at home, though. I mean, there's an opportunity to get off to a nice start, hopefully.
Yeah, it does. It does, and we're tougher at home. Like Boise tougher at on the blue turf. We're tougher at home, and so we look forward to starting off 1-0, and it's just going to be a tough game. But that's what we would like to do: start off just 1-0 and take one game at a time.
Well, I'm excited to see what you guys can do this year. It's not on the schedule yet. Maybe the championship game we can make it work, right?
Yeah, there you go. That would be nice.
A couple years ago. So.
Yeah,
that would be nice. Yeah.
Well, best of luck this year. We appreciate you for stopping by.
Appreciate you
Thank
guys.
you so much, Timmy.
Thank you.
Yep, Timmy Chang, head coach at Hawaii here on Bronco Nation News as we continue our live coverage. Move the cameras around here a little bit. We've got one coach to go, and this is going to be a fun one because I'm going to get up and let you guys do this interview together. I'm trying to think what's best here for the setup of the microphones and cameras and stuff. We'll have
I'll just move over. How's that?
Choke and sit here. We can no, we can do these two. I can move the camera and make that work. He can sit right there with you. We can give him a headset though if we want to do that, and I think it's his last interview, so keep it going. I'll give you the hook when we get the hook, but you guys can have a little fun. Now, before we'll set the stage here, though, you haven't actually worked with him, correct? You just know of him because of the connections at Boise and stuff, or what?
Yeah, he
came in right when you guys left. Then,
yep. When I left for Colorado, he took over special teams and running backs. So we spent time talking at that point, and then it just, always stayed in touch. And I went up there and visited him at Montana State a couple times. And
what is I know we always talk about just the motivator that he is, but what do you when you say a Jeff Choate coach team, what are you getting?
Tough, determined, detailed, well coached, fundamentals. I mean, but I would say number one thing, tough. Like they're going to scrap and claw and maybe gouge your eyes, whatever. But they're going to fight.
And I know that they were picked last again, but I know that you and a lot of people expect, whether it's this year or the near future, that he's going to get it turned around there.
Absolutely, yeah. And they'll find ways to give themselves an advantage, whether it's running the quarterback, and maybe who knows who it might be. It might be their starting linebacker or whatever, but they'll make some plays on special teams that'll give them a chance to win some games. Always going to play tough defense. So,
and what's your thoughts, just as someone that has seen that when we talk about rivalry at Fresno and all these games with Hawaii, and this is the last scheduled meeting. I mean, there's been a ton of historic legend.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, you want to talk history of games in Reno and the impact that had on national championship game appearances and things like that. I mean, everybody doesn't want me bringing it back up. I know, but I mean,
overtime game or whatever.
The Colin Kaepernick game in Boise. I mean, certainly there's some.
I like to refer to that as the Taylor Tharp game.
Okay.
There you go, Tharpy.
But I mean, that is a sad sign of this, that right now at least, and is the last scheduled meeting between these two programs.
For now, but one thing we probably figured out over the last couple of years, just because it's that way now doesn't mean we're not going to change again. So we'll see where it heads in a few years.
But I mean, if they're not in the same conference, I'm not sure Boise State's wanting to schedule them. So
I'm sure they're not. But
I mean,
I'm saying conference realignment, we're probably closer to the start of it than the end of it would be my guess.
I would agree. And, in 15 years from now or whatever, maybe it all looks like it did 20 years ago. They all circle back around and say, what were we doing? This makes no sense. And we were kind of talking to Gloria about that yesterday. But looks like Coach Choate's going to be coming down here momentarily. What are you going to talk to Coach Choate about?
Probably stories. We'll see what kind of fun stuff we can come up with.
We saw you talking to him a little bit earlier already. So,
we'll see. See if he's got any good stories about what he's been up to this summer in Coeur d'Alene. Or
if you got a question or a comment for, they're saying the first kick was good. They're bringing that back up, but
not surprising.
Well, they did. I mean, the goalpost wasn't tall enough. That was ridiculous. If you got a question or a comment, I'm seeing what else is in here. Our final interview of the day is with Jeff Choate, and then we will wrap it up with Rid, and then we will have our simulcast with Prater and Johnny, and then about an hour from now, Rid, you and I are hopefully going to be at the pool.
I take you an hour. Well, take me an hour to get there.
Yeah, we'll finish up, and we're looking forward to it. But it's been a fun couple of days here at Circa. It's a pretty cool spot. We had a couple good good meals, and that Legacy Club out on the 60th floor is a pretty cool spot to overlook and see the city and everything. And I know for folks that haven't made it down to Circa, I know we hype them up as a sponsor of ours. We do have a financial gain there, but I mean, it really is a cool spot.
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. That place last night was awesome. And, you know, the physical part of the hotel, especially the pool and all that stuff, is unbelievable. But the people here are even better. You know, they do such a good job of taking care of everybody and making you feel important. And
the SID's walking down here, and he may have just sat down for some.
I believe the SID is a Boise State guy.
He is. Okay. So, Aaron Moore. Or he worked at Boise State. I don't think he was a grad here.
No.
Previous Boise State employee. So he's saying it might be a couple more minutes here as he finished up as another interview. So if you've ever had a question or a comment, you can, for Kent Riddle, now's your time. Blake's saying it's funny, though, because isn't the series like 15-2? So all these games against Nevada, as Boise State dominated the series.
I think there's way more than 17 games.
I would say, that one's a little.
They're on the Big Sky together for a long time. So I don't know what the series overall is, but in the last 17, it's probably 15-2.
Well, this is the 119th season of Nevada football.
Yeah.
We talked to Chuba Purdy.
UNLV like 100 times or something.
And UNLV won't call them Nevada; they call them UNR.
Yes,
because they're like a little petty about that when it comes to the when it comes to that. So Jeff Choate, I'm looking at his resume here. He started at Montana Western, 1992. Went to Montana Western, Utah State,
it's an Idaho,
Eastern Illinois,
Post Falls High School, I believe.
Yep. But he played at Montana Western. 1993 was a linebacker, and he was there at Texas. That was with Kukowski.
Yep. Yeah, him and PK, they're together. Davis Cutter was on the staff too,
and he did some really nice things at Montana State.
Oh, well, and not only what he did there to finish at Montana State, but you know they weren't exactly a powerhouse when he took over.
Yeah,
and built that up, and really, you know, even Montana had kind of been the state's highest profile program, and Choate got that flipped over, and Montana State is at least equal, if not ahead of Montana, just in terms of as a program right now.
And I know I asked him last year, but I'm guessing you're not going to ask him about not getting the Boise State job.
No chance. That's coming
and that's mostly why you'll be doing the interview with Coach Choate, not me. But he is one of those guys that's known to kind of speak his mind a little bit, but certainly you can tell that passion that he speaks with rubs off on his players.
Absolutely, yeah, and you could hear it. I mean, just listening to his guys in the interview talk about, hey, we're going to fight for our coach. We're gonna you know, give everything we have, and that's the least expected thing you can imagine.
32-14 is the all-time record. Thanks to Guy for finding that for us. 32-14.
I thought there were more than 17 games.
That even seems low to me. I would have thought there was more than 46, but Montana Western was a good NAIA conference champion. Frontier Conference, Carroll College, Montana Tech.
Yep.
And Bob to the E says, absolutely love Circa. No other place I'll stay in Vegas. So always appreciate the folks at Circa. And we saw Derek Stevens last night up at the Legacy Club. We're trying to effort an interview with him. We had him scheduled, and then the meeting popped up. So we're going to see if we can possibly get him in here before we're out of here, but we may not be able to. But we'll get him at some point here really soon. Now, we mentioned this yesterday, but Nevada opens the season at Penn State. That's going to be a tough one to start the season there at Penn State. Then you've got Sacramento State, Middle Tennessee at home. Two games certainly that they have a chance to win there. And at Western Kentucky, I mean, I know that's a decent team, but really, I mean, there's a chance for Nevada to start 3-1. Nevada could be 3-1.
Yeah, I would expect them to come out of the gates hot.
At Fresno to start league play. They've got San Diego State at home, at New Mexico, Boise State at home, at Utah State, San Jose State at home, at Wyoming, and UNLV is their final regular season game of the season. But we joked about it, but he's probably perfectly fine with the media picking them last.
Yes, I would tell me. I mean, if anybody's going to use that as a chip on their shoulder, it's Choder.
I mean, you'd much rather, as a coach, that's much easier bulletin board material when you're picked last than first, right?
Yes, absolutely. And again, it's nice to give your guys a little kick in the butt, maybe. But at the end of the day, it's all about where you're at the end of the season. That's going to be probably the last thing they care about at the start of the season.
And I know we've talked about some of the other coaches, but that second year, you get another set of your own recruiting class in there, another set of your transfers. The players that return know kind of how you run things, the expectations for your program. I mean, you do in year two definitely seem like you get a lot of these plays. You get a nice bump.
Yeah, and even last year they came out of the gates hot, almost beat SMU, a playoff.
They should have beat them. They were up double digits in like the third, fourth quarter. Yeah.
So and I believe maybe Stanford, early in the season too, and had them down. So they're going to be able to finish games this year.
So do I need to be even out of the area here when he walks over, or what's the situation? I got to make sure we.
You're fine.
Well, he looks like he's finishing up another interview. He had he just took his headset off, or he's getting ready hopefully here soon to come down. But he was doing one other quick interview, and we mentioned it yesterday. But 22 Radio Row interviews here, so they're haven't always been the most timely here to get down here. But
still waiting for the guys from ESPN 105.
We're trying to find out where they put in for a credential and then just didn't show.
Well, they might just never made it out of the casino.
They wouldn't be the first person to show up in Vegas and not end up where they're supposed to be at some point. Yes, but we'll put Coach Chode in the chair over there, and you can sit right here. Just maybe swing around a little bit so you're a little bit closer to the chair there, and then I'll get out of the way here, and we'll have some fun. And then in about 20 minutes at 4:00 Boise time, I'll be jumping on with Johnny and Prater for our final segment of the show. And then we will be that'll be a wrap on Mountain West Media Days. 12 coaches, athletic director, rules or CFP president. We had Chris Vanini from the Athletic pop on. So we're talking, we had 7 or 8 players yesterday. I think we're going to be pushing 30 plus live interviews in 2 days when I think it's all said and done here for Mountain West Media Days. I did
a lot of time, just me and you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I love hanging out with you, Red. Yeah, we can fill our bus with the best of them here, trying to fill time here. And we were all set up perfectly, and then I guess he was either behind or something and sat down for another. Just wanted to make the folks in Boise wait a couple more minutes for Jeff Cho to arrive. So you can see him over Red's right shoulder, hopefully getting ready to come down here for his interview. And he's saying Vegas time, but it's 4:00 Boise time. We'll have the simulcast with KTIK 3:00 here in Vegas for the simulcast with KTIK, and then we're at 6 hours 32 minutes. So we had 6 hours 57 yesterday. We're going to actually go over, and I guess for about 30 minutes today, we put the Be Right Back on. So I don't know if we have to take that off the time or not. If that counts, yes. But we're still
over 6
at about 6 hours. So we're going to be back to back 6+ hour broadcast, and then so what happens? Rid, do the players? Okay, so fall camp you said starts next Sunday.
Yeah.
So is like this Friday probably their last deck or workout, and then do they get a week off to go home, or
no? They're going through Wednesday next week, I think, doing some, but more like preparation for the first practice.
Okay.
Walkthroughs, that kind of stuff.
Okay, nice. Well, we will take a quick time out and play about 2 or 3 commercials here. And hopefully when we come back, we will have Jeff Choate, the head coach at Nevada, and Kent Riddle one-on-one. Looking forward to this one. Jeff Choate coming up shortly here. Don't go anywhere as we continue our live coverage. Mountain West Media Days here at Circa Resort and Casino.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf.
RowPaint.com, the official paint and coatings company of Boise State Athletics, is going all in this season with an all-star lineup. First up, he led the Broncos to 3 conference championships and 10 20-win seasons. It's Coach Leon Rice. Next, he's the founder and CEO of RowPaint.com. He played a little basketball in high school on the driveway with his mom. It's Andy Rowe.
Oh, no. Want to just paint my house?
Now that I can do. When I want Boise State to win, I trust Coach Rice to lead the Broncos to victory.
And when I want the best painting and garage floor coating, I trust RowPaint.com to get that job done right.
Hey, Forrest here. Nothing like getting paid. And with ICCU's mobile app, I can deposit checks or accept Zelle payments so the money hits my account fast. I just wish there was an app for mowing the rest of these lawns.
Well, hello, Coach Choate. Welcome to the last interview of the day. I hope for you. Are you done?
I don't know. Am I done?
I mean, we're just going to hit a couple more radios and then we're done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
Just a couple more.
More radios. Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing, Red?
Good. No complaints. Other than ready to end this and head to the pool or something.
There you go. There you go. It'll listen to the pool all night.
Oh yeah.
Thing thumps all night, man. Then they get rolling.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. How's the summer been?
Short.
It
gets shorter every year.
It's getting shorter, right?
Yeah, and now we talked about in our head coaches meeting about they're going to mandate 0-week games. Like that's going to be that new week 1.
Oh, geez.
But you know,
so you can report for training camp on like July.
Like right now, maybe. Yeah. Right now we practice 1 today,
and we'll move up media days a week.
Tough. Yeah, which will take away more time in the summer. Yeah. There's a whole domino effect here that we're not happy with for sure.
And the bad part is that all kills time on the lake, right?
Yep. Yeah. I'll be 62 before you know it. I'm hoping the finish line.
Give us a good story from this summer. Could be football, could be not football, could be whatever.
Good story from the summer.
Could be family.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done a whole lot. I pretty much vegged out when I went to the lake. I did have a couple pretty epic lake days. That was probably the best. Was PK picked me up on his $1 million Mastercraft, and Laura and the girls and Janet and I went down to Shooters, and we went in there, and Jonathan Smith's in there with about 30 people. So got to see Smitty.
See, that's a good story.
Yeah, I got to see a bunch of people.
Yeah. What are you excited about becoming here with your team?
Yeah, just year 2. I mean, I just think it's the familiarity that I have with them and they have with us as a staff. I think these kids are drinking the Kool-Aid. They're doing what we're asking them to do, the way we're asking them to do it. And that was probably not the case consistently a year ago for a lot of reasons. But I like the way these kids come to work. They like each other. And I think that matters probably more now than ever.
Absolutely.
Like, like if we're going to talk about how much we make, at least we have some respect for one another while we're doing it, And so I think that's a cool
Should help
thing.
in retention too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I
Guys
think
wanna
so.
be with their
The guys they care about, like, hey, if we're, I mean, I don't know that you're ever going to talk somebody out of some crazy life-changing money,
No,
but
probably shouldn't, right?
But yeah, but a few bucks here or there, maybe those relationships can carry some weight.
Yeah. What I know you and how you coach and how you do things, but what would you hope that people see from your team, like the trademark? What are you looking for that as you're watching, you're like, that's a Nevada team? Because
that was probably one of the things that bothered me the most last year. Was I really try to pride myself on, like teams not beating themselves, like don't have penalties at critical times, don't turn the ball over, play good situational football, be great in the red zone and all in both phases, be exceptional on special teams. And really those were the things that the mistakes that were made that got us beat last year. And I think that you're going to see a certain level of toughness and competitiveness when our guys take the field, but
for sure,
hopefully that that's going to translate into, really disciplined, smart football too. And so I think that's the step that we've got to take.
I was saying earlier before you came on, but they kind of asked about your history or whatever. And, Montana State now is obviously one of the powerhouses in FCS. And I think everybody just thinks like, oh, it's been like that. Well, it wasn't when you went there. You had to build that program into what it is today too.
Yeah.
I assume there's some similarities.
Very much so. Yeah. I had deja vu. Year one always sucks. It doesn't matter where you are. Year one at Texas was a challenge. So I think that probably I think that's why I was a good fit for a place like Nevada, given where our program was at in the moment. Was that I had some experience taking something from kind of the cellar and trying to build it. And it's a brick by brick type of build. It's not a wave the magic wand and we're going to be great. You've got to understand there's going to be some growing pains, and momentum and trajectory of the programs is as important as wins for us right now.
Yeah. What, just because we've known each other for such a long time, but, and you've had a lot of different stops in coaching, but just give us like a few of your best memories coaching. It doesn't have to be Boise State. It might be a Post Falls High School.
No. I mean, I got a lot of great ones, man. I got a Mount Rushmore deal going there. I mean, they're obviously the two Fiesta Bowls at Boise were high water moments. I mean, the fake punt that we had in the second Fiesta Bowl was called the Riddler because I stole it from you. But yeah, that was a really cool moment.
I appreciate the thought, but your guys executed it much better than our guys.
Well, we practiced it a long time, I'll tell you that, before we pulled it out. But long story short, I think that like there's some things that in 2018 we were down 20-0 at half, or 20-0 going into halftime at Montana, and came back and won on a goal line stand after taking the lead, and that was a pretty special moment. I was able to share that with my family. My son was on the team, and so that was really cool. Being a part of the first championship in 15 years at the University of Texas, getting a place like that back to a place where I'll walk into DKR for the rest of my life and it'll say 2023 and I'll know I was a part of that championship team. So that was pretty cool. Maybe a fun fact about me, I might be the only coach in the country who's been to the Final Four in the FCS and the FBS as a head coach and an assistant.
That's impressive.
So, that was a really fun experience. And, and beyond that, it's just the relationships with whether it's guys like you or, Scooter or PK or Coach Pete, the guys that influenced me and that were, kind of that brotherhood that we have.
It's funny. Somebody asked the other day, like, like best staff have been on or something. It's hard to pin down like one staff because I have the opportunity to be around so many great people, but just tell us about some of the guys that have really influenced you.
Yeah. I know, Mick Dennehy was a guy that I played for in college.
The first one.
and I worked for, he gave me my start in college football. I spent 9 years as a high school football coach in 3 different districts in the state of Idaho, and then got into college coaching when I was 32. And that he was very influential in opening that door for me. And, this guy named Jeff Hoover, who was an offensive line coach who's since passed away. Like I learned how to recruit from that guy. Now that guy was a used car salesman, and he could sell ice to an Eskimo. But man, he worked at it.
Yeah,
and he had a strategy, and I paid attention to how he went about his business. I really learned a lot about recruiting from him. Scheme-wise, a guy that really influenced me from a defensive standpoint was Will Muschamp. Working for him was eye-opening to see the system that they utilized, a Saban system. And so that was pretty powerful. But the guys that I worked with at Boise, that stretch that we had, those 6 years, top to bottom, I mean, it's hard to believe that the trajectory of some of those guys' career, whether that's Justin and Brian and PK and obviously Coach Pete. And I can go down the list. Scooter's coaching in the NFL. Strauss was in the NFL. It's a really
unreal,
amazing group of guys. Yeah. And at Texas, we had a really elite staff too. And so, but it was, those relationships still matter, man. And, the higher level you go, maybe they matter a little less, when we were, trying to scrape 2 nickels together to go buy a beer at Suds, we had to rely on one another a little bit more, he didn't have the limo coming picking you up.
Some of the late night meetings in there. And,
those were some of the best meetings.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. How about when you originally came to Boise, you were coming from
Eastern Illinois.
Eastern Illinois, that's right.
Yeah.
And I've heard the story about how you got there. Pete sent Hars and Justin to interview you, right?
And I was disgusted by that, by the way. No, yeah, it was at the coaches convention. They were in Dallas. It cost me like $50 to take a cab from the convention. They were out by the airport. So I was out like $110. I was more angry about that. Like, how was I going to explain that to my wife? I was making $35,000 at Eastern Illinois. So I had my preliminary interview there, and I guess I passed the test.
Well, I remember Hars talking about it years later, but he's like, it's the best interview I've ever had. Like, he's in there and he's got everything going, and he's like, I had no idea what he was actually talking about, but I knew the guy was passionate and he'd do a great job.
Yeah, that was funny. That was I got, I'm like 36 years old, and I got like an 18-year-old and a 21-year-old interview.
Yes, that is accurate. But like you said, obviously everybody kind of is aware of where Boise State is now. But back in that time, it was just like fighting to make it happen.
We're in the varsity center with everybody else, sharing a locker room, sharing weight rooms,
sharing hotel
training rooms.
Oh yeah,
I remember. Pete might not remember this, but I promise you this is true. But his whole deal was always like, spend it like it's yours, right? So we're staying in La Quinta, and we're doing official visits, and he and I are sharing a room.
Yes.
And I'm like, Coach Pete wears tidy whities. What's going on here?
I'm just gonna leave it at that. Oh gosh.
So no, those were the good old days.
Yeah. Some obviously fun times, and I think the thing you always take away from it is the people, right? You're never going to forget the first Fiesta Bowl win and come from behind, all that stuff. But I assume what you remember as much about that is celebrating with your buddies and the players. After that.
Yeah, shutting down the hospitality room. Flights leaving at 9 a.m.
We did the same thing in 14.
Walked in at 7 a.m.
Same thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's and I hope everybody that's on here, obviously Boise State fans and whatever, and not taken away from Nevada, but appreciates what you have done for the Boise State program. I don't know. I think it's been talked about, but probably not enough. Like, you brought the hammer. That's a Jeff Choate symbol. That some games the whole team's running out with them. Some games one guy, whatever.
Yeah.
But, that was one of your deals, and and all the great plays over the time. Some of the huge plays like fake punt at a critical time, hiding guys in the end zone.
We've changed the rules in college football for crying out loud.
Absolutely, but I hope everybody on here appreciates what you've done and what you've meant to Boise State football, and it's awesome to see the trajectory your career's gone, and to be a successful head coach. And it's funny, everybody wants to talk about like preseason and all this and that. I'm like, you pick Nevada wherever you want. I know at the end of the year they're going to be right up there.
No, well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate our relationship. And I like, people always ask me like, what's your it's always like mixed emotions with the Boise thing, because I love the place. My brother still lives there. My dad lived there before he passed away. I love the players. They had 25 on, it's obviously 25.
Yeah.
But Hunter White, I sent him a picture of that. And I'm like, look, Hunter, they got your number.
And he's the one guy that would actually believe that.
Oh yeah, he'd be like, yeah, I'd probably need to lose some weight to fit into that. But God bless him, but all of those guys. I mean, there's just so many relationships that you build over the time that Ryan Winterswike and Aaron Tevis came down to one of the Brawls of the Wild that we had when I was coaching at Montana State. I saw Byron Hout when I was back home, and he's the head coach at Lake City. So Jerron Johnson called me just the other day, and so just a great group of guys. And so, always have a special place in my heart.
Absolutely. Well, I know you got other things you got to get to, so appreciate the time coming on here. And it's always fun to catch up with you.
No doubt.
Off air, there's probably even more.
Yeah, there's good stuff we can get to. Good stuff we can get to. Thanks, Red.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Kent.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, back here on. Something doesn't sound right with my mic. I'm muted. There we go. All right, back on Bronco Nation News. Rid, the final 2 minutes of you on Bronco Nation News here. You've made it about 14 straight hours.
Yeah,
we got Johnny and Prater coming up in about 5 minutes here as we finish our last segment. We'll simulcast with them. But how do you kind of sum up the last 2 days? What you learned, who you talked to, and obviously a lot of excitement getting ready for Mountain West football.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting time of year. Everybody's got hope right now, belief, and every team's got questions they got to answer, but you're not going to get a whole bunch of talk about that at this point.
No,
they're more than happy to talk about what excites them about the team and all that stuff. And I think some of the guys voiced some of their concerns and what they're really focused on during fall camp and that sort of thing. But I think the thing I probably took away as much as anything is the group of head coaches in this conference is elite. I mean, great coaches. Great
as we talked
people.
about, different backgrounds, different years of coaching, different ages, different stops. First head coach, second time, third time, but they're all different backgrounds. But they're all pretty darn good group.
Yeah, absolutely. But more than anything, we're a month away from week 0, right? Basically. So
we'll be back here in about a month for contest weekend and getting signed up for the contest. I know that's going to be exciting. I was talking to Brad Bedell about that. But this final weekend, couple final days, and then once fall camp goes, it's go time.
Absolutely. And I mean, you think about it, like in 2 weeks, they're probably almost getting ready for scrimmage number 1 in 2 weeks.
Wow.
So,
well, we appreciate you coming down here. I know it was a lot of work, and you had other work you're dealing, your actual job that you're having to deal with at the same time and everything. But hopefully you're able to. There was a worthwhile trip for you to come down here and want to be a part of this, and your insight and your friendships with the coaches helped make the interviews a lot better and stuff. So we really appreciate you giving up a couple days of your time to want to come down here and help out and do this.
That was a lot of fun. It was great to catch up with some of these guys hadn't seen in a while. So, a lot of fun.
And we're going to get the Riley and Ridge show presented by Jackson's. You guys had your summer break, but we're going to get that going back at the James maybe twice a month during fall camp, or at least get it going here, and then hopefully weekly once we get into the season here.
For sure. Definitely it'll be weekly in the season, but once fall camp starts, we might be able to start weekly on that.
Okay.
So,
and like I said, we're working with Jackson's in Boise State to have some hopefully increase the quality of the players here and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate you, Rid. Thanks
All
a
right,
lot, man.
thank you.
We're going to get our simulcast going with KTIK. Kent Riddle, we appreciate him for jumping on. We're ready. Yeah, we're good to go. Our simulcast with KTIK radio, and excited for that. And we are connected to the KTIK studios. We are live here on Bronco Nation Noon. We're going to soon be live with KTIK, the ticket as well. I believe.
From DI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training.
All right, so they'll be able to hear him whenever it is time. Looks like we're going to be a couple minutes late here as Bronco Focus went all the way till 4 o'clock. Jaden, we're almost there. We are almost there. Yep, I can. We're live. Our final segment, Bronco Nation News, here as we hit 6 hours and 53 minutes. We are going to surpass 7 hours of live broadcast here on Bronco Nation News. We cannot do it with all of our great sponsors. But before Johnny and Prater come over, I do want to give one final plug for our 75% off deal with 247 Sports. It ends tonight. It ends tonight. If you're looking to $30 full year, BroncoNationNews.com. It ends tonight at midnight. So if you are looking to take advantage of that deal one more time, today's your last day to read Prater's columns, to read all of our great content at BNN. It is a $30 for a full year of Bronco Nation News, and this is the last night to take advantage of that. So hopefully folks will sign up at Bronco Nation News and take advantage of that, and we'd love to have that and hopefully have them do that. And Prater, I know you got some columns in the works and all kinds of things. We're getting ready to simulcast with you guys, but I know we got some big things with 247 planned for the season here.
Yeah, I spent an hour. I didn't go to lunch today, and I don't think you did either because you've been on the air since 2013. But we all spent some time yesterday with Cage Casey, and I'm going to kind of clear up some misconceptions that I've had with Cage Casey, kind of get to know him a little bit more. There was 4 or 5 things about him that I kind of fell in love with. Some of the stuff is reported. Obviously, he's got a very deep Boise State family, extended family with his wife and their family, and some other cool things that he wants to do. He no longer drives a minivan, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. The dirt dog mentality that I always didn't think he quite had, and the way he explains his dirt dog mentality. So working on a nice little column for Cage Casey, who, there's a lot of superstar power in this building in Circa the last couple of days, but he is the only first-round potential draft pick walking around in the hallways, and there's going to be a lot of attention on Cage Casey over these next few months.
Well, we understand that these assets raise.
You can hear that correct?
Valuation.
There you go.
I can.
All right, making sure you can hear that. We're back in 30 seconds with the intro. Johnny, I'll let you have the headset if you like. And just a recap, right? Yeah. Getting ready for our simulcast here. Johnny, BNN, KTIK. I'll pipe the music in here shortly. We're getting our cues from Greg on the chat here, but been a fun day. I want to make sure I appreciate you guys here on BNN and say thanks for coming down, and it's been a lot of fun.
Thanks for having us as always, and hopefully we are all more prepared for another Mountain West season of football, not just us, but the fans and the viewers and the listeners as well, and let's get after it. And now, BJ, 10 days? Boise State begins practice. 10 days.
10 days.
First day of fall
camp. Less than a week till the media pro day. Can't wait to see both you guys out there.
Not excited for that.
All right, we'll join the intro music here that has started, and then we'll go live here momentarily on KTIK.
Prater of the ball game, KTIK, the ticket. We'd also like to welcome in our BNN audience here from Mountain West Football Media Days. BJ Range joins us. It is the BNN Report. BJ, day 2, Coaches Day, and we talked a little earlier, and I know you have a lot of takeaways that you want to get done today in this segment. So I guess let's just start. First off, welcome. Thanks again for having us.
Yeah.
And what's the ultimate BJ Raines takeaway here?
That my computer doesn't break when we go 7 straight hours of live streaming, because we're at 6 hours and 57 minutes here, and so we're going strong. It's been a heck of a couple days, and I thought yesterday it was fine talking to some of the players, but frankly it's a little bit boring. You want to get to the coaches, you want to get to there was much more buzz today, and it just felt like a much better day in terms of getting to talk to all these various coaches and I mean, guys like Jason Eck. I know we joke about him, obviously, with your Idaho ties, having him on your show. I'd never met him, never talked to him before, and I was blown away. We got a chance last night to talk to him a little bit away from the microphone. The interview today, he's an easy guy to root for. I mean, that's another guy that certainly will be pulling to have some success, a guy like Jason Eck. And I just thought all these coaches, and we can get into individual takeaways, whatever, but just the path of these coaches, where there's a lot of first and second year coaches in the league, but you've got the Dan Mullins and Ken Yamatolos and some of these coaches that have been around around doing this for a long time, and you've got the younger coaches as well. And there's a nice mix in this league, I think. And I think that there's actually a lot of good coaches in this league, and I enjoyed chatting with all of them today.
You just got done talking to Matt Entz, the new Fresno State coach that came from FCS, a couple of national championships, a massive resume. I think he's got a winning percentage like Chris Peterson. We did not get a chance to talk to him on Idaho Sports Talk. I know Bob did, and we'll play some of that stuff down the road. So I'm a little bit curious. I went to his media scrum, sat and listened to him for a little bit. Pretty impressive dude. What was your takeaway of Matt Entz?
Well, he says every day in his office he walks by the milk can trophy, so he knows all about the rivalry with Boise State, even though he's never been a part of it. And he said he was
though most fans don't know about it.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
funny. But they have it, huh?
They have it, I guess, or I don't know if they won the last version of it, or they have a version of it there in his office. So he said he knows all about that rivalry and the history of that game, and he's excited to keep that going. But I was pretty impressed. I mean, he did go to USC for a year, and I think that helped a lot in terms of just he's not coming straight from North Dakota State, but 2 championships there. I think he was 60-11 in his time there, and some of these coaches too. He's one of them. You look at some of the schools he started at, Winona State, and all these, a guy like that, just his Illinois College and places I've never even heard of, and they're working their way up to get to this point where he's now a Mountain West head coach and won a championship at an FCS level. So interesting hire there. I mean, didn't have a lot of ties to the area other than the year at USC, but I think Fresno, people forget Fresno, I know they were 6-7 this last year, but they had the Jeff Tedford, situation right before camp started. They won like 10, and 9 games in 3 years before that. So I don't think he's taken over a bare cupboard there by any means at Fresno State. So I was impressed with him, and I think he certainly is a guy that has a chance to win some games there for sure.
There was a cool moment, Johnny, where I was thinking of you listening to Jason Eck on his media scrum, not when we had him on our show, but he was talking about Matt Entz. They were teammates together at Winona State. You said Winona State. They were not teammates, coaches together at Winona State about 15, 20, 18 years ago. And somebody asked Jason Eck, what's the difference between then and now? And he says, well, back then I had to teach a bowling class and a weightlifting class, and I also had to teach a spring break class for the degenerates who had to stick home for spring break. So, and then he didn't have an equipment manager, and he shows up for his very first practice, and he goes, where's my blocking sled? Coach, it's over there. You got to go get it yourself.
Okay. Where is Winona State? Does anybody know what city Winona?
I'm guessing somewhere in Illinois or Iowa or something.
It's
over
definitely
there.
in the Midwest.
In the Midwest, yeah. I love those stories, BJ.
And I hate to say this, but another coach that I know you're not going to want me to say this that I really enjoyed chatting with was Jay Norvell. I thought Jay Norvell was pretty funny. He asked where I got he said, are we talking to SMU here or what? And I said, Coach, it was the only free clip art I could find for my logo. But I mean, he was giving us some crap for that. He was very impressed with how many Boise media members made the trip down here, but he was cracking some jokes and stuff, and partially because they all know Coach Riddle and they opened up a little bit. But I thought he was you look at what he's done there. Every year he's been there, they've gotten better, from 3-9, I think 5-7, and then 8-5 last year. And a lot of people are high on Colorado State again this year. So I enjoyed, he seems like he's in a good place, and he's got that program going in the right direction. And I enjoyed chatting with Jay Norvell as well.
Okay, I'll do a flip side on this. Not that you didn't enjoy or you think they're going to be 0-12, but maybe there's a team or a coach that you thought, now that you second guess whatever, or you are second guessing how you feel about. Was there any one of those? Or if you were saying, hey, this team's in trouble, I don't know what's going to happen there. Do you have that team? That's a good question.
There? I mean, it's hard too, because every coach you talk to, you think they're about to go win the national championship this year after you talk. I mean, you don't hear, and then I all say, yeah, it's going to be a tough year here. I mean, maybe Timmy Chang at Hawaii. I mean, they're just dealing with the, budget issues, stadium issues, everything that's going on over there. You just feel for them, and obviously they've got to play Stanford. They play at Arizona, I believe, too. So they've got a tough start to the schedule for them. But I would maybe say him, but honestly, no, because there's so many young, energetic, exciting coaches, and in 10 minutes they're all like politicians. They can all sell you by the end of the interview. You're like, oh, they might win the Lil. They're going to impress. They're going to surprise people. They're going to do that. So I didn't get a lot of negative takeaways. I mean, talking to Ken Niamataolo, the coach at San Jose State, he admitted, guys, on our show that it still haunts him to this day that he did not kick the field goal against Boise State, and then he went for it on 4th and 5 from the 5. And if you guys remember, they had a trick play where an offensive lineman went out for like a tackle pass, and it didn't work. They would have been up 21-0 on Boise State in that game last year. Instead, Boise State stops them, comes back, gets it tied 14-14 at halftime, and he said literally every day on his way to work, he stops at the 5-yard line and looks at it and goes, I'm the biggest idiot in the world for not just kicking the field goal there to go up 17.
Wow.
So the fact that he admitted that I thought was interesting, and that still haunts him to this day. That one play call, he said he cost his team the game against Boise State.
That's pretty powerful stuff. That's strong stuff. I'm having listened to Sean Lewis today, and I came into these media days really down on San Diego State, really down on Sean Lewis, who I did not think he had a great career at Kent State. Certainly did not off to a good start at San Diego State. And I'm not quite sure why he's there. I'm not quite sure why San Diego State keeps disrespecting quarterbacks. But I didn't hear a single thing about San Diego State football that makes me think that they're going to be good this year. I think San Diego State football, 500 team at best. This football team might not be a good football team, and that's not good for the move forward in the Pac-12.
No, and I
don't get it.
Yeah, and they were 3-9 last year, but they say if you listen to them talk, they were 9 points from a bowl game. They won. They lost 3 games. I'm just saying what they said. They lost 3 games by 9 points. I would have put them in a bowl game. 6-6 if a couple plays go their way, and that's kind of their, what they're talking about, and their thing is, hey, we were right there, we were close, and I am he did some good things at Kent State. I know you're not really excited about it, but
15 games under 500.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he ever had a winning season.
I don't know, maybe one.
And
he went to the Potato Bowl.
Yeah, he came to the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, and Levi Williams kicked his ass.
I remember that game.
I just find, and maybe not, but I just find out with that stadium and that city, they should be better.
Yes.
And that's why maybe I'm banking on that Sean Lewis is going to get them better. But I just feel like that's kind of I don't know if sleeping giant's the right word, but I feel there is a lot. If you're going to buy low on somebody, a program for the next 5 years, I think San Diego State has some potential there, but I don't, I guess I'm not sold that it is or isn't Sean Lewis. It's his second year. We'll see what happens this year. But I do think generally San Diego State, I would think there's some optimism there that in the next couple of years that if it's him or a different coach could get it turned around there.
Prater on the ball game, KTIK, the ticket. This is our BNN report. We're also simulcasting this segment on Bronco Nation News on the YouTube channel with BJ Rains, kind of trying to put a bow on a terrific Mountain West media days and trying to get your recaps, BJ. Give me another one big thing that you think you need to mention as far as something that got in your head on media day, maybe Boise State, maybe Spencer Danielson, maybe they're even further ahead of the field than you thought they would be. Maybe the Dan Mullen coming in here. We said Dan Mullen has kind of been the rock star of this event. Feels like everybody wants to talk to him, and he's more than willing to talk to everybody too.
That was a big takeaway for me. I know you guys are going to be chatting with him. You're going to love talking to him here on your show. He was tremendous. We talked to him for 10 minutes, and it could have been 30. Could have gone 20 more minutes. I mean, he says everything the right way, and he gets it. You talk about politician or whatever. He gets it. Yep. He's the perfect hire to talk to boosters and casino owners and people like that in Las Vegas. He is going to on that. We'll see if he can win games, but I mean, he's certainly going to be the right guy from that standpoint to win the headlines early on. I was super impressed with him, and I think Bronco Mendenhall at Utah State is a very intriguing. You just hear what he talks about, where his family, a lot of them live in Utah. He's back home, and he's got 2 of his kids that transferred to Utah State, and he has another kid, and his mom, I think, is in her 90s. He gets to see her every Sunday now because she lives within driving distance, and so a lot of people were interested. He had the history at BYU, and he said, yeah, there's some Utah State fans that flat out told me, I'm going to root for Utah State. I'm still not pulling for you, even just because of their hatred, towards BYU and what he did there.
Yeah, that's a fact.
He flat out said there's Utah State fans that said we're going to root for the team, but we don't root. He's telling the head coach of the program they still won't root for him because of the history there. But he said he joked about it. He said that's okay. But they added, I think he said 60-something new players, and just knowing the kind of coach he can be at power programs like BYU and what he did in 1 year at New Mexico last year. I think Utah State's in a position, again, not saying this year they're going to go 9-3, but you give him a couple years there, it seems like he's in a really good mental state and back home, as he called it, there in Utah. And I think that Utah State's a team to watch here.
Go look at the track record of Bronco Mendenhall, especially his second year. He's not going to do anything this year. You said it. He's got more new faces on his team than anybody in the Mountain West, including UNLV, which has had massive transfer turnover. Utah State has those 60 new players.
87, I was wrong, by the way. 87 new players.
Wow.
On Utah State?
It's a massive number. They're not going to be good this year. Bronco Mendenhall has a serious track record of being really good. I mean, going from 3 wins to 10 wins in his second season, he's going to explode next year in Logan.
Yeah, I think you really could. And like I said, I think a lot of it's just quality of life. And he talked about him and his sons do team roping for like riding horses, and they brought their horses down there in Utah. And just, he seems like he's in a pretty good place. You could go down the line, like I said, all these coaches. I really do think they're all in a pretty good spot. The other one, when you said someone that may not do much, I might go to Wyoming. I mean, Wyoming's just Jay Salvo. I like him. He's a nice guy. You can say what he wants, and I know they've got their quarterback back and their tight end back, but I just didn't hear a whole lot from Wyoming that has me fired up about their season.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah, we're gonna steal you again tomorrow for your regularly scheduled appearance on IST, the BNN Report, tomorrow in hour number 2. But until then, we really appreciate you coming on, man. Well done. Thanks again for doing this, and man, Boise State fans, I hope they know how lucky they are to have you in this kind of coverage.
Yeah, and I want to second that. And what you've done for media coverage, having been here since the 1990s in terms of Boise State, if coaches are noticing the media scrum from Boise here, and it's bigger than anybody else by far, you've had a big part in that, and you play a big role in that. And personally and professionally in what you've done, especially the last couple of days, it's been a wonderful partnership, and we thank you for coming down here and letting us hang out and have a good time.
Yeah, who would have thought back in when your first media days, you'd be simulcasting on radio and YouTube at the same time, Mike Prater, and the technology we have now, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, appreciate you guys for wanting to come down, wanting to do this. We've had a couple fun dinners and things as well while we've been down here, so appreciate you guys, and I'm really excited, man. Fall camp's a week away, and we got through it. The summer's over. We made it through the dog days of summer, and now it's fall camp and it's go time. And I know KTIK and BNN are going to team up and kick some butt together this year.
We will. There is BJ Rains for the BNN audience. Stay put. You'll get back to the BNN coverage of Mountain West Media Days for KTIK. We're going to be right back here with KTIK, The Ticket.
All right, there they go. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right, saying goodbye to our BNN audience, and been a fun couple of days, Mike, and we'll be talking to you soon, man.
Appreciate you, bud. Your makeup is leaking. You've been on TV for 7 hours. Get some rest, my friend.
14 hours in 2 days. So the pool's calling my name. I think I may get out to the pool for a couple hours here, and I know our man Tim Murray is going to try to pull me away for Visa, and we'll see if we can make that happen. But hey, final thoughts. Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Been a great couple of days. 14 hours of live streaming coverage in 2 days. We're at 7 hours and 10 minutes today. So appreciate all you guys for checking us out there, starting to take stuff down behind us and pack up media days. So I guess it's time for us to pack up as well, but appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Thanks again to Coach Riddle. Thanks to Nathan. Thanks to Jaden, Colin, the whole crew that came down here for BNN. We are super excited to get back to Boise and get this season going. Fall camp is going to just be tremendous, and the coverage and things we have planned moving forward here. So again, final plug, tonight at midnight it ends. If you want to jump in for your subscription with Bronco Nation News, $30 for the full year. That's a 75% discount of the full price. That goes till midnight tonight. So sign up if you can, BroncoNationNews.com. Support our coverage, and we really, really appreciate you guys for your support of Bronco Nation News down here. And we got some great subscriber benefits and shows and things coming forward. So subscribe today, help us out, have a great rest of your weekend. We'll be back. I don't think we're going to have a show tomorrow morning. As of now, no morning show tomorrow, and we'll have some travel plans and things, and then we will gear it back up on Monday morning with Bronco Nation News as we get set for the Media Pro Day on Wednesday. Spencer Danielson, I think Friday, is doing his introductory press conference or his fall camp press conference, and I believe Sunday is either report day or the first practice for Boise State for fall camp. So appreciate you guys. Thanks again. Thanks to all of our great sponsors for making this thing possible. Our title sponsor, Andy Rowe and RowePaint.com. Please support all of our great sponsors, Andy Rowe, RowePaint.com, Taco Bell, Idaho Central Credit Union, Jackson, Snake River Pool and Spa, the Blue and Orange Store, Lithia Ford of Boise, Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets Transportation Compliance Service, Signature Roofing, and of course, Circa Resort and Casino. Make sure you come down and check out Circa. This place is unbelievable. We'd love to have you join the contest. Again, we have somebody that's willing to put up $500 of the $1,000 entry. So if you're wanting to get a buddy or two together and buy in and get a skin in the game for the NFL season with the Circa contest, let me know. We will get you signed up, and you can come down yourself for contest weekend and get some food and drinks and have a great time down here at Circa. So appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your evening. We'll talk to you on KTIK on Friday, and then we'll talk to you back in Boise on Monday as we get you set for the start of fall camp later next week. That'll do it for the whole BNN crew. We appreciate you guys. After 14 hours and about 6 minutes of live coverage here the last 2 days, we are signing off from Circa Resort and Casino. And we'll talk to you guys later. Bronco Nation News Live. Bronco Nation News, the all-new BroncoNationNews.com.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.